Hi everyone, please subscribe to my channel. Blood Immortal. See playlist for other chapters and novels. Join now our Telegram channel now and enjoy exclusive early access. t.me/blood_immortal_official. I do not translate the novels. Credits goes to original translator and author of the novel. I only make it as an audiobook so it would be easier to just listen while doing other things. Credits goes to the author of the novel. I convert stories to audiobook for mental health, for multitasking purpose, for accessibility and time saving. Listening to audiobook is also beneficial for people who have disability. It improves our listening skills and improve our English comprehension, vocabulary and other things. So, thank you for listening. Thank you and thank you very much for your support. Chapter 321 Healing. Bai Luo cautiously followed behind Yang Kai, holding a dozen bottles of medicinal pills to restore the power of divine consciousness in his arms. A pair of beautiful eyes kept looking at the figure that was not a stalwart, and the expression between his brows was complicated and annoyed. What she did today really made her regret it. If you don't take him to the lot pharmacy, then nothing will happen. The key is that he first has the idea of letting Liu teach him a lesson, but he doesn't want to be so vicious, but instead offends him, but he is still so powerful that he can fight with him. Liu did not lose in the first battle. Confused to the end, Bai Luo felt that he was not a human being inside or outside, and that he had no face or skin. Along the way, Yang Kai's silence and indifference made her feel like a thorn in her back, and she felt uncomfortable. After finally returning to the palace, Bai Luo couldn't bear it any longer. He quickly took a few steps to stop him in front of Yang Kai, and said angrily, "Why are you silent?" Yang Kai glanced at her lightly, frowning slightly. "Hey." Bai Luo shook his hand in front of him. "Why don't you ignore people? I know you are very powerful, but you don't need to ignore people, right? I took you to Lot Pharmacy before, I really wanted to let you know. Liu taught you a lesson, who told you to be so annoying, but then I didn't want to, but at that time the situation was out of my control. Hey, sorry, don't be angry." Quote. Although Bai Luo was an orphan and her background was not noble, she was the #1 celebrity in front of Shan Qingluo no matter what, and she was born enchanting and beautiful. Coupled with her unique hobbies, she never put any man in the eye. Shan Qingluo brought Yang Kai back that day, and not only sent Feng back to the building to let him live, but also sent the best women in the 3 palaces to serve, which naturally made Bai Luo a little annoyed. She didn't have a good impression of Yang Kai at all, she only contacted him because of Shan Qingluo's order, and she didn't take Yang Kai seriously. It wasn't until today that Yang Kai was able to compete with Liu in this battle, without even falling behind. Bai Luo realized that this man was a little different from other men, and understood why Shan Qingluo valued him so much. With her temper and arrogance, being able to sincerely apologize at this time is already the limit of what she can do. Standing on the spot, Yang Kai frowned and just looked at her without speaking. Bai Luo's expression suddenly became displeased, and she said angrily, "Can't you forgive me even after I apologized? It's not that men have a lot of arrogance, I don't think so." Yang Kai suddenly reached out with a hand, grabbed Bai Luo's chest, and brought her directly to him. Bai Luo's face changed color in an instant, almost like a conditioned reflex to attack, but when she remembered Yang Kai's terrifying combat power, she quickly endured it, and just shouted in surprise, "What are you doing? If you dare to plot against me, you will be dead." Yang Kai snorted coldly. His tone was cold and loud, not joking at all, and when he noticed his seriousness, Bai Luo Fang's heart trembled, and her whole body was cold. Just when he was about to say something stubborn, Yang Kai suddenly let go of her, his face turned pale, and he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. In the blood, there is still a trace of purple energy, and that trace of energy is squirming and seems to be alive. "Ah!" Bai Luo exclaimed in a trembling voice. "Go away." Yang Kai suddenly swept out a palm wind and pushed Bai Luo a dozen feet away, and the body was wrapped in a purple evil fire, burning roaringly. The bone-piercing icy cold spread, and Yang Kai's hair and clothes were instantly covered in snow, and strands of icy aura spread like a substance. Clack clack. With Yang Kai's standing position as the center, a radius of more than 10 feet was instantly frozen. Bai Luo's beautiful eyes trembled violently, staring at Yang Kai for a while. It turned out that this person did not completely resolve the power of Liu's moves, but somehow sealed it in the body, and now it is happening again. This is the purple spirit evil fire from the fierce evil cave. It's not a real fire, but an energy condensed by the evil spirit of the purple spirit. Liu absorbed and refined it and mixed it into his moves. This kind of evil energy is extremely difficult to deal with. Once attacked, it is like a maggot on the tarsus. Unless his strength is far greater than Liu, he will be swallowed up by this evil energy sooner or later and will freeze to death. Bai Luo had only heard of it, never seen it before, and was fortunate enough to witness it today. Are you injured? Bai Luo asked in a trembling voice, realizing Yang Kai's current state. Fang's dissatisfaction was instantly replaced by guilt. Nonsense, give it a try with that mace. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and replied, taking a deep breath, running the true Yang art, once again suppressing the violet spirit evil fire outside the body into the meridians. Liu is worthy of being a master of the younger generation, and he did not fight to the end. Although it seemed that Yang Kai had won a great victory, the family's immortal ascension boundary masters all came out to accompany him. But the real result is only known to Yang Kai himself. If he really fights again, he has no certainty of winning. After all, Liu's realm was 4 small levels higher than his. Moreover, the mace smashed quite solidly. Even with Qinrui Shui Haidang protecting it, Yang Kai's internal organs were displaced by the smash, and he still hasn't recovered. Then what should I do? Bai Luo asked anxiously. Healing, you pig brain. Oh, then hurry back. Bai Luo hurriedly said, stepping forward to support Yang Kai, and hurried towards Feng returning to the building. Although Yang Kai scolded her for being a pig, Bai Luo was not at all annoyed. At the very least, she could not feel the cold murderous intent from Yang Kai's tone. That is to say, he is not so angry anymore. Feng returned to the building. As soon as Yang Kai came back, he went directly to the first floor, his clothes retreated from the attack, and he quickly rushed into the bath full of warm water. Outside the house, the 3 women who served Yang Kai stood side by side with Bai Luo. What's wrong, son? The beautiful woman Yunli asked softly, sensing that something was wrong. I had a fight with Liu, and I was injured a little bit. Bai Luo replied softly. Ah, Yunli stretched out her hand to cover her red lips, her beautiful eyes were full of astonishment. I had a fight with that young master of the Li family. Why did we fight? Don't ask, it's what I did wrong. Bai Luo sighed and handed the medicine pill in her arms to Ruo Yu Ruaoking, looking disappointed. The beautiful woman Yunli looked at her thoughtfully a few times. She couldn't help but understand a lot of things, and it was not easy to ask more. Sister Yun, he still seems to have a prejudice against me, how can I apologize to calm him down? After a moment of silence, Bai Luo suddenly turned her head and asked. Apologize. Yunli's beautiful eyes were full of surprise, she looked at Bai Luo in amazement, and teased, girl Bai Luo also apologizes to others, this is really the sun coming out from the west, could it be that you treat him? Quote. No, Bai Luo glared at her fiercely, and suddenly said with a sinister smile, you bastard, what are you thinking about, do you want me to train you, so that you won't be too dissatisfied with your desires? Don't. Yunli was startled, and quietly pulled away from Bai Luo. Then tell me, what should I do? Yunli smiled sweetly, her face flushed and she said softly, a woman's body is the best weapon. You really have this kind of thing in your head. I won't tell you, Bai Luo said angrily, and urged, you guys watch carefully, I'll go back first, if there is any change here, please let me know. Yunli and Ruiyu Ruaoking looked at each other. In the bath, Yang Kai closed his eyes and concentrated, running the true Yang art. The purple evil energy flowed and shuttled in the meridians, and was burned by the pure true Yang vitality. Some of the energy that was incompatible with him was discharged from the body, and some of it was absorbed by the proud golden body. Although these energies are also extremely evil, and in essence they belong to the same source as the energy in the proud golden body, they are still somewhat different. This is the energy Liu cultivated, which is mixed with his understanding and brand of martial arts, and even more his breath. Liu's brand of understanding of martial arts is incompatible with Yang Kai, and can only be ruled out. The rest is Liu absorbing the tempered purple spirit evil energy from the vicious evil cave. After tempering, this energy can be absorbed by the proud golden body. Evil energy is difficult to dissolve, and it took Yang Kai 3 or 4 days to gradually dissolve and refine the purple energy in the meridians. There was a wave of movement in the proud golden body, and it seemed that the so-called purple spirit evil chi was very suitable for its appetite. This discovery made Yang happy. There was no winner or loser in the battle with Liu, but by virtue of that battle, the realm of the 5th layer of the true Yuan realm was completely stabilized. Yang Kai also saw the level of the top experts of the same generation. So far, there are only a few people who have encountered difficult opponents, Wu Chengyi from the 9 Stars Sword Sect, Chu Yaimeng from the Chu family, and this Liu. All of them came from extraordinary backgrounds, and their strength also sounded the alarm for Yang Kai, and they dared not underestimate anyone. The world is vast, who knows how many geniuses like them are in the world. I slowly opened my eyes, my body and mind were at ease, the injured internal organs had also returned to their positions, and the water in the entire bath had turned a purple color, which looked terrifying. Get up from the bath, dry your body, get dressed, and go to the outhouse. Yunli and Ruoyu Ruoking couldn't help but look overjoyed when they saw him come out. Has the son's injury ever healed? Yunli hurriedly stepped forward to ask. Yongkai nodded. That's good. Yunli was also relieved, turned her head to Ruoyu Ruoking and said, go and inform Miss Beluo that the young master has recovered, so she should not worry anymore. Yes, Ruoyu Ruoking responded and turned to leave. Yunli looked at Yongkai with deep meaning and said with a smile, young master, I don't know, Miss Beluo has been here several times a day these days to inquire about your injury. I think she hasn't rested well these days. Very tired. I asked for it myself. Yongkai hummed. Bai Luo cared so much about herself, not because she was really worried, but because she was afraid that Shan Qinglo would punish her when she found out. How could Yongkai not see clearly in this section? Yunli pursed her lips and said with a smile, Bai Luo is young and not very sensible. She lives in the palace all the year round and is spoiled by adults. It's really spoiled. There are a lot of adults, so you don't need to have the same knowledge as her. Provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fuyun. Just want to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled lower left triangle first release filled upper right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 322. You are finished. Yesterday, I started driving at 7 o'clock in the morning, and I didn't get home until 9 o'clock in the evening. I was so tired that I didn't get up until 11:30 today, and I hurriedly finished writing a chapter. What is more tragic is that the computer system seems to be broken, the blue screen is twice, and I have to rebuild the system. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Look at her performance in the future. Seeing that Yunli made it clear for Bai Luo, Yongkai couldn't say anything else. What's more, he didn't want to bring up the previous matter, and he was only annoyed by Bai Luo's plotting against him, and getting himself involved in a troublesome situation for nothing. I believe that after this incident, Bai Luo would not dare to be indifferent anymore. Yunli said again, the medicinal pills that the son bought before are all placed in your bedroom, and the accounts have been settled. Yongkai nodded lightly. I thought that having a big backer was not the same. I didn't have to pay for so many bottles of elixir to restore the power of my consciousness. No wonder the young masters and sisters of the big powers cultivated much faster than the average person. With such a huge resource for them to squander, on the starting line of the same aptitude, what they can achieve will always be higher than others. The world has always been so unfair. Also, the Le family sent someone to deliver something the day before yesterday. The beautiful woman continued to report back with a smile. Oh, Le family. Yongkai raised his brows, a little surprised. Well, I sent a bottle of Zon-level medicinal pills, which is also used to restore consciousness. Yunli looked at Yongkai with a smile, covering her mouth and chuckling. I heard that it was a family from the Le family who traveled from 100 miles away overnight. It was transferred from the middle and asked the servant to let you accept it. The servant saw that the servant was recovering, so he decided to stay, and you see, do you want to return it? Don't pay it back. Yongkai smiled. What are you going to do when you go back? Naturally, you have to accept the things that come to your door. As if she knew what he would say, Yunli also nodded slightly. That's true. If you go back, I'm afraid it will bring down the face of the Le family, so the big things will be turned into small things, and the rest will be peaceful. The son is indeed a massive person. Woolen cloth. This ass is shot. Yongkai blushed for a while. Le family would send such a precious thing. Yongkai can understand, it is nothing more than trying to resolve the storm. But Lahia is a big force anyway. Yongkai was quite surprised by such complacency. Shan Qinglo is quite majestic. Yongkai muttered softly, he only thought that the Le family was so good at talking in Shan Qingluo's face. However, Lejia just couldn't guess his origin, and didn't want to offend him before doing so. If you can quietly kill Yongkai, how could Lahia be so generous? But the key is that the battle between Yongkai and Liu happened in Piaoshang City, and so many people watched helplessly. For the time being, I don't dare to offend, I can only swallow it like this. A bottle of Zon-level medicinal pills is expensive, but it is also affordable for Lahia. When the beautiful woman Yunli heard him say this, she also smiled slightly and continued, there is one more thing that needs to be reported to the young master. What's up? Many young masters and sisters from the big powers in the city want to invite the sun to come to the manor to talk about it. I'm afraid they want to make friends with the sun. Yang Kai's origin is too mysterious, and it is difficult to attract the attention of others. The major forces in Piaoshang City have been inquiring about Yang Kai's origin in the past few days, but you can inquire about it, let alone his origin. It is his the name wasn't even clear. This is why I want to invite Yang Kai. Use this to spy on information. If his background is really not small, he will naturally make good friends. If he has no background, it doesn't matter. For such a potential young man, any force is willing to extend an olive branch. Don't go. Yang Kai frowned. I have nothing to say to them. See him refuse so decisively. The beautiful woman was startled, and then Ying smiled. That's fine. I'm going to practice. After telling her, Yang Kai walked directly to the second floor. Watching his back disappear, the beautiful woman Yunli looked strange and shook her head with a wry smile. She had never seen such a person who cultivated into an idiot. It seems that his strength is not without reason. The next few days, Yang Kai has been spying on the secrets of alchemy's true secrets. The progress is very slow, and he doesn't know that he can get a glimpse of the whole picture in the year of the monkey. However, Yang Kai didn't care, he just used the spy on the true alchemy formula to cultivate the power of consciousness, and the knowledge in the true alchemy formula was only second. After the bottles of medicinal pills to restore the power of spiritual consciousness were consumed, the spiritual consciousness really increased significantly, not only became stronger and stronger, but also covered a much larger area than before. The medicinal pills are consumed very quickly. It is because the quality of these medicinal pills is not high, the quality is not high, and the efficacy of the medicine is not ideal. Yang Kai wants to quickly restore his consciousness and can only make up for it with quantity. Only the bottle of Zon-level medicinal pills that Lahia finally delivered, it took less than 2 days to support it and it was completely consumed. No one has ever dared to cultivate the power of divine sense like Yang Kai, and recklessly exhausted the power of divine sense, and then madly took medicine pills to supplement it. Become an idiot, there is no reason to live. But under the action of Wen Shenlian, Yang Kai doesn't have to worry about this. 10 days later, after the medicinal pills were exhausted, Yang Kai realized that his consciousness had grown a lot, and tried to destroy the soul-chasing seal that Shan Qinglo had left in his body. Unfortunately, he still couldn't shake it, but it caused the demon girl to stay in the soul-chasing seal. A divine sense, gasping for breath, and phantoms, seduced Yang Kai straight to the point of anger. Sooner or later, she will be stripped naked, hanged up and beaten. Yang Kai was secretly ruthless. There was a soft sound, and there was a knock on the door outside. Come in, Yang Kai shouted in a deep voice. When the door was pushed open, Bai Luo, dressed in fiery red clothes, had an enchanting face, 60xs hot, and walked in with a grin. It can be seen that she deliberately dressed up, and the choice of this outfit also somewhat imitated the taste of Shan Qinglo, and a faint charm flowed between her brows. Yang Kai was slightly startled. Why are you? Since returning to the palace that day, Bai Luo has never appeared in front of Yang Kai, but the beautiful woman Yunli has helped her to say a few good words from time to time, so that Yang Kai will not pursue the previous matter. I never thought that she would take the initiative to look for it today. But now Bai Luo no longer had the arrogance that she had before, she couldn't help feeling a little nervous and depressed when facing Yang Kai. Come and see you, Bai Luo whispered softly, with a rare tenderness, and looked at Yang Kai timidly. Yang Kai smiled. If you still care about that, you don't have to worry, I won't trouble you. Aren't you angry? Bai Luo looked at him in surprise. As long as you don't count me again. Anenan, I promise it won't happen again, that day was just an accident. Bai Luo smiled and ran to Yang Kai to stand pretty and said softly, if your lord asks about that day. Quote. I was itchy for a while, and I discussed with Liu. Yang Kai heard Shanjan Nuyayi, so he naturally knew how to answer. Bai Luo smiled, patted her slender snow-white palm on her chest, and took a deep breath. Completely let go of the big stone in my heart. Sincerely, you were really nice, I misjudged you before. Just after the praise, I found that Yang Kai was staring at her crisp breasts. He quickly blocked his arm in front of him and blushed. Hey, don't look at it all right. Done. Seemingly remembering something again, he let go of his arms, deliberately raised his towering chest, and said indifferently, look, let's see, I'll apologize to you, anyway, I won't lose a piece of meat. She is so carefree, which makes Yang Kai a little unbearable. With a coquettish smile, Bai Luo jumped onto the incense bed and came behind Yang Kai. He knelt down halfway. then stretched out his hands, straightened Yang Kai's head, stretched out his fingers, and kneaded gently. How do you? Yang Kai was surprised. Isn't Sister Yunli here to help you relieve your fatigue at this time every day? I took over this job today. I wanted to apologize to you, but I didn't expect you to talk so well. It's rare for this girl to serve you once, and I'm very grateful. Just enjoy it. Yang Kai couldn't help being stunned, only then did he know that Bai Luo really felt guilty about what happened that day. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this to please myself. Ever since Yunli helped Yang Kai knead it that day, Yang Kai has eaten the marrow and knows the flavor, and has to fight with her every day. The exhaustion brought about by the cultivation of spiritual consciousness. Every time, it can be dispelled by the slender fingers, making people fall like a cloud. Light and comfortable. Bai Luo must have figured it out from the beginning, and only then did he know this. Her technique is not as clever as Yunli's, but she is also very careful. After a long while, Bai Luo suddenly asked, "Are you comfortable?" "It's okay." Yang Kai told the truth. "It's just okay." Bai Luo was shocked. How is it compared to Sister Yunli? Not as good as her. Humph. Bai Luo snorted softly, her face full of dissatisfaction. She rolled her eyes, and laughed wickedly. Suddenly, a screeching sound rang in Yang Kai's ear, seemingly with endless charm and temptation. Immediately, there were bursts of rotten and 60xs moans in all directions. Yang Kai opened his eyes, only to see in front of his eyes, all the charming young girls were dressed in revealing clothes, with their robes half unraveled, and their jade bodies turned horizontally, entwining towards him like water snakes. In an instant, Yang Kai's breath became heavy, and the whole person was burning with lust. Noticing that it was not good, she hurriedly performed the Heihuan Gong. Bai Luo, who was behind her, snorted softly, and suddenly fell down limply, her beautiful eyes suddenly blurred. The yin-yang harmony technique seems to be able to break all the charm techniques. The last time Yang Kai was affected by Shan Qingluo's breath, he also used the harmony technique to escape from the illusion. This time I tried it, and it really dispelled the illusion. What are you doing? Yang Kai turned his head and saw that Bai Luo's cheeks were flushed, her beautiful eyes were full of water, and the spring water was full of water, obviously being counterattacked by her own seductive skills. Luckily, she just started it, and she is not hostile to Yang Kai, so the degree of backlash is very slight, but it only affects her mind and does not hurt her. It makes you comfortable. Bai Luo gasped for breath, the whole person was limp and weak, and looked at Yang Kai in awe. What did you do? Why did I get attacked? You're cultivating Mei Gong. Yang Kai looked at her dumbfounded, surprised that she practiced the same skills as Shan Qingluo. Bai Luo responded gently, the enchanting appearance and the groaning moan swayed Yang Kai's mind. This is a more effective temptation than seduction. Yang Kai smirked. You are finished, I just told you not to count me, and you do it again, it seems that you have not learned enough lessons. To be continued. Chapter 323 Yang Gongzi is not good at women. 2 more today. Quote dot. Asterisk 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 asterisk. With a wicked smile, Yang Kai directly threw Bai Luo under his body, and a pair of big hands unscrupulously covered the pair of tall and straight chests. The scorching temperature and amazing elasticity came, and Yang Kai's whole body burned in an instant, only to feel the blood boiling and the lower abdomen was hot. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since the last time I had a double repair with Su Yan. During this period of time, I have experienced the temptation of all kinds of beauty. Although I held it at the last moment every time, but accumulated over the years, the fire has long been buried. Detonate this fire completely. Hey, you, what are you doing? Bai Luo was shocked and hurriedly pushed Yang Kai, but just now he was attacked by the Mei Gong, and his body was completely weak. After being kneaded by Yang Kai like this, his tender body became softer and softer. Can you push away the heavy body that is pressing on you? The hot breath rushed towards him, his heart trembled, and his mind was almost engulfed by this breath. There was a soft sound, and the sound of the torn clothes sounded so harsh, Bai Luo only felt a chill all over her body, the red clothes had been torn apart, and most of the snow-white body was exposed to the air. You bastard! Bai Luo cursed through gritted teeth, with both fear and confusion in his eyes, his hands formed fists and slapped Yang Kai's shoulder hard. Oh, just as she was being beaten, she felt a numbness in her chest, as if there was an electric current passing through it. Bai Luo's mouth burst out with a strange tone. The sound in her ears made her even more ashamed. Looking down, I saw that hateful man was kissing Yin Hong on his chest. Those big hands are also extremely dishonest, rubbing back and forth between the waist and the buttocks. Don't, Bai Luo whispered softly, but the strength of her hands gradually diminished. It seemed that he didn't want to push the man away, and gradually, his whole body tightened, and he put a finger in his mouth and sucked, making a humming sound. No longer resisting and struggling, but enjoying the joy on his face, the beautiful eyes are blurred, the snow white is dripping with sweat, and there is a faint red light, can't help but cooperate with Yang Kai, looking forward to more joy. Yang Kai was stunned, he just wanted to teach Bai Luo a lesson. Although it is a bit too much to teach a woman like this, it is also the target of scoring. Since Bai Luo is cultivating seductive skills, she is naturally not unfamiliar with matters between men and women. This kind of lesson will be unforgettable for her life, and will make her stop thinking about herself in the future. Did not expect. This enchanting girl did not resist for a long time, not only compromising but also quite cooperative. This is undoubtedly exciting news. Aware of this, Yang Kai no longer hesitated, and during the tumbling, his clothes fell off. Cross-martyr. Just as he was about to take action, Bai Luo suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly stopped Yang Kai. With a look of horror on his face, he said, "No, no, no, you can't do this." "Are you kidding me?" Yang Kai stared at her all of a sudden, he's already at this point, can't he hold back himself? "If you really can't stand it, I'll call Sister Yunli here." "It's not possible, but Ruyu Ruaoking is fine. They are all sent by adults to serve you, so how can you treat them?" "They won't resist," Bai Luo said eagerly, with a look of prayer on his face. "How is it?" "I'll call all three of them in." "Don't bother, it's you." Bai Luo had a sad face, blushing and quietly looking at Yang Kai's high dragon head. She couldn't help but startled, as if she was greatly frightened. Suddenly, with a shy look on his face, he avoided Yang Kai's fiery gaze, and said boldly and softly, "Would you like to try something else?" "What?" Yang Kai was stunned. That's it." Bai Luo gritted her teeth and murmured softly. "What?" Yang Kai was extremely confused. Bai Luo was speechless, pulled Yang Kai's ear, pulled his head down, and whispered a few words in a whisper. After speaking, the white cock became more and more attractive, and the beautiful eyes were blurred. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, and then he suddenly reacted. He shocked Bai Luo into a god, and asked in shock, "Is this okay?" "Yes." Bai Luo nodded lightly. "How do you understand?" Yang Kai was shocked, he suddenly felt that in front of Bai Luo, he was as pure as white paper. "The Mei Gong I practiced, these, were taught to me by adults." What Yang Kai didn't know was that Shan Qinglo specially dispatched 2 young girls to assist her because of her seductive skills. It is precisely because she has been with those 2 girls all year round that Bai Luo has that special hobby. "Then do you want to?" Bai Luo couldn't help but snorted when she saw Yang Kai staying there stupidly, and asked with her face covered. Although she is usually carefree, she is a girl after all, and at this time, she blushes ashamed. "Come." Yang Kai was full of interest. "Let's talk first, don't hurt my body, the rest is up to you." Bai Luo added with a blushing face, then turned over and pressed Yang Kai under her body, then she smiled charmingly, rolled her tongue, and lowered her head. A hearty roar, followed by a deep moan in a nasal voice, rang out in an instant. Feng was still outside the building. The beautiful women Yunli and Ruyu Ruaoking were cleaning the fallen leaves when a slight sound of footsteps came from far and near. Yunli looked up, but saw 2 strange women appear in her eyes. There were few strangers in the palace. Yunli had never met these 2, but after a little thought, she knew who they were. It should be the 2 girls that the adults brought back a few days ago, one is Chu Yimeng and the other is Luo Xiaoman. They were imprisoned in Real Yuan, and then placed under house arrest in Yingxiang building. It's probably because he performed well, so he was allowed to move around the palace these days. They should have something to do with the young man in Fenghuan Lu who became an idiot. Thinking like this, Young Li greeted her with a bright smile on her face, and said, "You 2 are Miss Chu and Miss Luo, right?" Chu Yimeng looked at the beautiful woman in front of her, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. She did not expect that any woman in Shan Qingluo's palace would be so outstanding and beautiful. Nodding his head, he said, "Yes, what's your sister's name?" Young Li chuckled lightly. "Sister Chu Xiaoyan has lifted it up, just call me Young Li." The beautiful woman naturally knew that Chu Yimeng had an extraordinary identity. Although she was only a prisoner now, she was born in a noble family, so how could she really call her sister to take advantage of her? Chu Yimeng smiled lightly and didn't say much. Young Li smiled and said, "Are you 2 here to find young Master Yang?" "Well, I heard from the people in the palace that he lives here, so I searched all the way." I want to discuss some things with him. I wonder if it is convenient for him now. Now, young Li looked back at Feng Huan on the second floor and said with a light smile, it should be possible, young Master Yang will rest for a while at this time of day every day. Rest? Chu Yimeng looked surprised, is he usually very busy? Oh, young Master Yang has been practicing every moment since he came here. Chu Yimeng's expression was startled, and she couldn't help but smile bitterly. Although she and Luo Xiaoman are considered to be diligent in cultivation, they will not be practicing all the time. Now that Yang Kai has not slackened since he arrived here, he can't help but admire his perseverance. Come with me, since young Master Yang is an old friend, he should meet you. Young Li chuckled lightly, put down the broom, and said to Ruo Yu Ruaoking, then led Chu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman walked inside. Looking at the surrounding environment, Chu Yimeng's expression became even more bitter, Luo Xiaoman was even more puffed up, and whispered in Chu Yimeng's ear, the place where the stinky boy lives is so good, there are many flowers and plants here, everywhere. Fragrant, and the field of vision is quite wide. On the contrary, the Yingxiangla where the two of them lived. Although there was a fragrance, they could not even see the flowers and plants. The location was quite remote, extremely dark, like a cage, which was more fundamental than the Fenghuanlu in front of them. Not a grade. It's still a separate attic, and there are 3 maids serving you. The more Luo Xiaoman said, the more angry she became. She and Chu Yimeng were both under house arrest. How could Yang Kai be treated so well? In terms of status, the two of them are more than one step higher than him. Wow, there's a bathtub. Luo Xiaoman became more and more restless after entering the Fenghuan building, looked at the huge bathtub with envy, and said pitifully, Sister Chu, I really want to take a bath here. Ah, I haven't washed myself since I came here, and my whole body is itchy. When she said this, even Chu Yimeng felt uncomfortable, so she couldn't help but softly shouted, Xiaoman. Stinky boy, Luo Xiaoman muttered in dissatisfaction. Young Li, who was leading the way, suddenly turned around and said with a smile, young Master Yang is actually a good person. I'm afraid the two of you have misunderstood him. I'll tell him later that he should let you guys wash here. I don't want it, in case he becomes lustful. Luo Xiaoman exclaimed. Young Li said with a smile, no, young Master Yang is not a womanizer. As he spoke, his face turned a little red, and he said, I and Ruo Yu Ruaoking were sent by the adults to serve the sun, but after so many days, the sun has treated us very politely, and he has never overstepped the slightest, although, he can do this completely. So you don't have to worry about anything. He's so good. Chu Yimeng's beautiful eyes glowed with strange light, as if he didn't expect Yang Kai to be indifferent when faced with beauty, but instead he was always cultivating. That being said, this man really has some kind of way. At the very least, perseverance and aptitude are quite good. If you can win over into the Chu family and provide him with the resources to cultivate, I am afraid that there will be great achievements in the future. After thinking about it, Chu Yimeng gave a wry smile. She doesn't know when she will be able to regain her freedom. It is undoubtedly too early to think about this. However, if he can really restore his freedom, he must fight to pull him into the Chu family. Such young people are rare. Chu Yimeng secretly made up her mind. Several people were talking, and soon they reached the second floor. Young Li said softly, young Master Yang is inside, please wait a moment, I will tell you. It's work. Chu Yimeng nodded lightly. Chapter 324 What to Eat. Well, I admit to some YD. Today's update is late, mainly because I am a senior otaku, I am very guilty when I go out, and I also get motion sickness. Although I got home the night before, I have not adjusted it until now. It is estimated that it will take a few days to adjust. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Young Li smiled slightly, stepped forward, stretched out her hand, and was about to lock the door, when there was a sudden movement inside. This movement was strange, and the voice was not too small. It seemed that there was a man roaring, and a woman was whimpering, but the man's voice was hearty and the woman's voice was not clear, as if something blocked her mouth. The sound came into the ears of the 3 women outside, making them all stunned. But soon, the beautiful woman Yunli's white neck turned pink, and the jade hand she raised also trembled slightly, her eyes were slightly blurred, and the water was full of water. She retracted her hand like an electric shock, and bit her red lips lightly. There, I don't know what to do. Chu Yimeng also froze for a while, and then seemed to remember something, her face suddenly turned red, and she scolded lightly, bastard. Luo Xiaoman blinked his big eyes, listened carefully, frowned slightly, and said in surprise, Sister Chu, what's the sound inside? Chu Yimeng was caught off guard by the question, and she didn't know how to answer for a while. Inside, it's probably cultivating. After saying something casually, Chu Yimeng blushed and couldn't continue. Luo Xiaoman looked at her suspiciously, looked at Yunli again, and whispered, cultivation. I feel like I'm fighting. You, why are you blushing? No, Chu Yimeng opened her eyes and said nonsense, only to feel that her face was as hot as fire. At this time, the movement inside suddenly became bigger and more violent. The man's roar and the woman's dull moan were mixed together, converging into a tyrannical impact, which spread into the ears of the three women. This voice seemed to contain a magical power, making people unable to help their legs go soft and their delicate body flushed red. Ah! Luo Xiaoman exclaimed in a low voice, with a look of horror on his face, Sister Chu. Is that bastard man? What? Chu Yimeng's eyes were flickering, and her heart was a mess. Did he kill the woman inside? Luo Xiaoman exclaimed, her beautiful eyes trembling violently, and she begged softly, Sister Chu, let's go, I'm so uncomfortable. What's wrong? Chu Yimeng was surprised and asked quickly. Luo Xiaoman hesitated, and after a while he said softly, I want to go to the toilet, let's go. Oh, Chu Yimeng blushed and almost seeped blood. I also don't think it's worth staying here for long. Just as he was about to say something to Yunli and leave, the door in front of him was suddenly opened. Immediately afterwards, an enchanting girl appeared in front of the three of them. Several people all blushed and looked at each other. The enchanting girl had messy hair and disheveled clothes. It was almost a 60XS with a snow-white 60XS, a bright red halo on the 60XS, a few pieces of clothing in his hands, and he looked panicked. Looking down along the snow-white delicate body, Chu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman clearly saw 5 fingerprints on her body, especially on the 2 white rabbits on her chest. Generally clear, it seems to have been branded into her body, and it looks shocking. Between the slender white legs, a piece of 60XS with crystal clear silk threads is sliding down the thigh. There was a milky white liquid on her lips. Ah! Bai Luo was taken aback and looked at the 3 women in front of her stupidly, then she gritted her teeth and ran past them with a blushing face, and then she disappeared. Although not dressed, but the palace is full of women, she has nothing to avoid, but Yang Kai, she does not want to stay for a moment. Long after Bai Luo left, the 3 girls were still immersed in a strange silence. Good moment, Luo Xiaoman suddenly regained his senses and asked softly, Sister Chu. What did that girl eat? Chu Yimeng's face was also confused, and she slowly shook her head. What to eat? Not cleaned at all. Young Li turned around slowly, her voice trembling slightly. Some dared not look at Chu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman. She just asked, you 2 girls, do you want to see young Master Yang? Chu Yimeng took a deep breath and nodded slightly. They've all come here, and they can't turn around and go back. Young Li responded, and then stood at the door and shouted softly, Young Master, Miss Chu and Miss Luo are here and want to see you. Come in. Young Li was stunned for a moment, then looked at Chu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman and said, 2 people please. Chu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman adjusted their faces before stepping in. After they entered the room, Young Li ran downstairs as if she had escaped. Inside the house, Yang Kai stubbornly sat on a chair inlaid with gold and jade, dressed neatly, smilingly looking at the 2 young girls who walked in. Looking at his eyes, Chu Yimeng couldn't help but remember the movement just now. Her pretty face flushed slightly, and she quickly turned her eyes away. Luo Xiaoman timidly followed behind Chu Yimeng, gnashing her teeth at Yang Kai. Yang Kai didn't take it seriously, just looked at them. Being stared at by this unbridled gaze, Chu Yimeng suddenly forgot what she was here for, and the fool didn't say a word there. When it was silent, the sound of footsteps came from downstairs again, and after a while, Bai Luo, dressed in fiery red, left and returned. At this moment, she had already put on her clothes, and although her face was still flushed, her previous embarrassment was gone, and she returned to her usual enchanting beauty. Without any scruples about Chu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman in the house, Bai Luo shouted to Yang Kai, Hey you bastard, I warn you, I just want to try what it's like to be a man, not to have anything to do with you. You don't owe me, I don't owe you for today's matter, so don't bother me in the future, do you understand? Yang Kai was stunned, and nodded with a wry smile, I know. Bai Luo waved her small fist angrily, and said with a show of strength, If you dare to entangle, be careful that this girl wants you to look good, huh? Seeing that she didn't want to see Yang Kai so much, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help but feel a sense of shared hatred and looked at her with a smile, as if she hoped that she would scold Yang Kai a few more words to relieve her anger. Unexpectedly, Bai Luo just said a word and turned to leave. This sister, Luo Xiaoman couldn't stand it any longer, and hurriedly greeted her. What's the matter? Bai Luo looked at Luo Xiaoman with a smile. Eyes wandered between her huge twin peaks. You haven't wiped your food clean, and there's still. Luo Xiaoman reminded with a smile, reaching out and beckoning at the corner of his mouth. Bai Luo was stunned, reached out and wiped it, and found that it was indeed the case, glared at Yang Kai angrily, and smiled sweetly to Luo Xiaoman. Thank you, I'll find you to play another day. Luo Xiaoman answered happily. Did not expect. The women in this palace are also very talkative. Chu Yimeng watched her words and expressions on the side. I always felt that something was wrong, but I couldn't tell what was wrong, frowning and thinking hard. But got nothing. Bai Luo left like a whirlwind. Being interrupted by her like this, Chu Yimeng's mind also stabilized, and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. I can't see it. You have lived a very nourishing life here. The living environment is so good, and there are beautiful women to serve. I'm afraid are you a little reluctant to think about Shu? Yang Kai smiled and stared at Chu Yimeng for a while, raised his eyebrows and said, Sister Chu Xiaoyu came to me today, I'm afraid she's not here to envy my life. If you have anything to say, don't go around and say it directly. I don't like women playing tricks in front of me. Chu Yimeng was stunned for a moment, then nodded with a chuckle, it's better to get straight to the point. It's like this, I want you to help the two of us get out of here. Really? Yang Kai looked calm and said lightly, do you think I am someone who has this means? Chu Yimeng smiled and said, at the very least, you have not been imprisoned with all your strength, how would you know if you didn't try? With a faint sigh, she said, you and I are different from Xiaoman, me and Xiaoman are both in true essence. Being banned, you can't deal with people at all. Are you willing to stay here for the rest of your life? Say so. He covered his mouth and smiled again. That's right, you have no worries about food and clothing here, and there is a seductive queen to back you up, so you don't have to worry about your cultivation resources, and there are more beautiful women to serve you. I'm afraid even a man will not want to leave. Don't use aggressive tactics with me. Yang Kai sneered, do you think it's useful? Chu Yimeng frowned. Aware of Yang Kai's difficulty, he smiled bitterly. Okay, I'll be more forthright, talk about your conditions, what do you want me to do before you are willing to help me and Xiaoman leave? Why do you think I can let you go? Yang Kai frowned, looking unhappy, this woman is too self-righteous. It's just that your relationship with the seductive queen is not ordinary. As long as you are willing to say something nice in front of her, Xiaoman and I are of little value to her. What's the use of her detaining us here? My Chu family Hizwegu can make up for her loss with supplies. Seeing Yang Kai's contemplation, Chu Yimeng hurriedly said, you just need to send a message, Xiaoman and I really can't see her, or we won't come to ask you. I can't see her either. Yang Kai snorted coldly. How is that possible? She was so kind to you before. Chu Yimeng looked distrustful. It's up to you to believe it or not. I'm not afraid to tell you that Shan Qinglo is not in Piaoshang City now. It seems that she has gone to the Thunder Beast King's territory with the masters in the city. Yang Kai was able to know the news because he inadvertently overheard those experts in the Immortal Ascension boundary when he was fighting with Liu that day. Although he fought with Liu that day, he also watched 6 directions and listened to all directions. Ah, Chu Yimeng exclaimed, her beautiful eyes flashing with excitement and eagerness, she asked anxiously, since she's not here, why didn't you leave? Could it be that you really want to stay here for the rest of your life? Where can I go? Yang Kai looked at her coldly, his eyes full of ill will and disgust. Go. Chu Yimeng was at a loss for words. Yeah, where can he go? The Lingxiao Pavilion is probably empty now, the elders of the division, the brothers and sisters of the same school are all gone, where can he go? It seems that he has nowhere to go. With just one sentence from Yang Kai, Chu Yimeng immediately realized his dilemma. What's more, what Chu Yimeng didn't know was that there was Shan Qingluo's soul-chasing seal in Yang Kai's body. With this thing, even if Yang Kai fled to the ends of the earth, Shan Qingluo would still be able to find him, so he might as well save his energy and stay here. To be continued. Chapter 325. Would you like to come back to Chu's house with me? Chu Yimeng suddenly suggested seriously, with sincerity in her eyes. This is definitely an opportunity. Chu Yimeng can also see the good looks between Yang Kai and Shan Qingluo. If he can come up with effective conditions to impress him at this time, it will undoubtedly be a chance for Chu family to win over a leader. This time the pain of being imprisoned was worth something. Chu Yimeng is a decisive woman, so she naturally knows what to do at this time. Sister Chu Xiaolu, are you joking? Yang Kai looked at her indifferently and sneered softly. I'm serious. Chu Yimeng brushed the broken hair from her ear. I can provide you with better treatment than here. You can do whatever you want. You can cultivate resources and serve beautiful women. Sister Chu, Luo Xiaoman whispered, not expecting Chu Yimeng to offer such a generous offer in order to win over Yang Kai. As one of the 8 great families in the central capital, the Chu family has huge power and strong capital. Many people in the world have squeezed their heads and want to drill in, but the Chu family is also above the top. Elite or master. But, it doesn't cost so much to win over a few immortal ascension boundaries, right? Is this guy so valuable? However, although Luo Xiaoman's mind is not as sensitive as Chu Yimeng's, she has been with Chu Yimeng for a long time, and she knows that she has always been accurate in seeing people. Since she dared to say that, the man in front of her might be worth winning. Thinking of this, Luo Xiaoman did not dare to underestimate Yang Kai any longer, and even looked at him with a more correct expression. How is it? I'm telling you this matter very seriously. Chu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai solemnly and continued to ask. Yang Kai frowned. He didn't expect that this woman was not only talented, but also very decisive. Just based on her various performances during this period, if this woman does not die, she will definitely be a person in the future. Even as I told you before, if you want to marry a woman from my Chu family, I can make the decision and promise you. It just so happens that I have a cousin who looks pretty good. You can take a wife or a concubine as you please. Yang Kai looked at her with a playful expression. Female sex can't tempt me. Chu Yimeng chuckled, her beautiful eyes flowing. That just now. It was just an accident just now. Yang Kai was calm and composed, without the slightest embarrassment. Then do you agree or not? Chu Yi dreamed of Yang Kai's watertightness, and felt more and more difficult for him, and couldn't help but feel a little annoyed. If it was another young man who promised such conditions, I am afraid that he would have surrendered long ago, but he has a look of indifference, not even the look of temptation. How much appetite does this bastard have? No, I'm doing pretty well now. Yang Kai didn't plan to talk nonsense with her again, and simply refused. Chu Yimeng was startled, and suddenly smiled slightly. You better think about it. If you figure it out, you can come to me at any time. The door of Chu's family is open for you. She knew that this kind of man couldn't be forced, and she had to give him the right to choose freely, otherwise not only would things fail, but she would also secretly regret her urgency in her heart for bad things. But seeing him so calm, Chu Yimeng couldn't help but feel a little angry, so he asked more urgently. Let's talk about another thing. Can you help Xiaoman and me pass on a message to the seductive queen? Let's talk when I see her. Yang Kai frowned and shrugged. You saw it too. I am a prisoner now, but it's much better than your treatment. Yes. Chu Yimeng smiled. Thank you anyway. If I can survive this time, I will definitely rectify the name of your high heaven pavilion when I return to Chu's house. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he stared at her for a long while before he nodded slightly. Chu Yimeng's words finally won some favor from Yang Kai for her. You can do it yourself. Yang Kai said and closed his eyes and meditated. Chu Yimeng watched for a while, and found that this person was actually practicing hard in front of herself and Luo Xiaoman, and she couldn't help laughing. Knowing that the other party was seeing off guests, she didn't stop there. She pulled Luo Xiaoman and said, let's go. Bar. That's right. Before going out, Yang Kai suddenly shouted, if you guys want to take a bath, let Yunli and Ruo Yu Ruoking prepare some warm water. The bath is on the first floor, and I won't leave this room for the time being. Quote. Chu Yimeng's face turned red, and only then did he realize that he had listened to every word that he and Luo Xiaoman said when they went upstairs. Thank you, I hope we will not be enemies in the future. Staring at Yang Kai deeply, Chu Yimeng said in a low voice. Going down the first floor, Luo Xiaoman couldn't help but ask softly, Sister Chu, are you really so optimistic about that guy? Chu Yimeng's expression was solemn. She pondered for a while, then nodded and said, well, this person is the most powerful among the people I have fought against. Moreover, it has only been half a month since he hasn't seen him, and he seems to be a lot stronger. Although it is lower than my realm, I always have an invisible pressure in front of him. That may be because our true essence has been imprisoned. If we really regain our strength, we may not be afraid of him. No, Chu Yimeng shook her head slowly, I trust my intuition. Lu Qingyao from the Lu family may not be able to compare to him. Ah, the number one son of the 8 great families can't compare to him. Luo Xiaoman's eyes were full of surprise. It's the 7 great families, the young masters of the Yang family are all outside, not counted. Chu Yimeng smiled bitterly, thinking of the way the Yang family cultivated direct disciples, she couldn't help being a little dismissive. After thinking about it, I suddenly became alert. Yang Kai is also surnamed Yang, shouldn't it? It shouldn't be. Although she doesn't recognize the young sons of the Yang family, none of those people can be of this age. There is only one youngest son of the Yang family who is similar in age to Yang Kai, but it is said that the youngest son is not suitable for cultivation. However, this person's ruthlessness and domineering are exactly the same as those of the Yang family. Fortunately, this person has no background. If he has a big background, hee. Chu Yimeng shook her head with a wry smile. When she was in Zhongdu, her eyes were always above the top, and few of those sons and brothers could get into her eyes, but she didn't want to. This time Jingji moved out for a walk and met such a person. While talking, he went outside to find Yunli, asked her to help prepare some hot water, and then took a bath in the bathroom on the first floor with trepidation and vigilance. But I don't think Yang Kai has really been practicing on the second floor and has never appeared. Since that day, the desires accumulated over the years have been vented in Bai Luo's cherry mouth. Yang Kai's heart has completely calmed down. The way of cultivation is to relax and have a proper way. The relaxation that time seemed to have completely eliminated Yang Kai's fatigue for more than a year, and the whole person was also refreshed from the inside out. Yang Kai has a faint feeling, and his mood has actually improved. The improvement of the mood, the relaxation of body and mind, and even the speed of cultivation have also become a lot faster. Although there is no medicinal pill to supplement the power of spiritual consciousness, Yang Kai still did not stop spying on the true formula of alchemy. Prying, exhausted the power of the divine sense, waited for a few hours, and let the divine sense slowly recover. The proud golden body art and the incense burner finally played a role during this time. These two things and fisting techniques that have been dusted for a long time have not been used for a long time. But as long as there is a chance, Yang Kai will remember to use it. 3 days later, Shan Qingluo returned to Piaoshang City. Came to Fenghuan Lu for the first time. I haven't seen her for a few days. This demon girl seems to be more and more seductive and charming. Her whole person is always exuding a faint spring love and charm. Her delicate body is like a weak willow fufeng, seemingly vulnerable, but in fact it contains a huge power. This is one of the few masters in the world, and no one can underestimate him. Mei Mei looked at Yang Kai with watery eyes, and said with a smile, "Little bastard, these days are quite honest." Yang Kai snorted a few times without smiling. "I have self-knowledge." "Okay, don't be angry." Shan Qingluo whispered softly and was full of charm. "Didn't I leave a few women to serve you? Why did you hear Yunli say that you didn't eat a single one?" "I can't see it, you still quite serious." Shan Qingluo looked at him in surprise. "That is." Yang Kai felt guilty for a while. Shan Qingluo giggled, leaned over, exhaled like a blue, and said softly, "Bai Luo's skills are not bad." So. Yang Kai blushed and quickly changed the subject. "You demon girl, what do you want to do by leaving me here?" "I didn't want to do anything." Shan Qingluo turned her delicate body, brought up a dazzling glow, and sat down on the incense bed, looking at Yang Kai with a smile. "Are you bored?" "What do you think?" Yang Kai looked at her coldly. Shan Qingluo said, "Then why don't you go out for a walk?" "Where can I go?" "You can go wherever you want, and no one will stop you." Yang Kai glared at her, suddenly reacted, and looked at her suspiciously. "You mean, I can leave here?" "Of course, when did I say you couldn't get out of here?" "Lol. You woman." Yang Kai was annoyed. "Okay, don't be angry." Shan Qingluo's expression became serious, and she said solemnly, "I came back this time to tell you that you can leave here. If you want a man, you don't need to lock him up." "I don't understand a thing." "Yes, you can keep my people, but you can't keep my heart." Yang Kai nodded sternly, and eagerly proposed, "The soul-chasing seal. Keep it for now, or I won't be able to find it if I look for you." Shan Qingluo pursed her red lips, looking a little sad. "Okay." Yang Kai didn't force her. Although Shan Qingluo said he could leave, Yang Kai didn't feel much joy, at least, not as excited as he imagined. Probably because she knew that even if she kept herself by her side, she didn't have the slightest malice, so even though she was trapped here these days, she didn't feel much disgust. What's more, by virtue of her name, Yang Kai has also gained a lot of benefits, and she is not disadvantaged. If it wasn't for the sea of knowledge that went deep into Shan Qingluo and saw a lot of her inner activities, Yang Kai would have torn her face with her long ago. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for a recommendation vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 326 Fierce Evil Cave. By the way, what are you going to do with Chu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Luo Xiaoman doesn't matter, although Zuigu is quite powerful, it is still worse than you, but Chu Yimeng is from the Chu family. I know the relationship. Shan Qinglo chuckled lightly, but I can't let them go now, I'll take them to the battlefield tomorrow. Battlefield, Yang Kai raised his brows. Well, the world's major forces have been fighting the Kenyan evil land for a long time. Shan Qinglo smiled and looked at Yang Kai. Why are you taking them to the battlefield? Of course I have my purpose, do you want to come with me? No, Yang Kai moved his body and chuckled. It's rare to be free, so I won't be with you and continue to be at your mercy. Such a heartless, ruthless man who treats you with sincerity. Shan Qinglo looked at him resentfully. Stop it. Frowning his brows, Yang Kai remembered something and asked, by the way, I want to ask you something. What kind of place is the Fierce Evil Cave? Quote, Shan Qinglo looked at him in surprise. Where did you hear that? The other day, when I was fighting with Liu, I heard it from someone. They said that Liu's martial skill was learned from the evil cave. Shan Qinglo nodded slightly, but did not go to inquire about the grievances between Yang Kai and Liu. With her shrewdness, she couldn't guess that there was Bai Luo leading the way. Just said, the Fierce Evil Cave is a very strange place, it is full of evil spirits, it is a fierce place, Liu's purple evil body is also a good martial skill, but he can't fully display it, so he can use it. The power has been discounted. What, do you want to go and see? It's a bit of a meaning. Yang Kai did not deny that when refining those purple spirits that day, the proud golden body was faintly touched, which made Yang Kai very curious, not knowing the evil spirit in the Fierce Evil Cave. What secrets are there? If possible, I might be able to spy on the secret of the proud golden body there. Now the world is in chaos, and the smoke of gunpowder is everywhere. Yang Kai believes that his strength is too low to get involved. It is better to find a place to hone himself and make plans when he grows up in the future. Go there. Shan Qinglo frowned her beautiful brows, faintly worried, but she quickly relaxed. All right, you seem to be cultivating evil arts too, go there and see if it really will be a little bit better. Harvest. But the Fierce Evil Cave is in the Ghost King's territory, it is no safer than Piaoshang City, there may be enemies everywhere, so let's go. I will ask Bai Luo to take you there tomorrow, she knows the way, so you don't have to find it yourself. It is good. The next day, when the day was bright, Bai Luo ran over. Since that day of passion, this enchanting young girl has never shown her face in front of Yang Kai again. Seeing each other now, she can't help blushing slightly, but she still glared at Yang Kai and said, Sir, let me take you with me. You go to the Fierce Evil Cave, you bastard, you don't want to go to that kind of place to seek death, you can solve you by saying this girl, and you have to let me go, it's really annoying. Yang Kai chuckled and nodded, it's time to work. Okay, do you have anything to pack? If not, leave now, it's not close to Piaoshang City, it takes a long time to go back and forth. No, let's go. When the two left the palace, they happened to meet Shan Qinglo and Chu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were also outside. They seemed to be waiting for Yang Kai to come out. A few people glanced at each other, Chu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman looked miserable, and seemed to be counting on Yang Kai to say a few more good words to solve the dilemma in front of them. Frowning his brows, Yang Kai didn't see it. Since Shan Qinglo didn't intend to kill them, there must be other arrangements, and it would be useless to say more. I'll take you along the way for a while, and then separate after half a day. I will also help you save some energy. Shan Qinglo smiled lightly. City. This light-hearted hand alone made Yang Kai's brows twitch. Chu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman were also heartbroken, knowing that trying to escape from the seductive queen's hands was a fool's errand. The speed of the group is extremely fast, and it is hundreds of feet in an instant. While flying in the sky, Shan Qinglo whispered to Yang Kai, the Fierce Evil Cave is in the Ghost King's territory, with my evil King Ling, no one should provoke you, but you and Bai Luo don't make trouble when you get there, the people there are not as talkative as Piaoshang City. Bai Luo will send you to the place and come back. Oh, Yang Kai nodded slightly, there are many evil spirits in the Fierce Evil Cave. Although people benefit from it every year, more people die in it. Don't go too deep. The further you go inside, the stronger the evil spirits will be. You can't handle it. Here. What is an evil spirit? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Evil spirits, they are half entities condensed by the evil energy and evil spirits inside. It is difficult to deal with. They are not sane, but they are very aggressive. As long as they are living creatures, they will attack. In addition to comprehending martial skills, what benefits can I get there? Yang Kai asked. The rare Shan Qinglo seemed to have a good understanding of the fierce evil cave, so he naturally had to find out some information first. In addition to martial arts, it is to increase strength. After those evil spirits are defeated, some evil spirits will be left behind. This is a mass of energy. If it can be absorbed and refined, it can increase strength. There are a lot of people who practice inside, hoping to become stronger. There are not only warriors from the evil land of the dark cloud, but there are also people outside who disguise themselves and sneak in, and there are all kinds of people. So it is. Yang Kai nodded secretly. However, there are also some special things in the origin of evil spirits, such as strange martial arts, which is how Liu's purple chi evil body was realized, but these martial arts are more sinister. Another example is the source of increasing the power of consciousness. Someone has obtained such a thing in it, and the power of divine consciousness has increased a lot. Is there such a good thing? Yang Kai's eyes lit up when he heard it, and he wanted to go crazy when he wanted to increase the power of divine consciousness. There are a lot of good things, but you have to be able to earn them. Shan Qinglo pursed her lips and smiled. Yes, heaven and earth are really amazing, and there is such an existence. Yang Kai was amazed, and the other place where he went to Nether Mountain to practice last time was also, and he didn't know how it formed. I heard from my mother that the fierce evil cave is connected to another place. Shan Qinglo laughed softly after finishing speaking, obviously not taking it seriously. Where? Devil. A group of people looked startled, they had never heard of it before. Maybe it's true, otherwise it can't explain why there are evil spirits all over the place, and it can't be killed no matter what. You're joking. Yang Kai sneered. Haha, my mother also listened to what her mother said. Shan Qing Luo Jiao smiled. Yang Kai, are you going to the fierce evil cave to practice? Chu Yimeng's beautiful eyes were shining brightly, looking at him curiously. Yang Kai nodded. Can you bring us with you? I want to go too. Chu Yimeng smiled sweetly. Shan Qinglo gave her a profound look. Chu Yimeng laughed dryly. I can help him, more people always have more protection, my strength is not too low. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Shan Qinglo comforted softly, I'll take you to the battlefield, I just want you to see how those who came to attack the evil land of Kenyan treat the people here. Quote. Chu Yimeng was stunned for a moment, and somewhat understood Shan Qingluo's plan. Actually, righteousness and evil are not as clear-cut as you think, and this world is not just black and white. Shan Qingluo's always soft and seductive voice was a little low at this moment. Half a day later, a group of people parted ways. Shan Qinglo took Chu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman away. Yang Kai and Bai Luo flew towards the Ghost King's territory. The Ghost King of the underworld is like a savage ghost. Among the 6 evil kings, he ranks at the top of the list. He is a very difficult thing to deal with. The Ghost King once coveted the beauty of the previous generation of seductive queens, and even secretly attacked with poisonous hands, only to make the previous generation seductive queens. The danger was saved, so his relationship with Shan Qingluo's lineage was not very good. Even with the 2 territories, there are some dire straits. So even if Bai Luo had Shan Qingluo's evil king's decree on her body, she didn't dare to show it casually, so as not to attract the attention of the warriors on the Ghost King's side. The 2 cautiously headed towards the fierce evil cave all the way, but it was considered unimpeded, and they did not encounter any trouble. Occasionally encounter some warriors, but also look at each other vigilantly, never rashly shot. 3 days later, the 2 came to the 3 miles in front of the fierce evil cave. At this point, Bai Luo stopped, pointed to the front and said, "This is where you are going." Oh, Yang Kai looked up and found that there was nothing unusual there, and there was no trace of the evil spirit in his imagination. Hey, you bastard, you have to be careful when you enter it, don't die. Bai Luo said angrily. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at her, and suddenly chuckled, why do you care so much about me? You won't like me, will you? Fart. Bai Luo yelled, will my mother like you? I don't like you if I like shit. Stop tangling with me, I tell you, I don't owe anyone what happened last time, you have to dare to go out and mess around. Say, I will castrate you. While chattering and scolding, Yang Kai suddenly rushed up, hugged her waist, and kissed her fiercely. Boo! Bai Luo struggled hard and made a fierce move. Yang Kai let go of her again, laughing and leaving quickly. Bastard! Bai Luo pursed her red lips, only to feel that her lips were bitten, and an astringent taste spread on the tip of her tongue. It's a loss, and I'll never touch a man again. Bai Luo thought to herself. It wasn't until Yang Kai disappeared from sight that Bai Luo snorted coldly and turned to leave with an ashen face. 3 miles away, Yang Kai found a dark pit on the ground. Standing next to the pit, a cool breeze blew out from below, not only making the body cold, but also feeling cold. Unusual. It is indeed a fierce place, it is indeed a bit strange, Yang Kai secretly concentrates. The true Yangju slightly turned away, dispelling the cold feeling, and jumping up, the wind roared, and the body quickly fell. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Baidu launched the goddess contest. Please cast your precious vote for the beauties of the beauty bar. The beauty bar must rise. Please vote for the first 3 at shallow degree at Xiao Omo shallow summer at P_Guago. Remember to vote for the first 3, M. Chapter 327. It seems, there are signs of a cold. I have been coughing lightly for the past 2 days, and now the upper jaw is a little swollen, and I have to go to the grave today. The cave seems to be extremely deep, and Yang Kai has fallen for a while without reaching the bottom. After a while, there was a sudden movement of fighting from below, and the flickering light flashed in front of the eyes, and it should be someone who was releasing martial arts. Yang Kai became even more dignified and alert, knowing that what Shan Qinglo said was true. Although this vicious evil cave was extremely dangerous, there were people who practiced in it all the time. I just came in, and I met someone. The more dangerous the place is, the more beneficial it is. The various wonders of the vicious and evil cave are enough to attract people to flock to it. This is also the time when the world is in great chaos, and many people are fighting outside. In normal times, there will be more people here. When there are too many people, there will be disputes, fights and bloodshed. This is an eternal truth everywhere. After a while, the sound of fighting and the light became clear. Yang Kai listened attentively and noticed that there should be 4 people on the other side, and the strength is not very high, probably all of them are warriors in the real Yuan realm. During the fall, I secretly released my spiritual sense to feel it, and the energies of the extreme evil spread throughout the range of the spiritual sense. These energies are strong or weak, and people feel very uncomfortable. They should be the so-called evil spirits. There are also some martial artist activities, but the distribution is very scattered, and the well water does not violate the river water. Although he didn't notice the danger for the time being, Yang Kai quickly took back his consciousness. Divine consciousness is a very dangerous thing. If it encounters any attack that can damage the consciousness, it may be injured. Therefore, even the masters of the immortal ascension boundary will not keep their divine senses outside all the time, but only occasionally use their divine senses to investigate the surrounding environment. After half a cup of tea, Yang Kai came to the bottom of the cave. Not far in front of them, there are 4 figures who are fighting hard, all kinds of martial arts are played, and everyone cooperates closely. You retreat and I advance. You return to me, there is evidence for advancing and retreating, and there is no panic at all. Fighting against them were several things that were glowing green. These things look like people, and there are vague and ferocious facial features on the face, but the body is like nothingness in reality. Ethereal and illusory. In the ferocious roar, there were bursts of ghosts and wolf howls, and there was a gloomy movement. Although they were not too powerful, they were extremely difficult to kill. This must be an evil spirit. It's kind of weird. Yang Kai suddenly appeared behind them, and none of these people noticed. They were probably too focused on the battle in front of them. In order to avoid any misunderstanding, Yang Kai deliberately made some noises. All 4 were startled and turned their heads to look back in a hurry. The next moment, someone jumped out of the battle circle in silence. Facing Yang Kai, vigilantly guarded. Yang Kai was expressionless and did not show any hostility, just stood there quietly, waiting for the end of their battle. The man watched for a while. I also discovered this. I couldn't help but smile at Yang Kai, which was considered a good show. Yang Kai nodded lightly and ignored him, just quietly looking at the environment of the vicious evil cave. This underground seems to be unique, and the entire underground is hollow. Only occasionally there are some stone pillars standing up, not knowing how high. The evil cave is desolate, and there is hardly any vitality in sight. It will inevitably give people a feeling of depression. The environment is also quite complicated and intertwined. Although it is deep in the ground, it is not dark here. There are glittering rays of light everywhere, which seem to be like fireflies and ghosts. The people inside also looked terrifying. After watching it for a while, Yang Kai had already made up his mind. It would be great if old demon was here at the moment. These green evil spirits were undoubtedly a great tonic for him. It's a pity that he is still absorbing the energy of the devil at the bottom of the trapped dragon stream, and he has no such blessing. The few warriors in front of them, although one person was alert to Yongkai and lacked a companion to fight, but the remaining 3 did not dare to hide anymore. All kinds of ferocious martial arts were used, and a few green evil spirits were quickly killed. Accompanied by bursts of sharp howls, the bodies of those green evil spirits suddenly collapsed and disappeared in the air. Only a few clumps were left, which looked very clear, but still contained some evil powers suspended in midair. The source of evil spirits, Yongkai moved. All the warriors who come to the fierce evil cave are for the origin of this evil spirit, absorbing and refining it, and can obtain various benefits from it. However, these groups of green evil spirits seem to be a little weak, and they do not contain much energy. Discovering this, Yongkai retracted his gaze. Those few people looked at Yongkai and were very satisfied with his stable performance. One of the men who looked relatively calm said to the other woman, "Sister Rong, put your things away." "Oh." The woman nodded, and then took out a small bottle from the cloth bag around her waist, pointed the bottle at the source of the green evil spirits, and moved her true essence slightly. Shish. The bottle that wasn't too big contained all the sources of the evil spirits. The girl shook the bottle with a smile, staring at her with a pair of beautiful eyes, with a very satisfied expression. Yongkai frowned and looked at all this curiously. The man who spoke just now seemed to be aware of this, so he couldn't help smiling brightly, and clasped his fist at Yongkai and said, "I'm going to Dao Yong, how dare you ask your excellency?" Yongkai. It turned out to be Brother Yong. Dao Yong laughed, raised his eyebrows, and said bluntly, looking at Brother Yong, "It seems that you don't know much about this place." Yongkai nodded. Shan Qinglo only told him about the dangers and opportunities in the fierce evil cave, and did not say that there is such a bottle that can collect the source of evil spirits, so he is also very concerned about this. First time. The first time. No wonder. Dao Yong looked a little familiar, at least he didn't show malice, and he didn't rely on more people to bully the less. Yongkai feels that it is necessary to re-examine the warriors of the Kenyan evil land. People in the world may have too much prejudice against the evil land of Kenyan, so they feel that anyone living here is not a good thing. Don't you know that there are bad people and good people, coexist everywhere? Yongkai and Dao Yong were talking, and the other 3 people around him also looked at Yongkai with great interest. They seemed to think that this person was a bit silly and ridiculous. Barged in alone. I really don't know how to write dead words. What is this bottle? Yongkai pointed to the bottle in the girl's hand and asked. Since Dao Yong is not malicious, he can naturally inquire about the news. This. Dao Yong took the bottle from the girl's hand. Shaking in front of Yongkai, I saw the green light inside, turbulent like a stream of water. This is a spirit-purifying bottle, which is a kind of secret treasure specially refined for the warriors who have come here to experience. What's the use? Seeing him really knows nothing. Dao Yong couldn't help laughing bitterly, rubbed his forehead, and explained patiently, Brother Yong, do you know that the evil spirit will leave its origin after being killed? Kindness. There are all kinds of wonders in this source, and you can get benefits after being absorbed and refined. But, this source is not something that can be absorbed casually. It contains a lot of evil power, which requires martial artists to refine it. The more powerful the evil spirits are, the stronger the evil spirits in the origin left behind after death. Yongkai nodded slightly. He could also sense the power of yin and evil contained in the source of evil spirits. It was pure vicious energy that no one could accept. If you absorb too much, you will only lose your mind. It takes time to refine the scorpion. In this vicious and evil cave, there are crises everywhere, and it is impossible to absorb the smelting scorpion on the spot every time the evil spirit is killed. How dangerous and stupid can people do this kind of thing? Dao Yong chuckled. The spirit purifying bottle will work. It can hold the source of evil spirits in it, and after finding a suitable opportunity and a safe place, take out the source and use it. So it is. Yongkai suddenly realized. I didn't expect that there are quite a few famous people here, and I rushed over by myself. It seems that I have to be more careful. And the spirit purifying bottle also has the effect of purifying the power of yin and evil. The longer it is placed in it, the easier it will be for us to refine the source of the scorpion. However, doing so will damage the spirit purifying bottle, so it is best not to keep it for too long. Try to find an opportunity to refine the scorpion earlier. You can also increase your strength, hehe. I've been taught. Yongkai clasped his fists in a serious tone. Brother Yong, you're welcome. Dao Yong smiled lightly. After speaking, he frowned. He seemed to be struggling and hesitating, but he quickly said to the woman, Junior sister, give me another bottle. Hearing that, the woman took out another bottle and handed it to Dao Yang. Dao Yang turned his hand and threw it towards Yang Kai. He smiled and said, "Brother Yang had better bring one, otherwise it would be very troublesome to be alone." Senior brother, seeing that he was so generous, he directly gave a purification bottle to a stranger, and the other three couldn't help but exclaim. The spirit purifying bottle, although it is not a high-end secret treasure, it is quite troublesome to refine. They only brought 3 of them this time. Just change hands and send one out. Everyone is here for experience, so it's right to help each other and support each other. Dao Yang glared at the 3 of them quietly, motioning them to shut up. Yang Kai stretched out his hand to take the bottle of purification, and his brows could not help but wrinkle slightly. The so-called meritless reward, although he did not have any malice towards Dao Yang and the group when he came down, but everyone met by chance, and they were so generous, which made Yang Kai a little surprised. This can't help but make him suspicious, wondering if the other party has something to ask him for help. But they don't know themselves, so how can they help themselves? Deliberately returning the bottle, Yang Kai endured it again. It is not good for others to send their own things, and it is not good to return them directly. It may give people a feeling of hot face and cold butt. What can I exchange with them? Yang Kai hesitated. Divine consciousness swayed around in the black book space. In addition to the 10,000 medicine spirit liquid, spirit milk, spirit ointment, there was also a yin and yang demon ginseng. In addition, there are the secret treasures of the major overseas sects, and there are Shira sword and Chinrui blood begonia in his body. These are things that cannot be given away. Other than that, there are some medicinal herbs. These medicinal pills were prepared for him by Ling Taishu at the beginning, and they were not used up at that time. There were also 2 bottles of heaven-grade medicinal herbs, which were taken out from Shan Qingluo's treasury. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Grouping 124 to vote for a recommendation vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 328, Short-Sighted. I will go out to sweep the grave, and update it first. After such an investigation, Yang Kai suddenly realized that he was actually quite shabby. After thinking about it carefully, I still feel that I will give them a bottle of heaven-level medicinal pills. A bottle of heaven-level medicinal herbs is also worth a lot, and this is from Shan Qingluo's treasure house, and it is of high-level heaven-level grade, and each bottle is worth at least 200,000 or 300,000 taels of silver. Should be enough to offset a purifying bottle. Yang Kai frowned and pondered, his consciousness wandering in the black book space, although it was only a moment, but in the eyes of others, he was in a daze. The 3 of them didn't bother Dao Yang to give Yang Kai a spirit-purifying bottle, but because he was a senior brother, they endured it. But they still felt that the senior brother was too generous and a little reckless. It was the first time that everyone met, so even if they wanted to befriend him and show affection to him, that was not necessary, right? At this moment, seeing Yang Kai actually put on an expression of ignorance, I can't help but feel a little annoyed. The girl named Rongmei also seemed to be a straight-minded person, so she snorted coldly, "Don't you even say thank you when someone gives you something? You're not dumb." The other 2 also faced each other coldly, as if they had suffered a big loss. Yang Kai was stunned, looked up at them, and said lightly, "I'm sorry, I'm thinking about things, and I'm a little lost." "Have you finished thinking about it?" The girl Rongmei was unrelenting, as if she had to listen to Yang Kai to say thank you before she was willing to give up. Kindness. Yang Kai nodded, threw a bottle of medicinal pills at Dao Yang, and then clasped his fists and said, "There will be a period later." Quote. After he finished speaking, he shook his body and left like lightning. Cha! Rongmei chased after a few steps, but Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Feng Xin was immediately annoyed and stomped, "This person. You guys, hey!" Dao Yang looked at the 3 failed junior brothers and sisters, shaking his head and sighing helplessly. Although he didn't scold them, the disappointment between his eyebrows was obvious. Senior brother. There is a thin junior brother looking at him suspiciously, he deserves to be so friendly. Quote. Yeah, looking at him, he's not a very powerful character, and his clothes are more average. Why should you give him a spirit-purifying bottle for nothing? Rongmei's big eyes were full of puzzlement, and she whispered, "It's really annoying. Man, don't even say thank you." Why did he say that? He didn't take the spirit bottle for nothing. Dao Yang finally glared at them, and casually handed the bottle that Yang Kai threw over to Sister Rong, and said lightly, "Look at it yourself." What? Rongmei took it in dissatisfaction, pouting her small mouth. Isn't it just a bottle of medicinal herbs, can it be worth the value of the spirit-purifying bottle? Snort. Quote. While complaining, he casually opened the bottle cap and took a slight sniff. Huarong suddenly changed color and looked at Dao Yang in shock. A hint of helplessness flashed in Dao Yang's eyes. No way. Rongmei had a surprised expression on her face, as if she couldn't believe it. She poured out a pill from the bottle with a trembling hand and placed it in her palm to observe carefully. The other two also came over and sniffed the rich danxiang. Looking at the round and full medicinal pill, Chi-Chi exclaimed, "Heaven-grade pill. Look more closely." Dao Yang's eyesight was obviously a line higher than the three of them, and he could see the quality of this medicinal pill at a glance. Could it be a high-grade Dan? Not only did the three of them not complain at all this time, but there was a deep joy in their expressions. Heaven-level high-grade True Yuan Dan. Dao Yang smiled bitterly. "Tell me, can you offset the value of a spirit-purifying bottle?" Rongmei's face turned red, and she said, quote, "These people go deep into the vicious and evil cave to experience, and naturally they will also bring some medicines to supplement and heal their wounds. But the medicine pill they brought, the highest is the low-grade True Essence pill, and the bottle that Yang Kai threw out at random is two small levels in the same order. The values in it are also far apart. Moreover, sometimes, a good bottle of elixir is not worth measuring in money. It can save lives at critical moments. What's the origin of that guy? He is so generous." The emaciated junior brother looked shocked and inexplicable. "It's also very interesting to say. It's the first time the senior brother and that person have met each other, but each one is more generous than the other. It seems that they are competing for each other. Peach for him, and Lee for him, that's it." Dao Yang slapped his mouth and looked at the three of them with hatred. "No matter what his origins are, senior brother, I wanted to befriend him, but fucked by the three of you." The three of them couldn't help but feel guilty and confessed their mistakes again and again. Rongmei asked curiously, "Senior brother, how do you see that he is a person worth meeting? There are three kinds of people who come here, and what kind of people are there? What if he is a treacherous person?" Dao Yang smiled. "If he was a treacherous person, he wouldn't have deliberately made a move just now for us to notice." The three suddenly realized that they thought it was Yang Kai's voice that he accidentally made when he fell, but he didn't expect that he deliberately made a voice to make himself and others alert. "Probably because I didn't want to make any misunderstandings. In this way, he is not a person who likes to cause trouble, and his nature is not bad." Furthermore, Dao Yang's eyes seemed to be flickering with electricity, and he was extremely shrewd. Although his words and performance revealed that he did not know much about this place, since he dared to come alone, he must have something to rely on. This man is undoubtedly very powerful. No way, he's younger than us. Rongmei obviously didn't believe it. Age is not everything. Haven't you noticed that when he faced the four of us alone, he wasn't nervous at all and didn't take us to heart at all? What does this mean? This shows that he is not afraid of us, and may even have the strength to kill us, which is why I befriend him." Quote, "How is that possible?" The three of them exclaimed and shook their heads. "I don't believe it." Quote, Dao Yang looked at them helplessly. "Don't be so short-sighted, okay? There are many talented people in this world, and there are many powerful people. You should take a long-term view." Rongmei chuckled. "But even if you say that, senior brother, I still don't believe it. Hee, there must be geniuses, but if he can kill the four of us at his age, it's not a genius, it's a pervert." The other two nodded, and Yi said what was in his heart. Hey, Dao Yang only felt that he wasted 6 words and still failed to broaden the horizons of his 3 junior sisters and juniors. But definitely not without eyesight. You have to see clearly, who can't be offended and who can make friends. If you can do it, you can live 100 years. Quote. Okay, I know senior brother, you want to talk about us going in again, that person is 1 step ahead of us. Rongmei stepped forward and dragged Dao Yang. Let's speed up, maybe we can meet him again. Well, at that time, you can see if he is really capable, and it is useless to say more now. That's right. Dao Yang's eyes lit up, and he quickened his pace. He also wanted to know what Yang Kai dared to rely on to enter this place alone. Miles away, Yang Kai frowned and looked at the evil spirit that floated around not far ahead, like a ghost, with a green body. After careful observation like this, I found that the evil spirit is indeed only a semi-entity. It has no limbs and only vague facial features, which is described as terrifying and hideous. After watching for a while, Yang Kai walked towards it. Evil spirits are not sane, but they are quite sensitive to the breath of life. As long as there are living creatures within a certain range of them, they will be hunted down and attacked, and they will never be able to escape unless they are defeated. Yang Kai was only a dozen feet away when he was discovered by the evil spirit. With a shout, the evil spirit drifted towards Yongkai like catkins. All of a sudden, there was a gloomy wind, and the ghosts and wolves howled. Yongkai slapped the evil spirit with a palm, and the hot palm wind slammed it directly onto the evil spirit's body. The evil spirit was beaten and scattered for a while, and the position where it was invaded by the true yang vitality suddenly seemed to be on fire, and it burned fiercely. Although the true yang vitality was quickly counteracted by the evil energy of the evil spirit, this palm seemed to have caused it to suffer a great loss, and the whole Lu Yingying's body was dimmed a lot. The body rushing forward slammed, and the cries of ghosts and wolves stopped abruptly. Immediately, the evil spirit suddenly turned in a different direction and fled in panic. Yongkai looked stunned for a moment, and felt that something was not right, so he hurried to catch up. Unexpectedly, although this evil spirit has no physical body, but the speed of escape is quite fast. Yongkai chased it for a while, and finally caught it. After 3 or 5 moves, it was defeated, leaving only one. The origin of the evil spirits. The ease is far beyond Yongkai's imagination. I saw that Dao Yang and the 4 had trouble dealing with those evil spirits before, and Yongkai thought it was the same as himself. Standing in the same place, frowning and thinking for a long time, Yang finally felt that this phenomenon was a bit abnormal. It is said that when an evil spirit encounters a living body, it will never die. And a few moves can kill an evil spirit. Could it be because of true yang vitality restraining it? After thinking about it, only this reason can explain it. The true yang vitality, which is the most radiant, has always been the nemesis of evil spirits, and Yongkai is also relying on it to suppress the evil energy in the proud golden body. Thinking of this, Yongkai looked shocked and became quite excited. In this vicious and evil cave, he undoubtedly has a great advantage over others. If such an advantage is not used, it would be too wasteful. Taking out the spirit-purifying bottle, Yongkai imitated Rongmei's movements, and slightly moved his vitality into this secret treasure. In an instant, a suction force came from the spirit-purifying bottle, absorbing the source of the evil spirit into it. Very interesting, Yongkai chuckled. Put away the purifying bottle and continue on the road. There doesn't seem to be many traces of martial artist activities in the vicinity. There are only a small number of people. Yongkai walked all the way to kill, not a single evil spirit was spared. After suffering the loss of the first chase, Yongkai acted decisively, did not give the evil spirits another chance to escape, and directly defeated them violently. In less than half a day, there were 20 groups of evil spirit sources in the bottle of pure spirit, and the harvest was quite fruitful, but Yongkai could also feel that the energy contained in these evil spirit sources was not too strong. Even if absorbed, the increased strength is probably not too much either. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 329. A dozen or so miles behind Yongkai, Dao Yang and his group have been walking cautiously, but after walking for so long, they haven't found any evil spirits, and they can't help but feel very strange. Why is it so peaceful here? Rongmei frowned and muttered. Dao Yang looked surprised, with a hint of horror on his face, and said solemnly, I'm afraid that the evil spirits on this road have already been cleaned up. Who would bother to clean up this outermost evil spirit? Rongmei chuckled lightly, and suddenly seemed to remember something, turned her head to look at Dao Yang and said, Senior brother, are you? Kindness. Others won't bother to run back, but walking from the outside to the inside must be cleaned up. Dao Yang looked ahead with a burning gaze. It seems that I still underestimated his ability. This person is not only powerful, but the exercises and martial skills he has cultivated also seem to restrain the evil spirits here, otherwise no matter how strong he is, not so fast. The other 3 were all shocked, and no longer dared to underestimate Yongkai in their hearts. Yongkai squeezed the spirit-purifying bottle in his hand and faced a mass of evil spirits in front of him, but after trying for a while, he was unable to inhale it. I couldn't help but be very suspicious. After looking at Zongtian carefully, he suddenly came back to his senses. The spirit-purifying bottle also seems to have capacity, and it is impossible to absorb the source of evil spirits indefinitely. Thinking of this, Yongkai shook his head with a wry smile, and directly stretched out his hand to suck the source of the evil spirit in front of him into his palm, driving it to spin a few times in the meridians. Under the smelting of pure true yang vitality, the source of this group of evil spirits was quickly purified and turned into a stream of energy that poured into the proud golden body. Simpler than expected. After swallowing such an energy, a strange feeling suddenly came from the proud golden body, as if it was extremely hungry and thirsty for such energy, and it was seeking dissatisfaction. Sure enough, The energy here is very arrogant and the appetite of the golden body. Yang Kai can't help but look overjoyed when he realizes this. The last time when I refined Liu's purple spirit evil fire, I felt a little bit like this. Yang Kai guessed that this place is a blessed place for the proud golden body, and it seems that it is true now. Anyway, refining the source of evil spirits is quite easy. Yang Kai simply sucked all the 20 groups of sources in the purification bottle into the meridians. It only took less than a quarter of an hour to completely refine it. The proud golden body came with a feeling of more joy and desire, and even Yang Kai felt at ease both physically and mentally. The only disappointing thing is that these energies only increased Yang Kai's strength, and did not make him realize anything else, not even the power of divine consciousness. With a grin, Yang Kai is also quite satisfied. After all, it is said that in the fierce evil cave, the origin of special evil spirits is relatively rare, and whether it can be encountered depends on personal luck. Just as he was about to continue to explore forward, his mind suddenly moved. He turned his head and looked in one direction. His expression was extremely strange. Frowning for a while, Yang Kai hurried in that direction. Half an hour later, the sound of killing came into my ears, and there were flashes of light and martial arts of various colors. Looking at the light, Yang Kai saw a lot of people gathered together. These people were men and women, and they were not very old. Under the leadership of one of the young girls, they were fighting against several evil spirits. The martial arts displayed by these people are more sinister and evil. Everyone's hands are pale, like ghost claws, exuding bursts of coldness. From time to time, some people play martial arts with a grimace-like appearance, snarling an entanglement with those evil spirits. These grimace-like martial arts are somewhat similar to evil spirits to a certain extent. They all have the same vague facial features and are described as terrifying. What made Yang Kai more concerned was that the evil spirits they faced were a little different from the ones they had encountered before. The evil spirits they encountered were all green in color, but the ones in front of them were red like blood, which looked even more creepy. Moreover, these red evil spirits are undoubtedly much stronger than the green ones, and even the ethereal body is much more solid. Therefore, even if this group of people was several times larger than Dao Yang's group, they would not be able to win in half an hour. 4 or 5 red evil spirits gathered around, screaming from time to time. During the howling, they seemed to resonate and act in unison. If they missed a hit, they would immediately retreat. There is evidence to advance and retreat. Compared with green evil spirits, it is more troublesome, many. However, this group of warriors had the upper hand on the scene, but after a while, the body of the red evil spirit gradually dimmed. After one of them was defeated, the balance of victory fell to the warriors. Those grimace martial arts were also released by them again and again, attacking the red evil spirits destructively. I don't know what happened. One of the red evil spirits actually bypassed the crowd and rushed towards Yang Kai before dying. Yang Kai frowned and didn't dodge. He was determined to test the fighting power of this red evil spirit. He stretched out a hand, and the true essence in his palm surged towards it. With a palm attack, the red evil spirit collapsed in the sky and the earth in a miserable howl, leaving behind a mass of evil spirit origin, floating in front of Yang Kai. This group of evil spirits is clearly much better than what Yang Kai obtained before. Yang Kai didn't want to touch the source of this group of evil spirits, but it seems that he swallowed the energy just now, which opened the appetite of the proud golden body. At this moment, it actively generated a suction force, directly sucking the source of this group of evil spirits into the body. Chalk inside. It was too late when he realized that something was wrong. Yang Kai couldn't help but feel helpless for a while. The group of warriors over there were a little shocked when they saw Yang Kai's move to destroy the evil spirit. It can be seen that he took the source away without hesitation at this moment. Hey, friend, are you not being kind? A handsome young man stood up at the moment, looking at Yang Kai with a gloomy face and shouting. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it. Yang Kai knew that he was wrong and didn't want to quibble. Isn't it intentional? The young man sneered. Do you still want to say that you did it unintentionally by taking away the origin that belongs to us? Although Yang Kai's performance just now surprised him, he was not afraid at all. After all, there were 7 or 8 of them, not to mention, Yang Kai's reason was really unconvincing. In front of others to force and rob, is it not intentional? Hearing what he said, the others also stepped forward and looked at Yang Kai coldly, with a look of unwillingness to give up. There was only one young girl. Warong looked at Yang Kai a little pale, a hint of panic flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her delicate body couldn't help but tremble slightly. She remembered the inhuman torture and excruciating pain. Friend, let's make it clear. Although our Ghost King Valley is not a big faction, it is not so easy to talk about. The gloomy young man looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. Yang Kai frowned and said lightly, I'll make up for you. Compensation. How to compensate? The young man hummed softly. No need. Before Yang Kai could answer, the young girl who was hiding behind the crowd walked up slowly. The panic in her eyes had subsided. She just looked at Yang Kai lightly. You don't need to compensate. Quote. Junior sister. The young man looked at the girl in surprise, wondering why she said that. I know him. Don't worry about it anymore. The young girl looked indifferent. Her face was slightly red when she looked at Yang Kai. She remembered the absurd thing about seducing Yang Kai with Zemo and the two of them in a different place. At that time, I believed the words of Zemo's stupid woman, and I really thought he had a hidden illness, but I didn't want him to take a lot of advantage. You know him. The young man felt more and more unbelievable. Looking at the girl and Yang Kai, he couldn't help but be confused. Well, he is still my savior. The girl finally showed a smile, but the cold woman's smile was a little stiff. Miss Lang, we meet again. Yang Kai smiled and looked at the girl. This girl is actually Lang Shan of Ghost King Valley. Both Zemo and Lang Shan had Yang Kai's divine sense brand in their minds, so as long as they were not far away, Yang Kai could feel their presence, but Yang Kai didn't expect to meet Lang Shan here. Yeah, we meet again. Lang Shan nodded slightly, and she was relieved. It seemed that this man had no intention of telling what happened in a different place, nor did he intend to torture himself with the imprint of his soul. Although she knew that Yang Kai was not bad in nature, Lang Shan was still a little nervous. Seeing that the two were indeed acquaintances, the disciples of the Ghost King Valley couldn't help but look at each other, and the hostility of the gloomy youth couldn't help but restrain a lot. You refine the source of evil spirits first, that thing is absorbed into the body, it will be harmful if it is not refined sooner. Lang Shan whispered, and then said to the others, you put these sources away and be vigilant. All around, don't let evil spirits take advantage of it. Oh, everyone hurried to live. Yang Kai is also running the true Yang art with a chuckle. The origin of the red evil spirit is indeed different, and the energy contained in it is much higher than that of the green evil spirit. After a while, Yang Kai lightened his body and said, okay. Okay, the gloomy young man exclaimed, frowning and looking at Yang Kai. Friend, is it not so fast to refine the source of evil spirits? Have you refined it? This thing is not a joke, in case it doesn't work. If it is cleaned up, it is very likely to leave hidden dangers. He kindly reminded him, obviously because Lang Shan said he was his savior, otherwise it would be impossible for his attitude to change so much. Well, I'm cultivating the Yang attribute method, which is more restrained. Yang Kai explained lightly. So that's the case, I said, my friend, how did you destroy the red evil spirit with one move? It's a bit too powerful. Haha, it was because of the restraint of the real element attribute, which surprised me. The gloomy young man did not gloomy again, laugh out loud. Get to know me, my name is Shen Yi. I have offended you a lot just now. Please don't bother with your friends. Yang Kai, the other party is willing to reconcile, and it is easier to talk. Yang Kai will naturally not care about it, after all, it is his own fault. To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Watchangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 330 Xiaoyao Sect, the most free, you know. Inside the fierce evil cave, in a secluded and quiet place, the disciples of the Valley of the Ghost Kings were sitting together. They had just experienced a battle, and they also needed to recover a little. In such a ferocious place, only by maintaining a prosperous state at all times can you ensure your own safety. Even though they were meditating and resting, these people still did not relax in the slightest. They were always vigilant about the movements around them, to prevent those red evil spirits from suddenly killing out. Yang Kai nodded secretly, and looked at Lang Shan curiously. After not seeing her for nearly a year, this cold girl seems to have grown a lot. Lang Shan is not the strongest in this group of people, nor is she the oldest, but the command of all people falls into her hands. It is under her arrangement that this group of people can be so orderly. One of the reasons for her relatively high status in the Valley of the Ghost Kings is that she has gained a lot of experience in the remote experience. The young man Shen Yi also sat aside with a smile, looking at Yang Kai with a kind expression. He doesn't seem to know that Yang Kai has killed two elite disciples of the Ghost King Valley, nor does he know the grievances and entanglements between him and Lang Shan. Why are you here? Yang Kai asked curiously. He really didn't expect to meet acquaintances when he came to Vicious Evil Cave this time. Although Yang Kai and Zemo were in a different place at the time, the relationship between Yang Kai and Zemo was better than that of Leng Shan, but because of the imprint of divine consciousness in Leng Shan's mind, there was still some faint connection between the two. It's just that this connection is one-sided. Yang Kai can feel Leng Shan, but she can't feel Yang Kai. Of course I can be here. A smile appeared on Leng Shan's icy face. Don't you know where this place is? Ferocious evil cave. Yang Kai frowned and suddenly woke up. The domain of the Ghost King. Ghost King Valley. It turns out that your Ghost King Valley is in the Canyon Evil Land. Not bad. Leng Shan nodded lightly. Yang Kai was immediately surprised. Is there a relationship between the Valley of the Ghost Kings and the Ghost King of the Underworld? Although both have the word Ghost King, they have nothing to do with each other, they just belong to his jurisdiction. Then Shen Yi laughed and interjected, it seems that Brother Yang, you don't know much about the evil land of Canyon. Quote. Well, Yang Kai nodded. Shen Yi laughed and said, it doesn't matter, if there is anything you don't understand, just come and ask me. Since you are your junior sister's savior, then you are my friend of the Ghost King Valley, and naturally it is my friend of Shen Yi. I take the liberty to ask, where did Brother Yang come from? Senior brother. Leng Shan snorted softly. She knew Yang Kai's apprenticeship, but because she knew it, she felt that it was a big deal. The High Heaven Pavilion was not very famous before, but after the Evil Lord was born, it became famous all over the world. Because of the Evil Lord's relationship with the entire High Heaven Pavilion, people in the entire High Heaven Pavilion are not very popular now. This phenomenon is not only the case outside, but also in the evil land of Canyon. Because the Evil Lord brought war to Canyon Evil Land as soon as he was born, this is not what everyone wants to see. Aware of Leng Shan's reminder, Shen Yi smiled awkwardly and waved his hand. When I didn't ask, Brother Yang, don't care. My heart is also a little curious, where is this Yang Kai's origin, why can't even say it? Yang Kai smiled faintly. Why are you here? Leng Shan asked curiously. The High Heaven Pavilion is 108,000 miles away from here. It must have been a lot of trouble to think of it. I heard that there is something here, come and play. Shen Yi and Leng Shan were stunned together, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. You are so courageous that you dare to come here to play. Leng Shan shook her head helplessly, but she knew that Yang Kai was powerful and strange, so she didn't appear too surprised. Maybe he's really qualified to come, play. By the way, why are you dealing with red evil spirits? All the green ones I encountered along the way. Yang Kai asked his doubts. Ha ha ha, Shen Yi burst out laughing, and only then did he understand that Yang Kai was really here to play, otherwise, why didn't he even get all the information about the fierce evil cave? Leng Shan couldn't help laughing, and pursed her lips gently. The rest of the Ghost King Valley looked at Yang Kai with a funny look. Yang Kai scratched his head in embarrassment. Okay, Leng Shan coughed lightly, and Shen Yi's face turned straight and he asked, Brother Yang, the green evil spirit you encountered is a bit different from the red evil spirit just now, right? Well, the red one is undoubtedly much stronger. That's it, the vicious evil cave, the more you go inside, the stronger the evil spirits you encounter. The green evil spirits are only encountered at the outermost periphery, and they are easier to deal with. The red evil spirits are only stronger than the green evil spirits. These are not too difficult to deal with. Further inside, there are purple evil spirits and black evil spirits. One is more powerful than the other, and the body is getting more and more solid. The black evil spirit already has a complete body. That is the existence that even the masters of the Immortal Ascension realm have to shy away from. Like us, at most, we can only fight the idea of the purple evil spirit. If you encounter the black evil spirit, you should run away quickly, and you will die if you are not careful. Drop it here. Yang Kai heard a move in his heart. Z evil spirit, I am afraid that Liu's Ziqi evil body and Z Ling evil fire were obtained from the origin of Z evil spirit. So it is. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Furthermore, in addition to the ordinary evil spirits of these four colors in the fierce evil cave, Brother Yang, you should also pay attention to a special kind of evil spirit. Shen Yi also intends to make friends with Yang Kai after the big change in his perception, and he is quite familiar with it. Inexhaustible meaning. Oh, Yang Kai looked at Shen Yi in surprise, and found that his expression was extremely solemn, and there was a hint of worry in his eyes. He couldn't help but ask, what evil spirit? Soul evil spirit, Shen Yi said solemnly, with a slightly warning tone. This thing looks the same as other evil spirits, it is extremely difficult to distinguish, but if you encounter it, brother, I advise you to run away quickly. Why? Because it has a soul skill. Shen Yi grinned, I'm only a true essence martial artist. If I encounter this kind of evil spirit, I can't deal with it. Brother Yang, do you have a secret treasure to defend against the soul attack? Yang Kai shook his head. That's not easy to handle. Shen Yi frowned slightly. People who will come here usually bring some secret treasures to defend against the attack of the soul, and if the conditions are good, they will also bring some secret treasures to restrain the attack of evil spirits, but Brother Yang, the exercises and true essence attributes you cultivate already restrain evil spirits, so you don't need to care about that. It doesn't matter, it shouldn't be so unlucky. Yang Kai chuckled. Although he didn't have a secret treasure to defend against divine soul attacks, he had divine soul skills in his mind. The defense power of that fascination palace should not be bad. So he doesn't care much. Well, yes, evil spirits are rarely encountered. Shen Yi nodded. After a few words were spoken, the atmosphere became more cheerful. Just as he was talking, in the distance, a strange sound suddenly came. The sound was sharp and piercing, like a flute or a ghost howl. When everyone in Ghost King Valley heard the sound, they all turned their heads and looked in the direction of the source of the sound. There is movement, Shen Yi said in a low voice with a positive expression. Well, go take a look. Lang Shan also nodded slightly. Yang Kai didn't ask in detail, but looking at the faces of this group of people, it didn't seem like something big happened. Go. Shen Yi greeted everyone on the road, looked at Yang Kai and said, Brother Yang, would you mind, how about going together? Okay. Yang Kai nodded. He accidentally took in a group of evil spirits from them just now. Since he said to compensate them, he should do what he said. Taking advantage of people is not a good thing. Everyone walked in front. Lang Shan deliberately fell at the end, walking side by side with Yang Kai. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you again. Yang Kai thought she was a little worried, and quickly said in advance. I know you won't. Lang Shan shook her head. I didn't tell you this. Oh, what are you talking about? Lang Shan smiled lightly. I want to tell you that we came to the fierce evil cave this time, not for experience. What are you doing here for the sake of experience? Yang Kai was puzzled. We're here to find someone. Find someone? Well, a few people from outside killed many disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, and then fled here. The Valley of the Ghost Kings is not far from the Xiaoyao sect, so we were pulled in to help. Yang Kai glanced at her casually and found that she looked a little resentful when she talked about Xiaoyao sect. He chuckled and said, that Xiaoyao sect often bullies you in the Ghost King Valley. You didn't come here willingly this time, right? You know as much. Lang Shan rolled her eyes at him, more and more certain of Yang Kai's guess, and said lightly, I'll tell you in advance, after all, you don't belong to the evil land of Kenyan, and the people pursued by Xiaoyao sected as a martial artist from an external force. If you see your fellow practitioners in danger, I am afraid it will be difficult to do. Comrades. Yang Kai sneered, I have lost all my sects, where are my fellows? Lang Shan's expression darkened, and she said, I have also heard about the High Heaven Pavilion, you, mourn. Yang Kai snorted softly. Perhaps it was due to Shan Qingluo's influence, or perhaps it was because of the changes in the High Heaven Pavilion, so Yang Kai doesn't care about what is right and wrong now, and the general situation of the world has nothing to do with him. Who is Xiaoyao sect chasing? Yang Kai couldn't help but be curious. Who else can be except a woman? Lang Shan smiled contemptuously. Xiaoyao sect, the most happy, every night can't fall, you know. I understand. Yang Kai was ashamed, but he didn't expect the icy Lang Shan to be able to say such a thing. And it is said that a pair of twins are very beautiful and very strong, and the two have a good way to join forces. Lang Shan secretly revealed some happiness. They killed more than a dozen disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, and they did a good job. But unfortunately, I was forced to come here in the end. You have a prejudice against Xiaoyao sect. Yang Kai looked at her with a chuckle. Has someone in Xiaoyao sect coveted your beauty? Humph. Lang Shan raised her head proudly, but did not answer directly, but the answer was obvious enough. Hee. Yang Kai chuckled, his expression suddenly turned positive, and he asked in a low voice, if you really capture those two women, what are you going to do? I don't know either. Lang Shan shook her head. I don't want to intervene in this matter, but when the master ordered it, we can only pretend. We may not really catch it, and when we catch it, let's talk about it. Already. Yes. Yang Kai nodded lightly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle starter filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 331 Sincere Cooperation. The group walked forward for a long time. Suddenly, Yang Kai's eyes were like electricity, and he looked in one direction. Wait. Yang Kai reached out and grabbed Lang Shan. Stop. Shen Yi noticed the movement behind him and raised his hand quickly, and a group of disciples from the Ghost King Valley quickly stopped, all of them as if they were facing a formidable enemy. What's wrong? Lang Shan asked in surprise. Yang Kai didn't answer, but looked at it more and more attentively. After a while, his expression turned cold, and his body flew out like lightning. His body was full of true qi, and his big hand reached out and grabbed it forward. In the void, there seemed to be ripples like ripples, and as the ripples spread, a figure suddenly appeared in everyone's field of vision. This person showed a hint of surprise and awe, and looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. His body quickly stepped back, raised his hands and shouted, "Hey, Shilu!" Yang Kai was taken aback for a moment, and his eyes stayed on his pale and colorless hands. The disciples of the Valley of the Ghost Kings, everyone's hands are this color, there seems to be no blood flowing, and they look extremely terrifying. Ah, Brother Yang, stop, Shen Yi also hurriedly shouted. Hearing the shout, Yang Kai quickly stopped. My own person, Shen Yi and Lang Shan hurried up. I can see P. Yang Kai sneered, thinking that someone was waiting for an opportunity to attack, but he didn't think that this was also a disciple of the Ghost King Valley. In this way, the voice just now was the signal sent by this person. After the man was forced out of his stature, he stared at Yang Kai in shock, and when Shen Yi came over, he exclaimed, I'm so stupid, who is this guy? Junior sister Lang's savior, Shen Yi briefly introduced. Only then did Yang Kai know that this Ghost King Valley disciple Cheng Ying was exploring the way ahead. Sorry, it was a misunderstanding. Yang Kai clenched his fists at him. Fuck, you are awesome. Cheng Ying shouted, I brought a secret treasure to hide my figure, and I used the ghost hidden martial art, none of them could see how my hiding place was taken by you. See through it at a glance. Hearing what he said, everyone realized that something was wrong. If Cheng Ying hadn't been able to hide herself perfectly, they wouldn't have let her explore the road alone. This kind of concealment of secret treasures and martial arts, even the average Immortal Ascension Boundary Master can't see any clues. But I didn't expect that Yang Kai, who had not yet reached the Immortal Ascension boundary, had a clear insight. How could this not surprise them? Yeah, Brother Yang, how did you do it? Shen Yi also looked curious. Yang Kai frowned and said lightly, maybe my feeling is much sharper than the average person. Is this okay? Cheng Ying obviously didn't believe it, but since Yang Kai said so, he couldn't ask any more questions. Lang Shan looked suspiciously at Yang Kai's beautiful eyes and thought, but did not go to the bottom of the matter, but split the topic and said, Cheng Ying, did you find anything? Cheng Ying finally regained his senses, wiped his mouth and said excitedly, yes. Those two girls. Lang Shan's expression turned cold. As a woman, the word, girl, sounded a bit harsh. Cough. The whereabouts of the two women have been exposed. Cheng Ying said with a smile and dance, but they are a complete mess. The realm of the two of them is obviously not very high, but when they join forces, their strength has skyrocketed. It should be some special cultivation technique. The of the Xiaoyao sect did not know that several Yu Qing and the second goods were almost castrated by one of the women. Tisk tisk, appalling. This Cheng Ying also seemed to be a lively person. As he spoke, he gestured with a knife under his crotch, and said in a cold war, I can see my crotch is cold, and I will be afraid after a while. Cough cough. Junior brother Cheng Ying, don't talk nonsense. Seeing that Lang Shan's face was not very good looking, Shen Yi quickly interrupted his nonsense. Hey, Cheng Ying scratched her head embarrassingly, and patted her mouth pretendingly. Yes, it's a cheap mouth, it's time to fight, junior sister don't be angry. Lang Shan snorted lightly, and knew that his nature was like this, and dogs couldn't stop eating shit. Shen Yi's expression changed, and he became extremely gloating, and said, then does Yu Qing have a gun, is he being censored? Cheng Ying said with a bit of frustration, it's not a pity, but after taking that blow, I guess he won't be able to stand up for 10 days and a half months. Hee hee, it's time to fight, it's time to fight. In the second half of the sentence, he said to Lang Shan with a smile. Hey, it's a pity. Shen Yi also sighed for a while. What happened later? What happened to those two women? Later, I ran and went further inside. Cheng Ying's expression suddenly became serious. There are purple evil spirits active inside, and, there are a lot of them, I guess they are about to reach their limit. Is that so? Lu Shenyi frowned. What does Yu Qing mean? Quote. Naturally, his intention was to catch them alive. So, he asked us to go and cooperate with them, first kill those purple evil spirits, and then catch the two women out. Fuck, Shen Yi scolded angrily. The Valley of the Ghost Kings has suffered many losses in front of the Xiaoyao sect over the years, but because a Wangquan pond occupied by the Qingyao sect is of great benefit to the disciples of the Valley of the Ghost Kings, even if the Valley of the Ghost Kings is angry, they have to give in and avoid it. For the sake of that Wangquan pond, Ghost King Valley did not know how many young disciples he had married into the Xiaoyao sect over the years, so that the men of the Xiaoyao sect could vent their desires. The two sects have long been like water and fire, but it is impossible to go to war directly, barely maintaining a fragile balance. Therefore, even though Leng Shan and others did not want to get involved in this incident, they had to be ordered by the teacher to rush over to assist the Xiaoyao sect, because Yu Qing had promised that if the two women could be caught alive, the Wangquan pond would be opened up. A month. 1 month, enough to make hundreds of disciples in the Valley of Ghost Kings increase in strength. Leng Shan and others could not resist such temptation. Yu Qing now wants the people from the Ghost King Valley to rush over, clearly wanting to use them to clean up the purple evil spirit, so as to minimize the loss of his own people. The two disciples have dealt with each other all the year round, and they are quite familiar with each other's tricks. How can Shen Yi and Leng Shan still guess his mind? Then shall we go? Cheng Ying looked at Shen Yi and Leng Shan and asked. Shen Yi gritted his teeth, didn't say anything, just looked at Leng Shan. Leng Shan sneered. Go, of course. Even to see their misery, you should go. Shen Yi was instantly refreshed, nodded and said, no servant, what junior sister said makes sense. After a group of people finished their discussions, they immediately walked forward under the leadership of Cheng Ying. The whole journey was very clean, and there were no evil spirits. I think it must have been cleaned up earlier. After walking for a long time, a group of people and horses appeared in front of them, and the number was not less than the group of people in Ghost King Valley, and looking at the traces nearby, it should have been a war. There are traces of blood on the ground, and there are a few more. A corpse is displayed horizontally. A sinister-looking, fair-skinned man was bright red between his legs. He sat on the side without any image. Sweat dripped from his forehead, and his sinister face was full of resentment. His eyes stared at the depths of the vicious and evil cave, and he murmured, 2 bastards, sooner or later, they will catch you and want you to look good, but they dare to hurt me, and they dare to hurt me here. Under the dim light, it can be clearly seen that there is a half-foot-long wound in the middle of his thigh, which is now gurgling blood. In front of the man, a beautiful woman was kneeling in front of him, bowing her head and applying medicine to heal his wounds. Even in this environment, the crotch of this sinister man is still a pillar of the sky. After the disciple of Ghost King Valley came over, Leng Shan looked away in disgust, but Shen Yi leaned over to look at it with great interest. Yexuan said, this injury is not serious, it's just a skin injury. Yu Qing, you shouted what? Yu Qing was immediately furious. If it weren't for the good luck of the goddamn me, this would not be a skin injury. Those 2 bastards must pay the price. I want them to survive and die. Yu Qing screamed, looking extremely angry. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at the Xiaoyao sect, and found that the men in this sect were all fair-faced, as if their hands were a little vain, and each of them was very handsome, but they were fair-skinned. His face completely ruined his handsome beauty. Every male disciple of Xiaoyao sect is accompanied by some beautiful family members. Unlike the man's fair complexion, whose blood is empty, these women are all red and smiling, and they seem to be well-nourished. When they looked at the disciples of the Ghost King Valley, they did not hide the flow of spring in their eyes. There was even a woman who boldly rushed to the Ghost King Valley disciples, showing off her head and making a pose, and her tongue was full of fragrant tongues. Instead of being jealous, the male disciple of Xiaoyao sect beside her squeezed her buttocks happily, causing her to gasp. Yang Kai's expression sank. He found that the people he met during this time were all people who were proficient in the ways of men and women. Needless to say, Shan Qingluo and Bai Luo were both practicing seduction skills, even though they were virgins, is also quite familiar with intercourse. It seems that this disciple of Xiaoyao sect is also doing the deeds of harvesting yin and replenishing yang, but he does not know why he is so frivolous, and there is probably some mystery hidden in it. Although the people from the Ghost King Valley look pretty ugly, the people from the Xiaoyao sect look even more disgusting. Yang Kai whispered in Leng Shan's ear. Who's ugly? Leng Shan was suddenly annoyed. Oh, I mean your hands are as miserable as dead people. What do you know, after a few years of cultivation, the color will change back. Don't compare our Ghost King Valley with the rubbish of Xiaoyao sect, Yang Kai shrugged and said nothing more. Don't talk nonsense, since you are here, let's get started. There are a lot of purple evil spirits ahead, and we may not be able to pass through the strength of one of us, so we must cooperate sincerely. Yu Qing put the pants down. After mentioning to get dressed, he stood up and said to Shen Yi. Shen Yi snorted coldly. I hope your Xiaoyao sect can be truly sincere. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Huazhongkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first post filled lower right triangle to vote. Recommended tickets, monthly tickets, your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 332. The cold seems to be serious. I have been coughing all day, and my coughing consciousness is almost blurred. Fortunately, I don't have a fever. Please touch and comfort me. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The two factions gathered together, and after a brief discussion, they decided to move forward. Shen Yi reluctantly walked in the front to lead the way, and beside him were two disciples of Xiaoyao sect, a man and a woman. The rest of the crowd were scattered in a fan-shaped arrangement, ready to enter the battle at any time. After walking for a while, I saw two purple evil spirits drifting from the front. These two purple evil spirits were full of suffocating energy, more ferocious than the red evil spirits, and their bodies were much firmer, and even their facial features were clear. Not a lot. Even, they gave birth to two tentacle-like things, vaguely visible 5 fingers, ghostly. Come on, Shen Yi shouted, his true chi secretly urged. One of you, one of us. Yu Qing said lightly, and everyone from the Ghost King Valley and the Xiaoyao sect were all in high spirits, scattered on both sides, and each fought an evil spirit. The sound of ghost crying and wolf howling came out, reaching the bottom of my heart, making people feel cold all over. In a flash of light and flint, everyone fought against these two purple evil spirits. The disciples of the Valley of the Ghost Kings used all kinds of gloomy martial arts, cooperated with each other, and dealt with the evil spirit. The same is true for the people of Xiaoyao sect, but the martial arts they play are not as ugly as the Valley of the Ghost Kings, on the contrary, they are somewhat pleasing to the eye. Yang Kai only swept the formation on the side, and did not make more shots. From time to time, he used 1 or 2 tricks to pretend, and he wanted to see how strong the evil spirit was. After a while, I figured out the details. The purple evil spirit was indeed more difficult to deal with than the red evil spirit. Although the 7 or 8 people in the Ghost King Valley joined forces, although they had the upper hand, they did not dare to be greedy for merit and rashly advance. Deplete the power of evil spirits little by little. Such an evil spirit, if 3 of them rush up together, Yang Kai estimates that these people in the Ghost King Valley will not be able to deal with it. A group of people fought for a long time. After killing their respective evil spirits one after another, the origin of the evil spirits left behind is extremely rich. There were people from each of the 2 factions with joyful expressions in hand, holding a spirit-purifying bottle and approaching to collect the source. The first cooperation, the effect is quite gratifying. Both Ghost King Valley and Xiaoyao sect are quite satisfied. Continue. With a smile on the corner of Yu Qing's mouth, he turned his head towards Shen Yi. Shen Yi did not complain, and still led the way with the other 2 disciples of Xiaoyao sect. After killing all the way, a large number of purple evil spirits were captured. After half a day, the 2 factions each collected 5 or 6 groups of origins. Moreover, these evil spirits are gathered together in pairs, so that neither faction will fail. The scene is quite fun and harmonious, and there is a feeling of seamless cooperation. However, Yang Kai keenly discovered that Leng Shan has been vigilant against the movements of those in the Xiaoyao sect, even in battle. Not at all relaxed. After successfully killing 2 evil spirits again, the Ghost King Valley disciple who was responsible for collecting the source was about to step forward to collect it, but a woman suddenly flew out from the Xiaoyao sect, giggled and stretched out her hand. Directly swallowed the source of the evil spirits into the body. Immediately, she returned to the Xiaoyao sect's camp in a fluttering manner, with a proud and contented expression on her pretty face, and the male disciple of the Xiaoyao sect beside her even kissed her small mouth and praised, "Baby, you are so courageous. Big. Hee hee, it's not like they want you to be stronger." The woman said tenderly. Yu Qing. Seeing this, Shen Yi couldn't help shouting angrily. What do you mean? Yu Qing chuckled. It doesn't make any sense. The source of that group is ours, what is it that you rob it so blatantly? Shen Yi, what are you doing outside of your home? Xiaoyao sect and the Valley of the Kings of Ghosts are a family. Now everyone is cooperating sincerely and should help each other. If we accept the source, it doesn't mean that you accept it. Yu Qing didn't take it seriously, said lightly. Then can I understand it this way, you killed the evil spirit, we can also collect the source. Shen Yi looked gloomy and looked at him coldly. As long as you have this ability, it's fine, hee hee. Yu Qing chuckled, don't get angry, it's just a group of origins. Compared with Wangquanqi, your Ghost King Valley needs this more, right? Don't worry, after this incident is completed, Wangquan Pool promises to open to you for a month, Yu Qing will do what I say. Hearing Wangquanqi, Shen Yi frowned, and after a long silence, he snorted softly, I hope so. I don't want to be entangled anymore. The disciples of Ghost King Valley really have no immunity to Wangquan Pond. If it wasn't for Xiaoyao sect's strength, Ghost King Valley would have attacked it long ago. The two factions continued to move forward, but because of what happened just now, the harmonious atmosphere had clearly been broken. Yang Kai followed Leng Shan and asked softly, why did that woman just suck the source directly into her body? I don't think she is practicing the method of restraining evil spirits. It was because she was directly inhaled into the body that the disciples of Ghost King Valley did not have time to collect them. That's Mei Slave. Leng Shan replied softly, you can bear all kinds of damage to the male disciples of Xiaoyao sect. Don't underestimate these people. The men of Xiaoyao sect use special exercises to train Mei slaves to make Mei Nu is so committed to them, even if they are let to die, they will not frown. So powerful, Yang Kai exclaimed, this Xiaoyao sect has some means, and the woman who has been trained is completely entrusted with her body and mind. Well, Mei Nu directly absorbs that source, it will definitely be a little damaged, but she doesn't care, and the men of Xiaoyao sect don't care. One is willing to fight, the other is willing to suffer, that's all, and, the men of Xiaoyao sect, everyone under his command more than one Mei slave, if they die, they will die, they won't take it to heart. Too beastly, Yang Kai sneered, you've lifted them up, they're not even as good as beasts. Leng Shan sneered. When the two were talking, Yang Kai really saw the woman who had just received the source. He was kissing the male disciple of Xiaoyao sect unscrupulously beside him, gasping for breath, fragrant tongue rolling, charming threads forming silk, and a mass of energy passed into the body of the male disciple of Xiaoyao sect from his mouth. The lips parted, the man looked satisfied, and his fair complexion seemed to be a little rosier. On the contrary, the woman groaned, and there was some blood flowing from the corner of her mouth. But she didn't care at all. He just wiped it lightly, and looked at his man affectionately, with a look of sweet happiness on his face. Yang Kai looked at it and shook his head. He knew that the methods used by the Xiaoyao sect to enslave Mei slaves were quite remarkable. Half an hour later, after the disciples of the Valley of the Ghost Kings had painstakingly killed an evil spirit, another woman appeared from the Xiaoyao sect, intending to directly seize the source like just now. Yang Kai frowned, his body rushed forward like a gust of wind, and the back came first. Before the woman arrived, she took the source into her palm. Yu Qing looked at Yang Kai in surprise, but didn't say much, just sneered. The women of Xiaoyao sect cannot care about the damage. Absorb the source directly on the spot, refine it in a hurry, leave the harm to yourself, and give the benefits to the man. But when Yang Kai did this, it was obviously impossible to avoid harm. Therefore, Yu Qing was also gloating at the misfortune, thinking that the Ghost King Valley was in anger with them, so he was happy to watch from the sidelines. I owe you the origin of the two regiments. Yang Kai jumped back and grinned. It's okay, it's just cheap garbage, it's better to send it to Brother Yang. Shen Yi smiled happily, he doesn't care, he knows that Yang Kai's cultivation technique restrains evil spirits, so even if he absorbs and refines it on the spot, there will be no harm. Leng Shan also nodded slightly, agreeing with Shen Yi's statement. The two of them had no opinion, and the rest of the Ghost King Valley naturally wouldn't say much, but looked at the people on the Xiaoyao sect side and hated them more and more. In the next half-day, the origins left behind by the evil spirits killed in the Ghost King Valley were all absorbed by Yang Kai alone. Yang Kai wanted to let go of the origins from the Xiaoyao sect, but he was afraid that Leng Shan and the others would be difficult to do, and can only stand still. Seeing Yang Kai targeting Xiaoyao sect like this, Yu Qing has been looking at him coldly. He sneered, boy, I see how long you can hold on. If you absorb so many sources without refining, you will sooner or later go crazy. Yang Kai replied with a smile, don't bother. HMPH, just wait and see. Yu Qing's eyes flashed with a cold light as cold as a knife. The front suddenly became quiet, and it seemed to be extremely calm. After walking for a long time, not even a single evil spirit was encountered. The two groups of people looked at each other, not knowing what happened. While walking, a strong energy aura suddenly came from not far away. This energy is suffocating and strong, as if some heaven-shattering demon is about to be born, so everyone can't help but change their faces. After a while, the evil spirit suddenly disappeared and became extremely calm. A group of people looked at each other, and they all saw the heartbeat in each other's eyes. The more dangerous the place is, the more beneficial it is to fish. The people from Ghost King Valley and Xiaoyao sector like cats, and they naturally smell the fishy smell. But thinking of the strong evil spirit, they were a little bit jealous. Do you want to go and see? Yu Qing asked hesitantly. Shen Yi was also undecided, and only turned his attention to Lang Shan. Lang Shan frowned, thinking seriously. Before she could think through it, a female disciple of Xiaoyao sect suddenly screamed, "Evil spirit!" Where? Yu Qing heard the words and sighed. Behind. Everyone turned their heads to look, and suddenly a cold wind hit the spine, and the soles of the feet were a little cramped. Half a mile behind, the bodies of Zi Yingying were screaming sharply as they rushed towards this side. Look at the number, at least not less than a dozen. More than a dozen purple evil spirits are simply not something that Ghost King Valley and Xiaoyao sect can handle. Why so many? Shen Yi screamed strangely, and his face turned pale in an instant. Run, Cheng Ying hurriedly shouted. Without any hesitation, a group of people hurriedly unfolded their movements and fled forward as if they were dying. Both left and right, Yu Qing exclaimed in surprise while running. When everyone saw it, they found that it was indeed the case. Evil spirits were all floating around. The purple silhouettes looked shocking, and they were moving in exactly the same direction. It seemed to be the movement just now. Lingdu was attracted. Exclamation mark. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 333 Refuge. I don't know what danger is ahead, but the back and left and right directions are impossible to go, so I can only rush forward. After running for more than 10 miles in a row, everyone suddenly stopped, and their eyes trembled as they looked ahead. A large area of land in front is full of dense purple evil spirits. These evil spirits are wandering back and forth like ghosts, and they don't know what's wrong. They are constantly fighting each other. Moreover, there are more and more purple evil spirits gathering here in all directions, which looks thrilling. Even Yang Kai was taken aback by this scene, and he even talked about the people of Ghost King Valley and Xiaoyao sect. Although the cultivation is true Yang art, restraining evil spirits, but the number is too much. If they come together, Yang Kai estimates that he can't resist at all. In an instant, many people were filled with great despair, panic and fear overflowed in their eyes, and they stayed where they were, not knowing what to do. There are wolves in the front and tigers in the back, there is nowhere to go at all, it is basically a state of incomparableness. Brother Yang, Brother Yang. Suddenly there was a rush of calling not far away, as if calling for Yang Kai. Hearing the sound, Yang Kai turned his head and saw Dao Yang, who had seen him before, beckoning to him with sweat. He is now on a high platform. This high platform seems to be naturally generated, like a large stone pillar, standing in the evil cave. The top is a smooth table, which is about 7 or 8 feet above the ground. Beside Dao Yang, the 3 junior brothers and sisters also gathered together, looking panicked. Besides, there is also such a high platform not far away. Go over there. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and he led Lang Shan and the others to rush there. Yu Qing and the others saw the vitality and followed them non-stop. At the juncture of life and death, Yang Kai couldn't care about so much, and there were a few swaying purple evil spirits in front of them, all of which were kicked out by Yang Kai with true Yang Qi. Rampage all the way. Unscrupulous, he finally found a way to survive surrounded by many evil spirits, and jumped on the high platform where Dao Yang stood with everyone in the Valley of the Ghost Kings. The area of the high platform is not very large. There were already 4 people in Dao Yang's party, and 7 or 8 people from the Ghost King Valley came up again, and it suddenly seemed a little too spacious. Although it wasn't crowded, it couldn't accommodate the people from the Xiaoyao sect. On the high platform, Yang Kai turned around and stared coldly at Yu Qing and his party. Fortunately, they are also self-aware, knowing that it is impossible to ask others to give up their positions at this moment. So they just turned around and sacrificed their secret treasures, guarding the whole body, and flew towards an unmanned high platform not far away. Those secret treasures radiated bright lights in the dim cave, all of them were fire attributes or arc-flashing secret treasures. Only these attacks can restrain the evil spirits. Countless evil spirits were flying around under the high platform, attacking and screaming at each other, as if going crazy, but the high platform was extremely safe. It was not affected, which made everyone puzzled and wondered what mystery was hidden in this high platform. Brother Yang, we meet again. Dao Yang looked at Yang Kai with a wry smile. Yang Kai looked back at him, clasped his fists and said gratefully, "Thank you. Brother Yang, you're welcome. Why are you here?" "Like you, I was chased. Dao Yang laughed dryly. Speaking of which, he took 3 junior brothers and junior sisters along the road behind Yang Kai, but he didn't encounter anything. The places he passed along the road were clean, and there was not a single evil spirit. As a last resort, Dao Yang could only change the direction with the 3 of them, instead of going the same way with Yang Kai. As he walked, he didn't know how to get deep into the territory of Zigen, and finally came across a single person. The purple evil spirit. Before he had time to act, an accident happened. A large group of evil spirits chased after him, and when they escaped to this place, they were reminded, and then they took refuge on the high platform. There are others here. Yang Kai was surprised, looked around, and found that there were 2 slender figures sitting almost a mile away from him, sitting on the high platform over there. At a distance of 1 mile, in normal times, Yang Kai can see nothing, but in the depths of the ground, his vision is blocked, but he can't see clearly, only know that it is 2 women. It's the 2 people chased by Xiaoyao sect. Lang Shan glanced over there and said softly. Yang Kai nodded lightly. These are Brother Yang's new friends. Dao Yang looked at the people in the Ghost King Valley curiously. Before Yang Kai entered the vicious and evil cave alone, he suddenly gathered with a group of people, and he didn't look like a stranger. It made him a little weird. Oh, I met before, I didn't expect to meet here. Yang Kai explained. Dao Yang chuckled. It looks like Brother Yang has friends and relatives all over the world. You can actually meet old friends here. I admire and admire. In the next treasure sect, Dao Yang. Treasure item sect, Shen Yi exclaimed, and Lang Shan's beautiful eyes also glowed with brilliance. Looking at Dao Yang, she obviously heard the name of this sect. Disrespect, disrespect, it turned out to be a high apprentice of the treasure artifact sect. We are from the Valley of Ghost Kings, Shen Yi. Brother Shen, Dao Yang chuckled, but his expression didn't change because Ghost King Valley was an evil sect. Yang Kai also looked at Dao Yang somewhat unexpectedly, but he didn't expect that he was born in the treasure artifact sect. Treasures. A very special sect. It is also a very small sect. There are only 100 people in the entire sect, not even the third-class sects, they are just the last ones. But its name is not inferior to Medicine King Valley. Medicine King Valley Alchemy, Treasure Artifact Sect Refining. There are only a few high-grade mysterious treasures in the world, and half of them are from the hands of the Treasure Artifact Sect. Treasure Artifact Sect's refining method has a unique style and is unique. Although the sect is not large, its name is very loud. In the Treasure Artifact Sect, there are only 20 pieces of artifact refining every year. But all of them are goods above the sky level, which are swarmed by various forces. The patriarchs and suzerains of those small families and small sects do not necessarily have many treasures carried by the disciples of the Treasure Artifact Sect, with good quality and high grade. Therefore, people in the world joke that any disciple of the treasure sect is a treasure. Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to these people before, but now I heard Dao Yang say that he is from the Treasure Artifact Sect. After a closer look, he found that it was the case. Those jade pendants in the room are all secret treasures of extraordinary grade. Dao Yang dared to say that he was a disciple of Baoqi sect, and it seemed that he was sincere in making friends with everyone, so he would not conceal his identity. Seeing him being so frank, Yang Kai didn't bother to hide anymore, clasped his fists and said, "High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai." As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and looked at Yang Kai with a look of surprise. Lang Shan slowly shook her head, as if she knew what effect Yang Kai said would have. Fuck, Cheng Ying murmured, her eyeballs almost bursting out of their sockets. Shen Yi was stunned for a while, before he laughed out loud. I've gained my knowledge, and Shenmo has gained a lot of knowledge today. Saying this, he lowered his voice and said, it turns out that your High Heaven Pavilion is so powerful, and everyone who comes out is sharp. First, the evil lord was born in High Heaven Pavilion, and now even Yang Kai is a disciple of High Heaven Pavilion. How can people not be surprised? Just because he and the evil lord are the same sect, it is enough to make people pay attention. The two of you are so frank today. I, Ghost King Valley, are so grateful. Shen Yi said with a serious expression. Hey hey hey, Lang Shan shouted a few times, you men, do you know what's going on? Can you not talk about anything else and see how to resolve the current crisis? I really don't know what's in your head. What are you thinking about? That's right, Rongmei from the Treasure Artifact Sect nodded her head again and again. Several people looked at each other and smiled bitterly. Yang Kai raised his eyebrows and looked at Dao Yang and asked, Brother Dao, you came first, do you know anything about this situation? I don't know much. We came this time because the master said that he wanted some source of evil spirits to see if he could use it to refine the weapon. Before we got it, something changed. We came here all the way, and it didn't take a while. You are here. Oh, Yang Kai frowned and looked down, only to see the evil spirits tumbling down like thick ink. It seemed like a dark cloud covering the earth. Those purple evil spirits shuttled in the evil spirits at the same time, while absorbing the evil spirits to strengthen itself. While fighting against other evil spirits are killed from time to time, leaving behind a group of attractive evil spirits that exudes a faint light. After a while, there were already more than a dozen groups of evil spirits below, and as time passed, more and more evil spirits were killed, and more sources were created. Everyone looked at the source with hot eyes, but no one had the courage to go down and snatch it. Not to mention whether the large number of evil spirits will attack people, even the thick ink-like evil spirit, I am afraid that it will not have a good result. If you really want to know, I think we have to ask the two girls over there. We also got their kind reminder to avoid a difficult situation. They should know more than me. Dao Yang said, looked into the distance. Shen Yi, Yu Qing apparently also found the hiding place of the two women. He stared gloomily for a long time, a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and then turned to look at the Ghost King Valley and shouted, if you can capture those two women for me now, the Yellow Spring Pool can be open to you for 2 months. Shen Yi sneered. Yu Qing, you are crazy, what is this place? You can't protect yourself, and you have to beat other people's ideas. It's true that you think about how to survive first. Yu Qing smiled coldly. Even if they die, I want them to die under my crotch. Idiot, Shen Yi spit, with a look of contempt. Don't talk nonsense with him. If you can survive this time, you will never deal with him again. Lang Shan was extremely disgusted. The voice of Shen Yi and Yu Qing's conversation here obviously reached the ears of the two women. On the high platform a mile away, the two women were looking at this side with a bit of alertness, with strong vigilance in their eyes. Yang Kai frowned, got up and said, I'll go over and ask. Ah, it's very dangerous. Shen Yi exclaimed, now there are evil spirits in all directions, only the high platform is safe here, once you leave the high platform, you might encounter some danger. RQ. Chapter 334. Yeah, don't go. Lang Shan also kindly reminded you, how can you escape if you are entangled by evil spirits? Dao Yang also frowned and said, Brother Yang, this matter should be considered in the long run. I have my senses. Yang Kai shook his head lightly. The cultivation technique and true essence attributes I cultivate restrain these evil spirits. They may not do anything to me. But, what if the two girls don't understand the situation? Don't you go there for nothing? Shen Yi was still a little uneasy, and slowly shook his head with a solemn face. Now this situation is too dangerous. The real essence that Yang Kai is carrying can effectively restrain evil spirits. If something happens to him, everyone's defense will be greatly reduced. Now the evil spirits under the high platform don't seem to be a threat, but who can be sure if they will attack? At that time, if there is Yang Kai, even if he is desperate to kill, it may not be without life. Or, let them come over. Zhao Rong, a girl from the air weapon sect, suggested. Everyone gave her a strange look. What's wrong? Zhao Rong's face was puzzled, her big eyes blinked. Dao Yang smiled bitterly and said, the group of people over there have grievances with those two girls, so it is impossible for them to come here. I still go there, also seems sincere. Yang Kai made up his mind, moreover, their strength is not weak, if we can win them over to join us, we will have another guarantee. Quote. Right, Lang Shan's beautiful eyes brightened a bit. If you can really ask them to move, I promise that I won't embarrass them again. Anyway, the death of Xiaoyao sect has nothing to do with us. Quote. Shen Yi nodded slightly when he heard it, and said solemnly, then Brother Yang, you must be careful. If you can't do anything, go back immediately. Kindness. Yang Kai responded, and with a vertical shape, he rushed over there. Seeing that he was so bold and talented, everyone couldn't help but admire him for a while. In an instant, he rushed several dozen feet and quickly approached the stone platform where the two women were resting. Aware of Yang Kai's arrival, the two women over there suddenly stood up, their true chi surging, their beautiful eyes filled with frost, ready to attack at any time. While urging true yuan, Yang Kai exudes pure and hot vitality, while avoiding the evil spirits flying in the air. Fortunately, the thick ink and evil spirits below are quite tempting to evil spirits, so there is no any trouble. After a while, Yang Kai shouted to the other side, don't misunderstand the two girls, I just came to inquire about the situation, and I have no other intentions. The voice came out, and the two vigilant women over there suddenly loosened and screamed in surprise. I don't know what happened to them. In order to prevent the other party from being too nervous, Yang Kai could only stop and stand in the air, sincerely saying, "To you." Before the words were finished, the opposite party immediately responded, "Is it Yang Kai?" His voice trembled slightly, his tone full of disbelief, surprise and surprise. Track, Yang Kai was stunned, the voice coming from the opposite side was somewhat familiar. Involuntarily a young girl's face popped into his mind, and he looked over there, and found that on the stone platform, there were two people standing beautifully. A young girl who perfectly matched the image in her mind. These two people were born with the same general appearance, no matter their demeanor or body shape, they were completely carved out of the same mold. Both of them are equally beautiful and refined, with outstanding demeanor, and there is some tiredness that cannot be hidden on their melon-shaped faces, but there is a strong splendor in those two pairs of beautiful eyes. At such a close distance, both sides could see each other's faces clearly. "It's really you." The girl over there was overjoyed. Without hesitation, Yang Kai rushed over there, and after landing on the high platform, he was surprised. "Why are you?" People who heard from the Ghost King Valley before said that the Xiaoyao sect was chasing a pair of twins with superior strength, and they beheaded more than a dozen people from the Xiaoyao sect. Yang Kai didn't think too much. After all, although there are not many twin sisters, they will not be too few. Among the people he knew, there was no pair of twins, only the charming double flowers of the Blood War gang, who looked the same, but were actually several years younger, not real twins. Therefore, he did not expect that the Xiaoyao sect was actually chasing them. Hu Jiaoer, Hu Meier. Long time no see. The last time they met, they were still in Inheritance Cave. The three walked side by side through the 10,000 feet of stairs. Whenever the cold energy rushed over, Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier would snuggle up beside Yang Kai to keep warm. The hardships and sufferings at that time are still vivid in my mind, and every time I think about it, it makes people feel warm. This flash, it is nearly 2 years. Yang Kai has also grown from the Kaiyuan realm to the 5th level of the real Yuan realm. And the two gang members of the Bloody Battle gang obviously have made great progress. Two young girls, one of them looked at Yang Kai with a sly smile, their beautiful eyes filled with the joy of reunion after a long absence, while the other one gritted his teeth, his eyebrows met coldly, and came up and asked, "I want to ask, why is it you? That stinky boy." Suddenly seeing the two of them without knowing why, Yang Kai was in a good mood and grinned, "Jiaoer." The girl who spoke out blushed and gnashed her teeth even more. "You bastard, you have recognized it again. I can't tell you if you don't make a sound." Yang Kai laughed. After so long, the two sisters became more and more alike. If it wasn't for their different temperaments, it would be impossible to tell them apart. Undoubtedly more aggressive, and only she will hold grudges and call Yang Kai a bastard. Back then, Yang Kai said that her butt was half as big and half as small, and it took a lot of her advantage. "Mayor." Yang Kai nodded to another person. Hu Meier bit her red lips and smiled, the water in her eyes was very beautiful. "You shout so affectionately, you are so thick-skinned." Hu Jiaoer spat, but Yang Kai could also see that she was in a pretty good mood. Meeting old friends in a foreign country is probably like this. A pair of beautiful eyes looked at Yang Kai up and down, and Hu Jiaoer was amazed. "It's been a long time, I've grown a lot stronger." In the past, Yang Kai was skinny and pitiful, but now he is undoubtedly more heroic and extraordinary. There is one thing Hu Jiaoer has been embarrassed to mention. When she pressed Yang Kai to tease him back then, the soft carcass was separated by Yang Kai's ribs, and it hurt for a while. "You guys have also become more beautiful." Yang Kai casually flattered. Charming Shuangwu glanced at each other, giggled, the branches trembled, the tiredness on their faces was also swept away, and it seemed that they had gained great vitality. "It's your sweet mouth." Hu Jiaoer gave him a glance. "If you can fly in the sky, you have reached the real Yuan realm." Yang Kai nodded lightly, his consciousness swept past them, his face suddenly became solemn, and he looked at Hu Meier in surprise. "What's wrong?" Hu Meier's face turned a little red when he stared at him like that. "Your strength, only. 4th floor of the true Yuan realm." Hu Jiaoer giggled, her expression playful and somewhat smug. Without her reminder, Yang Kai has already felt it. The 4th floor of the true Yuan realm. It's not too high, but the strange thing is that both of the sisters are on the 4th floor of the true Yuan realm. Back then, Yang Kai and his younger sister Hu Meier were almost the same. After such a long period of time, various experiences, and various opportunities, they only reached the 5th floor of the true Yuan realm. But Hu Meier is only a small level behind him now. The speed of this cultivation can be said to be extremely terrifying. What made Yang Kai more concerned was Hu Jiaoer's realm. She was similar to Su Yan back then, both were elite disciples of the three factions. But now, Su Yan has already reached the 9th level of the true Yuan realm, and even if she has not reached the immortal ascension boundary, it is estimated that she is not far behind, and it is very likely that she has already broken through to the immortal ascension boundary. And Hu Jiaoer was only on the 4th floor of the true Yuan realm, so the gap was quite large. The younger sister is cultivating very fast, but the elder sister is as slow as a turtle. This situation is obviously wrong. Hu Jiaoer had natural talent for cultivation in the past, so there was no reason why her strength had progressed so slowly in the past 2 years. Is it because of the opportunity obtained in the inheritance of Dongtian? Yang Kai suddenly remembered an explanation. Jiao Mei Shuangwu did not deny it. Hu Jiaoer nodded and said, the inheritance we got is called Tong Qi Lian Ji Shengong, which is most suitable for twins to practice. Although Mei and I are not real twins, but because she is me since they were brought up, they are more connected than real twins in mind. After cultivating this magical skill, the speed of both of them has doubled. However, because Meyer's starting point is relatively low, we are only in the 4th realm. Floor. Great, Yang Kai praised. And you, 5 floors. You're not bad either. Hu Jiaoer chuckled and didn't ask any further questions. She could naturally guess that Yang Kai had obtained the last inheritance. After the three of them talked for a while, Hu Jiaoer's expression suddenly changed, and she looked at Yang Kai with vigilance. Yes, I forgot to ask, what the hell are you doing here? Could it be that after the High Heaven Pavilion was destroyed, you went to Xiaoyao? Zong. You think too much. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Stop, don't come here. Hu Jiaoer stood in front of her sister and sneered, then why did you come with that group of scum just now? Don't pretend that I didn't see it. That person from Xiaoyao sect asked you to capture our sisters. If you don't make it clear, I will never finish with you, and you will never want to get close to our sisters. Sister, he's not that kind of person. Hu Meyer comforted. Know the person, know the face, but don't know the heart, HMPH. Hu Jiaoer taught her sister, if you don't dig out his heart, you won't know whether he is black or white. Okay, I'll tell you. Yang Kai raised his hand helplessly and briefly recounted what happened after he came to Vicious Evil Cave this time. Really? Hu Jiaoer tilted her head and stared at Yang Kai, seemingly unwilling to let go of the slightest change in his expression. What are you doing? Yang Kai said sternly. I originally wanted to ask about the situation here, to see if you know what happened, and I didn't expect it to be the two of you. But since it's you, then follow me. Let's go over there, and everyone can resist together. Sister, let's go. Hu Meyer undoubtedly believed in Yang Kai, and did not have the slightest doubt. Hu Jiaoer hesitated in her heart, because she didn't want to see the ugly faces of the men from the Xiaoyao sect, but it was not the way for the two sisters to stay here all the time. She knew that Yang Kai wanted them to go there for their own good, so she hesitated for a while before saying, it's okay in the past, but Meyer and I are not going to continue our true energy now. Let's go back when we recover. She obviously didn't trust the people in the Valley of the Ghost Kings, that's why she said that. To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 335 There is one set. The two sisters have been hiding in the evil land of azure clouds these days, and they haven't had a good rest at all. They were hunted down by the Xiaoyao sect's troops, and they fought one after another, got caught. After entering the fierce evil cave, the two had to deal with evil spirits, and they became more and more exhausted, and there was really not much of their true essence left. It will take at least half a day for you to recover your true essence. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. Anyway, I can't go through without it in full bloom. Hu Jiaoer pursed her lips, her red and beautiful eyes were truly alluring. I have a way. Yang Kai smiled, directly dipped a drop of myriad medicine spirit liquid from the black book space, and stretched his fingers towards Hu Jiaoer, saying, open your mouth. Hu Jiaoer opened Cherry's small mouth almost like a conditioned reflex. This casual reaction also shows that she is not too wary of Yang Kai. Putting her fingers in, Hu Jiaoer looked stunned for a moment, and then she suddenly woke up. The almond-eyed round stool, flushed and angry, was about to scold, but Yang Kai hurriedly said, I sucked something. Hu Jiaoer frowned, and the next moment she felt a sweet smell spread on the tip of her tongue. With the spread of this smell, the surging warm energy penetrated into her abdomen and scattered into her limbs and bones. The real essence that was about to dry up actually grew rapidly. I couldn't help but look slightly changed, looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, and found that he didn't have the slightest obscene expression, and he couldn't be more serious. Hu Jiaoer knew the taste of the marrow, and knew that what Yang Kai was taking for her would be an incredible treasure. She couldn't bear to waste it. She resisted her shyness and rolled up her fragrant tongue to suck on Yang Kai's fingers. After rolling a few times, a pair of beautiful eyes suddenly became embarrassed, and the whole face was flushed. Yang Kai chuckled and slowly pulled out his finger, bringing up a crystal thread. Hey, Hu Jiaoer suddenly felt a little embarrassed, and a shy moan came out of her throat. Yang Kai was also quite embarrassed. She didn't expect her reaction to be so strong. The touch of Hu Jiaoer's soft tongue seemed to linger between her fingers, and she couldn't help but feel a little emotional. He wiped his fingers on his body without a trace, and then got a drop of the myriad medicine spiritual liquid, stretched out to Hu Meier and said, "It's your turn." Hu Meier tilted her head and shyly said in a voice like a mosquito, I still don't. This person, it's been a while, and you're still doing such a thing. Meier, he's giving us something to supplement our true essence, not what you think. Hu Jiaoer had already sat down with her knees crossed. The two sisters have the same mind, why don't you know what the sister is thinking? Quickly to explain. That's a good thing, eat it now. Hu Jiaoer urged again. Hu Meier just glanced at Yang Kai, and gave a soft snort. She opened her small mouth and swallowed her fingers. Compared with her elder sister, she was a little more shy, and she was no longer the sweet and arrogant she used to be. You are refining first, I will protect the law. Yang Kai coughed and stood in front of them with a slash. Zhao Mei Shuanghua nodded slightly, and quickly performed the same Qi Lianji magic. On the other side of the stone platform, Shen Yi, Dao Yang and the others looked at them eagerly while guarding against evil spirits. Brother Yang has been gone for so long, why hasn't he come back? Shen Yi frowned slightly, puzzled. Dao Yang chuckled. It seems that Brother Yang has a good time talking with them. Those two girls don't seem to be wary of him, they are so close. Looking from this side, although I can't see the face, I can see a vague figure. The distance between Yang Kai and Zhao Mei Shuanghua is only 3 feet. If you are wary, how can you let others stand in front of you? Awesome, it seems that Brother Yang is very good at dealing with women. Shen Yi couldn't help but exclaimed. Humph, Lang Shan snorted softly. Back then, she and Zemo had suffered a big loss from Yang Kaishan when they were in that different place, and they knew that this person was really good at dealing with women. Originally, she and Zemo had exhausted their plans and wanted Yang Kai to survive and die, but in the end, not only did her hatred for Yang Kai subside, but so did Zemo, but she was also somewhat grateful to him. If there is no means, how can this be done? Come here, Shen Yi suddenly exclaimed. Everyone looked up and saw Yang Kai flying side by side with the two women. Amazing. Dao Yang was also in deep admiration. After such a short time, the two women were willing to follow him. Dao Yang asked himself that he didn't have the ability, and he probably couldn't even eliminate others' wariness and hostility. On the high platform not far away, Yu Qing also shrank his pupils, staring at the charming Shuanghua figure for a moment, with obscene light flashing in his eyes, and a cold smile like a sword on the corner of his mouth. The three men were halfway through the flight, and something suddenly happened underneath. In the battle of countless evil spirits, the thick ink-like evil spirits roared, and I don't know what these evil spirits did. One after another, the evil spirits like flood dragons rose from the bottom, blocking the space in all directions, letting Yang Kai and Zhao Mei double spending as inevitable. Be careful, Shen Yi couldn't help but exclaimed and reminded. Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden burst of light. Yang Kai's whole body was as dazzling as a scorching sun, and his true Yang vitality came out of his body. The pure true Yang vitality directly formed an oval light curtain, covering a distance of 10 feet around Yang Kai. The warm feeling came out. Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier were all loose, the gloomy cold everywhere was dispelled, and the moves they were about to use to resist were also taken back. Thorn la la, those evil spirits hit the light curtain, and in an instant, there were bursts of harsh sounds, like salt being sprinkled in boiling oil. Okay, awesome, Cheng Ying's broken mouth couldn't help swearing again, her eyes were round and she looked forward stupidly. The Yang attribute vitality that restrains the yin and evil energy is really amazing. Dao Yang looked at Yang Kai excitedly, but this real yuan is too pure, how many real yuan is it? Although they have never tried to touch the strong evil spirit like water, it is conceivable that the taste will not be too good. Yang Kai's true Yang vitality can actually resist these evil spirits, which exceeded their expectations. Doesn't this mean that Yang Kai can come and go freely underneath? Just be careful not to get attacked by evil spirits. After blocking the attack of the evil spirit, Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier also took the initiative to lean on Yang Kai's side. Yang Kai was even more rude, and put his arms around a beauty directly, urging true Yang vitality to return quickly. After falling back to the high platform, Hu Jiaoer quickly broke free from his embrace, glared at him hatefully, and said softly, "Wait, this time, I'll count your frivolity with you again." Ha ha. Yang Kai laughed dryly and didn't answer. The arrival of the two sisters boosted the morale of this side, especially the two were born with a natural beauty, charming and moving, not to mention the general appearance, standing side by side, so that everyone can't help but shine. Lang Shan secretly compared herself with them, and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. She found that these two girls, both in appearance and temperament, were better than herself, and they were both first-class and stunning beauties. The two girls are polite. Shen Yi clasped his fists in greeting. Hu Jiaoer didn't like seeing him. Although this group of people had never met each other before, Jiao Mei Shuanghua also knew that besides Xiaoyao sect, there was a group of people chasing her, and this group of people was Ghost King Valley. Meeting, naturally there is no good face. Noticing Hu Jiaoer's indifference, Shen Yi couldn't help feeling embarrassed and didn't know what to say. "Jiaoer, you guys came here first, did you find anything unusual? What the hell happened here?" Yang Kai asked. Now is not a good time for conflicts. Hu Jiaoer's face was cold, she frowned and said, "Mayor and I are fighting an evil spirit, and I don't know what's going on." Suddenly, a large group of evil chi like water flowed out from the ground. After this evil chi appeared, "That evil spirit is a little abnormal. Meyer and I saw that the situation was not right, and we were trying to escape, but many evil spirits poured in from all directions and blocked us here." The evil energy gushing out of the ground. Shen Yi's expression changed, and he asked anxiously, "Where is it?" Hu Jiaoer didn't target him anymore. She stretched her finger in one direction and said, "Over there, do you see any evil energy surging? That place is very similar to a spring." Quote, following the direction she pointed, everyone looked over, and sure enough, they saw that the evil energy in that place was even more violent. It seemed that all the evil energy underneath came from somewhere. And as the evil chi increases, the evil chi that is like a stream of water underneath gradually rises up. No way. Shen Yi looked pale. It won't be so unlucky, right? What is that? Yang Kai asked with a frown when he saw that he seemed to know something. That's the evil spirit spring. From afar, an old voice came, answering the question for Shen Yi. Everyone was startled. They turned their heads to look, and saw a group of people in the distance flying towards this side in a hurry, with a lot of purple evil spirits following behind their butts. Another group of people was driven over. The number of this group of people is not too many. There is only one old man with 4 young people, but this old man is undoubtedly a master of the Immortal Ascension realm. Aware of his strength, everyone showed a hint of fear. The Immortal Ascension boundary generally does not appear here, and they all go deeper into the vicious and evil cave. The old man is like an eagle, protecting the 4 young people by his side. The secret treasure in his hand is flowing, repelling the evil spirits in front of him. In midair, sweeping his eyes stopped at the group of people standing in the Xiaoyao sect. On the high platform, he said, "Let some places come out." Yu Qing's expression was bitter, but he didn't dare to let it go, and quickly let his fellow disciples shrink aside. The old man hurried down with the 4 young people, and gave Yu Qing a light glance. "Xiaoyao sect. No problem, right?" Yu Qing accompanied him with a smile. "Senior is joking, this high platform is also very spacious." The old man nodded lightly, very satisfied with Yu Qing's concession. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 336, Evil Spirit Spring. When I was eating yesterday, I suddenly saw a big table and asked if there was a happy event, why the food was so rich. Mrs. Mo said that it was the 3rd anniversary of our marriage. I'm ashamed, if it wasn't for her reminder, I would have completely forgotten about it. His arms couldn't touch his thighs, and the old man was the strongest here. Even if Yu Qing scolded his heart, he wouldn't dare to show it in front of him. After the 4 young people who came with the old man fell, they all looked at the Mei slaves around the male disciples of Xiaoyao sect with great interest. Those Mei slaves also had peach blossom eyes, their beautiful eyes flowed, and they seemed to not care at all the crisis and whether the men around him are jealous. "If you don't want to be sucked up by these women, don't hit them," the old man reminded lightly. The 4 young men immediately turned red and looked away. When a Mei slave of the Xiaoyao sect makes peace with the man next to him, he can absorb part of the man's cultivation. Therefore, the Mei slaves of the Xiaoyao sect have no taboos in sexual matters, and the male disciples of the Xiaoyao sect don't discipline the Mei slaves very much. Instead, they are quite willing to let them seduce other men and steal all kinds of benefits from them. In addition, Mei Nu has various magical functions. In the eyes of the male disciples of Xiaoyao sect, Mei Nu is not a person but their tool. The old man was clearly very familiar with the various methods of the Xiaoyao sect, and he was afraid that his younger generation would suffer, so he reminded him. After he finished speaking, he also frowned and looked down, the old eyes that seemed to be cloudy flickered, staring at the location of the so-called evil spirit spring, with a moving color on his face. Turning his head, he looked at Shen Yi and said, "Kid of the Ghost King Valley, I see that you have some understanding of the evil spirit spring. Tell them, or else they may not even know how to die in a while." Yes, Shen Yiban also wanted to explain to Yang Kai. Now that the old man said so, he no longer refused. The evil spirit spring is indeed a spring. The two girls are not mistaken. The spring water gushing out from the spring is evil. These things are harmful to us, but for the evil spirits in this place, it is of great benefit. As long as they are given enough time, they can completely absorb these evil spring water, and then become stronger and more solid, so these things are very attractive to them, which is why they will rush here. Shen Yi's face was solemn, introduced slowly. Whenever the evil spirit spring appears and the evil spring water bursts out, the evil spirits in the evil spirit cave will become extremely unstable. You have also seen that they are killing each other in order to compete for the spring water below. There is no danger, but after a period of time, once these evil spirits become violent, we will be attacked. This time is really unlucky, the spring of evil spirits may not appear once in a few years, and I didn't expect us to run into it. Ah, what should we do then? Zhao Rong of Treasure Artifact Sect exclaimed, should we flee now? Where to flee to? Shen Yi smiled bitterly, there is nowhere to escape now, I can live a little longer standing here, and I'm afraid I will die faster once I leave here. Hey, the kid is right. The old man nodded with a gloomy smile. Even the masters like this old man have been forced to come here. You little babies still want to escape, it's just wishful thinking. After a pause, the old man smiled and looked at the crowd and said, how is it? Do you want to join forces with the old man to see if we can find a way to survive? Shen Yi glanced at him and frowned, what's the plan, senior? There is no trick, just kill. The old man chuckled lightly, although your strengths are not very high, the good thing is that there are a lot of people. If you stay on that high platform, as long as you don't give up, you may not have any vitality. Moreover, since you dare to come to the fierce evil cave, you must be carrying a lot of secret treasures to restrain evil spirits, right? Quote. Yes, Shen Yi nodded, they were different from Yang Kai. Naturally, they dared to come to the fierce evil cave when they were fully prepared. They didn't use the secret treasure before because they didn't need it. That's right, when the fight will start, just use what you have learned in your life to the fullest, hee. If the old man can spare his hands, he will definitely help you. The old man nodded with a smile, with a look on his face, kind look. Shen Yi smiled bitterly and clasped his fists, so thank you for your kindness, senior. He didn't believe that the old man would take care of his group of people like this, but the number of evil spirits was too many. If he and others died quickly, the old man would definitely increase the pressure. So he will show some concern and exhortation. At the critical moment, the old man can help you, but I also have a condition. The old man said with a smile. What conditions? Shen Yi asked. The old man stared at the location of the evil spirit spring's eyes, and said solemnly, if this time we can get through the difficulties, the old man wants what is in the spring's eyes. If anyone dares to rob it, he will be killed without mercy. Junior and others just want to survive. Shen Yi said with a stern expression. This is the best. The old man sneered and said nothing more. What's in Quan's eyes? Yang Kai asked in a low voice curiously. Seeing the old man's appearance, he seemed to be very interested in what was in Quan's eyes. Yang Kai estimated that it must be good. It's still the source of evil spirits. Shen Yi also whispered back, but it is definitely a very special source of evil spirits, and the energy contained in it is enormous. A very special source of evil spirits? Yang Kai couldn't help but be very moved, but Shan Qinglo said that some evil spirit sources contain energy that increases the power of spiritual consciousness, and some contain various martial arts. The origin in the eyes of evil spirit spring, how bad can it be? However, the current situation also made Yang Kai have to restrain his thoughts, and it was more important to save his life first. On the high platforms on both sides, everyone is waiting in full force. The evil spirit spring below is rising higher and higher. In the thick ink-like spring, dozens of bright sources of evil spirits are floating, which are bright and eye-catching, making everyone feel greedy. As long as you can go down, you can directly harvest dozens of groups. This is a good thing for nothing, and it is worth the income of several days of experience in the vicious evil cave. Originally, the source of evil spirits is more than that. 100 or 200 evil spirits have already died in this time, but more of the source has disappeared into the spring water of evil spirits, and turned into energy in the spring water. But no one dared to leave the high platform even if their greed had grown, they just looked at it eagerly with regret and lament in their hearts. After a while, many evil spirits below screamed in unison, and the light on Ziyingying's body flickered and dimmed, which seemed extremely unstable. Within a radius of 100 meters, it was icy cold, as terrifying as 9 secluded purgatory. Be careful, try to survive, little dolls, ha 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 ha. The old man laughed loudly. Before the laughter fell, more than a dozen evil spirits from below suddenly rushed up, attracted by the power of qi and blood of many warriors, and attacked from both sides. In the sharp howl, Yang Kai and others rushed up to 6 or 7 evil spirits from the high platform here, and they surrounded the high platform. Everyone has been waiting for this moment. Chi-Chi will fight the long-awaited martial arts. The strength of the purple evil spirit is not weak, but because everyone is crowded on the high platform, although the turnover is not efficient, the protection of each other is not leaking. As soon as the evil spirit attacked, he was beaten back, and the color on his body kept changing. Before they could pounce on them again, the secret treasures that the disciples of the Ghost King Valley and the Treasure Sect disciples had already sacrificed. The people in the Valley of the Kings of Ghosts brought 2 secret treasures to restrain evil spirits, one for fire and the other for electricity. The fire dragon's huff and puff caused 2 of the evil spirits to scream and flow, and it also made them tremble for a while. The 2 secret treasures are both high-grade earth-level items. Although they are not as useful as Yang Kai's true Yang vitality, they are quite impressive. At least they shine when dealing with evil spirits. Dao Yang of the Treasure Artifact Sect is even more rich in background. He directly took out a heaven-level secret treasure, burned a cloud of fire and wrapped the 2 evil spirits in the cloud of fire, urging vitality to burn. The 2 evil spirits kept screaming and breaking through, but they couldn't escape the burning range of the fire cloud. The disciples of the 2 factions, relying on the power of the secret treasure, can deal with the 4 evil spirits together, which is quite extraordinary. The Hu family sisters are a perfect match. Although they don't have the secret treasure to restrain evil spirits, the strength of the 2 of them has greatly increased when they exerted their magic power. Yang Kai dealt with one alone, the true Yang vitality burst out, covering the evil spirit, and a sharp sword formed by condensing Yang liquid appeared in his hand, and the color of the evil spirit quickly faded while slashing. Every attack seems to be able to make its body shatter a lot. Although there are secret treasures such as the Asura sword, Yang Kai feels that the weapons condensed from Yang liquid are more useful to deal with evil spirits. After all, the attributes are mutually restrained. Try it now, it does. The battle was in full swing, and none of the 6 evil spirits that rushed up could break through the blockade, and they were all blocked outside. When everyone saw that the situation was good, Chi-Chi breathed a sigh of relief and attacked more and more with his hands. Soon, the evil spirit that Yang Kai dealt with was defeated, and while howling, a group of evil spirits remained in front of him. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and directly took the source into his palm, and attacked the evil spirit that the Hu family sisters were dealing with without stopping. Hu Jiaoer glanced at Yang Kai in astonishment. He didn't expect that he would deal with an evil spirit alone, faster than her sisters working together. I haven't seen you in the past 2 years, this bastard has made great progress. It seemed that he still underestimated him. The high platform on Yang Kai and others' side is not difficult to deal with, so is the high platform where the old man and Xiaoyao sector located. After all, the old man has the strength of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and the 4 young people around him are also not low in strength, plus Xiaoyao Zong's group of people is more than 1 step stronger than Ghost King Valley and Treasure Artifact Sect. Even the old man was still in the mood to pay attention to Yang Kai and others while dealing with evil spirits, as if they were afraid that they would be defeated by the first wave of attacks. After seeing the true essence attribute Yang Kai showed, his eyes lit up and shouted, "The young man, do you want to come to the old man? The old man can keep you alive." With his strength, coupled with Yang Kai's true Yuan attributes, once they join forces, their strength will be greatly increased. What's more, Yang Kai's combat power is also quite good, which naturally makes the old man want to win over. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at fan. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for a recommendation vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 337 Defensive Light Curtain. Hearing what the old man said, everyone in the Ghost King Valley and the Treasure Artifact sect were all nervous, and looked at Yang Kai with a slightly worried look. Although Dao Yang and Shen Yi thought that they got along well with Yang Kai, after all, everyone met by chance and their friendship was not deep. At this time, if Yang Kai left them for a better life, they would have no reason to blame them. Moreover, from the perspective of Yang Kai's own interests, it is undoubtedly more beneficial to choose to cooperate with the old man. Thinking of this, everyone was a little nervous. Yang Kai rushed out of the high platform and stood in midair, attacking the evil spirit they were dealing with together with the Hu family sisters on the high platform. The old man smiled when he heard the words, and said, "Boy, if you cooperate with me, the source of the evil spirits you will get after the fact, how about the two of us adding 5 by 1? The old man doesn't take advantage of you." Quote. Not very good. Yang Kai decisively refused. This old guy doesn't look like a good thing. Even if Yang Kai doesn't care about the safety of the Hu family sisters, it is impossible to seek skin with the tiger, and don't cooperate until he can't even get away. Forget it, the old man can't be hard on others. The old man didn't seem to care at all, and said lightly, only a cold light flashed in his eyes. The stinky boy doesn't know how to flatter. Seeing Yang Kai's righteousness, the group of Ghost King Valley and Treasure Artifact sect couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, with a touch of gratitude in their eyes. Only the Hu family sisters smiled sweetly at him. Not to mention anything else, everyone is from Wumei town. And they have known each other for a long time, and they also believe that Yang Kai will not abandon him. In the inheritance cave, he never gave up on his sisters when he walked through the 10,000 Zhang stairs. After a while, Yang Kai and the Hu family sisters finally joined forces to defeat the evil spirit, leaving a mass of evil spirit origin floating in front of him. Yang Kai reached out and threw out his own purification bottle. He threw it to Hu Jiaoer and said, "Take this one, don't swallow it directly." Oh, although Hu Jiaoer had never used the spirit purifying bottle, she was the only one who followed Yang Kai's lead at this moment. I tried it and sucked the source directly into the bottle. Yang Kai has already flown to the other side, assisting the Treasure Relic sect and the people in the Ghost King Valley. Not a moment's effort. The 6 evil spirits have all been beheaded, but what makes people feel strange is that these evil spirits always have a feeling of wanting to escape after being attacked by Yang Kai. Just after the fight was over, everyone didn't have time to take a breath, and many evil spirits flew below, and this time the number was more than the last time. Everyone was in a hurry to deal with it for a while. As a last resort, Yang Kai was the only one who fought 2 evil spirits alone. Unable to kill quickly, the drawbacks of Yang Kai's true Yang vitality were immediately revealed. True Yang vitality is naturally a weapon to deal with evil spirits. But because of its restraint, the evil spirit also seems to have an instinct to know that Yang Kai is not easy to mess with. Once they fight for a while, they will avoid Yang Kai and turn to attack others. Yang Kai was so busy sweating. Just like firefighters, they circled around the high platform where everyone was living, chasing after the evil spirits flying all over the place, and the good situation suddenly showed signs of instability. Fortunately, everyone on the high platform is not a mediocre person, and they carry a lot of secret treasures, and they can finally turn the corner in a crisis. Over time, the pressure and intensity of the battle are getting bigger and bigger, and a group of evil spirits have not yet been killed, and new evil spirits have been rushing up from below. Junior sister, you and the 2 junior brothers use the 5 dragons to help brother Yang. Dao Yang saw Yang Kai's embarrassing scene and quickly shouted. Okay, Zhao Rong said while sacrificing a secret treasure like a big seal. There are 5 dragon-shaped engravings on this secret treasure. After Zhao Rong and 2 other disciples of the treasure sect poured their true essence into it, accompanied by a string of high dragon chants, the 5 dragon-shaped shapes suddenly turned into entities and flew out. The 5 dragons circled, each spewing out a beam of light from their mouths, all of which shone at an evil spirit that was flying non-stop. In an instant, the evil spirit seemed to be bound, struggling and squirming on the spot, but could not get rid of it, only howling in his mouth. Seeing this, Yang Kai looked overjoyed, and rushed up quickly, holding the Yang liquid sword, cutting it quickly, killing an evil spirit in just a moment. The 3 people from the Treasure Artifact sect were also smart people. Seeing Yang Kai's agility, they quickly changed their hand tactics and controlled the 5 dragons to pounce on another evil spirit. Although 3 people were assigned to assist Yang Kai, the scene not only did not collapse, but instead became more organized. During the battle, everyone took out the true yuan pill and took it in advance, so as not to lose the true yuan when the time came. Yang Kai doesn't need to take medicinal pills. The Hu family sisters just took Wanyao spirit liquid, and they naturally eat marrow and know the taste. They hope that Yang Kai will help them recover, so they did not take medicinal pills. The auxiliary function of the 5 dragons bundle made a group of people feel refreshed again. On the other side of the high platform, whether it is the old man or everyone from the Xiaoyao sect, it is a little difficult to deal with. Although they have an immortal ascension boundary expert, they are not as many as Yang Kai's side, and the secret treasures they carry are not as high as those produced by the treasure artifact sect. The old man saw Yang Kai's great power, and his heart suddenly became calm, with a feeling of slumping his face, rolled up his sleeves, and rolled up a gust of wind, which directly pushed the 2 evil spirits on their side. Evil spirits will only attack the flesh and blood close to them, but they will never return to find the old man. With such a push from the old man, the Hu sisters suddenly fell into crisis. They were already working together to deal with one evil spirit, but now 2 suddenly come up. How can they deal with it? Yang Kai saw all this in his busy schedule, and was immediately annoyed, knowing that the old guy was really not a good thing. He quickly solved the evil spirit in front of him, and quickly rushed to the Hu family sisters to help. While flying, Fu Lin felt in his heart, shaking his hand and throwing out a drop of yang liquid. Under the subtle control of true essence, that drop of yang liquid suddenly turned into a semicircular light curtain, directly shrouding the Hu family sisters in it. The vitality control method taught by Xiao Fusheng shines brightly at this moment. The light curtain has just been created. The 2 evil spirits had already rushed up, and as soon as their misty bodies came into contact with the light curtain, they suddenly seemed to have fallen into a frying pan, making a stinging sound. Instinctively, both evil spirits drifted backwards. Even the evil spirit that the Hu family sisters were dealing with left them alone, causing them to miss out on one move. Yang Kai looked startled. He didn't expect such a thing to happen at all. That's fine too, Cheng Ying from Ghost King Valley shouted. A look of disbelief. Be careful, they're all here. Leng Shan shouted, the 2 evil spirits pushed by the old man. The one that even took the Hu family sisters to deal with, gave up Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meyer, and floated over to everyone in the Ghost King Valley. Everyone's pressure increased sharply. Hey brother Yang, that's not right. Shen Yi smiled bitterly and gave a strange cry. Although the Hu family sisters are now extremely safe, they are in big trouble in Ghost King Valley. Sorry, I didn't know it would be like this. Yang Kai also looked embarrassed. Fortunately, he was next to them now, otherwise it would be hard to say what casualties would be caused. Directly entangled 2 of the evil spirits, while dealing with it, and thinking at the same time. Suddenly a brilliant idea came to mind. In a hurry, he and the treasure artifact sect 3 people worked together to eliminate the 2 evil spirits, and Yang Kai hurried into the air. Ling stood on top of everyone's heads. Ignoring the astonished eyes of those people, Yang Kai secretly focused, forced a drop of yang liquid from his dantian, and threw it down. Just like before, this drop of yang liquid turned into a semicircular light curtain in midair. It's just that it is undoubtedly thinner than the one just now, but it covers the entire high platform. As soon as the light curtain fell, all the evil spirits floated back for a certain distance, spinning around in fear. Such a layer of light curtain is only deterrent. If the evil spirits really launch a mad attack, I am afraid that they will be attacked in no time. Yang Kai didn't do it again and again, forced out the yang liquid again and again, and kept throwing it down. Layers of light curtains shrouded them, and under Yang Kai's precise and subtle control, they were all of average size and completely overlapped. After spending 20 drops of yang liquid, Yang Kai closed his hands with satisfaction. Although the light curtain composed of 20 layers of true yang vitality cannot be said to be unbreakable, it is easy to resist these evil spirits. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was originally a critical moment of life and death, but suddenly it became extremely safe. No one could adapt to this sudden change. The surrounding evil spirits were just flying around the high platform, and they didn't dare to approach at all. Occasionally, a few tried to attack, only to touch the light curtain and get burned and retreat directly. After a long period of silence, everyone turned to look at Yang Kai, both shocked and admired. The beautiful eyes of the Hu family sisters were even more splendid, and they stared at Yang Kai for a while. On a whim, I didn't expect it to be possible. Yang Kai chuckled. I've taken it. Shen Yi looked at Yang Kai with a look of admiration. Everyone nodded, their eyes full of gratitude. After being shocked and grateful, everyone remembered how much real energy should be squandered in order to create such a solid and thick defensive cover. Why does Yang Kai look like he is not blushing now, with a calm look? Monster. Pervert. Lang Shan pouted. Everyone nodded again. What they don't know is that every layer of light curtain is the crystallization of Yonkai's true essence. 20 layers of light curtains means that Yonkai's meridians have been evacuated 20 times. How can the overlapping protective cover not be strong? Moreover, Yonkai's true yuan quality is also quite high, even more pure. If you really want to convert it down, this light curtain is almost worth the defense of 10 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, fully supported. Such a defense, dealing with the current situation, is simply a piece of cake. The young man, how about helping the old man? The old man felt uncomfortable when he saw that Yongkai had such a way of reaching the sky. Although he was in the Immortal Ascension boundary, he asked himself that he couldn't do it to the same extent as Yongkai. The high platform over there is now impregnable, and the defense is not leaking. Even if the people on the high platform do nothing, just watch the play and no longer have to worry about their lives being threatened. On the contrary, on their own side, with the increase in the number of evil spirits, more and more evil spirits. Difficult to deal with. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle starter filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 338 Sacrifice to May Slave. The cold seems to have infected her daughter, and she is depressed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. As a last resort, the old man could only pull down his face and shout at Yongkai. Hearing this, many people in Ghost King Valley sneered and glanced at the old man sarcastically. Zhao Rong from the Treasure Artifact sect looked even more undisturbed and whispered softly, "This old guy, he wanted to harm us just now, but now he's begging again, he's really thick-skinned." The little hands and feet that the old man moved just now, everyone saw it, although they were all very annoyed, but because of his strong strength, he did not dare to attack. The old man saw everyone's faces in his eyes, he didn't take it seriously, he just said lightly, "Young man, you need to know that the mountains and rivers will meet. I can't tell you that you will ask the old man after a while. Sell the old man's personal feelings first, give me a hand, see your actions just now seem to have no trouble." Although his tone was light, his eyes were bright and wanton, and anyone could hear the threat in his mouth. Yongkai sneered, but his face was serious. He slowly shook his head and said, "I can't help, I've run out of real energy, and I have to recover for a while before I can fight again." While talking, he really sat down with his knees crossed. The Ghost King Valley and the Treasure Artifact sect were shocked when they heard the words, and quickly took out the best elixir that they had brought with them, and handed it to Yongkai for him to take. It's not that they are easy to be deceived, it's just that they are confused. Moreover, Yongkai's battles definitely consumed a lot of real energy. The energy contained in this layer of defensive cover made everyone thrilled. Anyone who used so much real energy should restore it. Sisters Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier looked at each other, pursed their lips and chuckled. They all know that Yongkai has that magical liquid that replenishes his true essence, so how can they believe his nonsense? The movement of the high platform here was imprinted in the eyes of the old man, so that he didn't know for a while whether Yongkai was telling the truth or a lie, but he didn't force it anymore, but said with a smile, "It's okay, you can recover first." Quote. After that, he concentrated on the battle in front of him. On the high platform, a group of people from the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Artifact sect were amazed. They did not expect that in the midst of this chaos, Yongkai would be able to create an absolutely safe haven. While watching the battle on the other side with great interest, he lowered his voice and commented, making Yu Qing and his party so angry that their qi and blood were tumbling. The old man is worthy of being a master of the Immortal Ascension realm. He has an endless stream of true essence. His moves seem to be bland and unpredictable, but in fact he is incomparably mighty. During the battle, he also tried to protect his 3 juniors as much as possible, but the group of Xiaoyao sect seemed to be raised by stepmothers. Yu Qing's already pale complexion became paler and paler, and the few scantily clad Mei slaves didn't care about showing off their coquettishness, they were all sweaty and exhausted. Outside the True Yang Vitality Defense Hood, those evil spirits kept spinning, trying to find weaknesses, but no matter what, they couldn't find a place to break through. After a while, they actually gave up on this side and flew towards the old man's high platform. In an instant, the high platform over there was full of dangers, and the old man roared, his strength also burst out, and all kinds of secret treasures and martial skills emerged one after another. The people of Xiaoyao sect screamed strangely, but they still couldn't deal with so many evil spirits. "Senior, Senior," Yu Qing shouted anxiously, "help! Although the number of Xiaoyao sect is not less than that of the Ghost King Valley, because both men and women are proficient in sexual intercourse, and they have acquired their cultivation base in intercourse, their true essence is too complicated to deal with this chaotic scene. Seeing that the defense is about to be broken, Yu Qing has to open his mouth, call for help. Hey, the old man laughed a few times. The old man is almost out of time, how can he have the time to save you? Yu Qing cursed in his heart, knowing that this old guy is not such a talkative person, and immediately said, if Senior can keep us from dying, my Xiaoyao sect will definitely have a great reward. Come and listen. The old man's eyes flashed. If I can go back alive, each of them can give Senior a May slave. Since the predecessors have some understanding of our Xiaoyao sect's methods, he must know the role of May slaves. At the juncture of life and death, Yu Qing did not dare to say any nonsense. Directly out of generous conditions. Hearing this, an obscene light flashed in the old man's eyes, and he grinned. The old man naturally knows that your Xiaoyao sect's May slaves can give all their essence to the man they have sex with through a special exercise. Quote. Exactly. Yu Qing nodded. The old man laughed. Yes, there are 4 of you. If this old man can drain the essence of the 4 May slaves, his strength will also increase a lot. It's good that Senior understands. Yu Qing was anxious in his heart, and scolded the old guy for chirping, but he didn't dare to show it, so he could only laugh with him. I also ask Senior to help. The old man snorted coldly. It's just that the old man heard that each of your Xiaoyao sect's men has more than 1 May slave, and depending on your status, there are at least 4 or 5, right? Yu Qing's expression turned bitter, and only then did he realize how much appetite this old guy had. The boy is so lucky. The old man smiled wickedly. Well, the old man can help you as much as possible, but the old man wants 8 May slaves. That is to say, each of you gave me 2 May slaves, and that's why the old man made his move. The value of it, promise or not, you can decide for yourself, but, if his life is gone, why do you still need so many May slaves? The last sentence completely hit Yu Qing's weakness. With a gloomy face, almost no time to hesitate, Yu Qing nodded quickly. Okay, the deal. The boy is decisive enough, he is a man of great importance. The old man laughed loudly, his moves were suddenly much more ferocious, and he wrapped everyone in the Xiaoyao sect under the power of his moves. With him making such a move, Yu Qing and others immediately felt a lot easier. It's worth the money, Yu Qing comforted himself, and the distressed feeling faded away. Although each of the male disciples of Xiaoyao sect has more than 1 May slave, it takes time to cultivate the May slave. This time, each of them will send out 2 May slaves, which is also a huge loss to them. When Yu Qing and the old man negotiated the terms, the May slaves of the Xiaoyao sect were also indifferent, as if they felt that they had nothing to do with them. Remember what you said, if you dare to go back on your words. This old man told you that the Xiaoyao sect is full of ink. The old man reminded coldly. Yu Qing's heart suddenly felt, he didn't know the origin of this old guy, his tone was bigger than the sky. He hurriedly laughed. Don't dare, a gentleman can't chase after a horse. Many people pouted secretly. If Yu Qing is a gentleman, there will be no villains in that day. Yang Kai and the others watched from the high platform on the other side, and a group of people lost the joy and interest of the rest of their lives just now. In this environment, it is difficult to be happy. No one knew when these evil spirits would recede, and all of a sudden, there was a sense of sadness at the end of a hero. The battle between the old man and the others is still going on, and evil spirits are constantly being killed, and there are a lot of evil spirit sources floating around them, but no one has time to collect them. It fell and merged into the evil spirit spring. Suddenly, the old man's expression changed, and he shouted angrily, Xiaoyao sect, hurry up and sacrifice your May slaves. His voice was hurried, and he couldn't resist. Ah, Yu Qing was stunned, looking at the old man in surprise, wondering why he suddenly said that. Hurry up if you don't want to die. The old man urged urgently, with a faint trace of hostility on his face. But, Yu Qing didn't know what he was going to do, but it was not a good time to sacrifice May slaves at this moment. The number of people was already small enough. If May slaves were sacrificed again, the people of Xiaoyao sect would directly decrease by half. Naturally he couldn't make up his mind. The old man gives you 3 breaths. If you don't make sacrifices, I will kill them. The old man gave an ultimatum with a gloomy expression. Senior brother, what should I do? Several male disciples of Xiaoyao sect looked at Yu Qing eagerly, with expressions of anxiety and helplessness. Sacrifice. Yu Qing looked annoyed, and did not dare to hesitate any longer. Now they are able to maintain their lives because the old man helps guard them from time to time. If the old man also starts to attack them, they will probably die immediately. Although he couldn't bear to sacrifice Mei's slave like this, Yu Qing had no other choice. After Yu Qing gave the order, several male disciples of the Xiaoyao sect all made a savage move to force the evil spirits in front of them to retreat, and then each hugged the Mei slaves beside them, and under their sweet smiles, they kissed deeply. Leng Shan looked unbearable, turned her head away, and quietly pulled Zhao Rong and the Hu sisters. "Don't look." "What's wrong?" Zhao Rong was puzzled. Leng Shan obviously knew what the consequences would be after Mei's slave was sacrificed, so she kindly reminded her. Shen Yi also sighed slightly, and there was a hint of sadness on his face, and most of the other Ghost King Valley disciples lowered their heads and did not look directly. Although they have always had a bad relationship with the Xiaoyao sect, and often fought against Mei slaves, at this last moment, they couldn't help but feel some sympathy for these Mei slaves who were enslaved physically and mentally, and became inferior to mere tools. It's not that they don't understand self-love, and it's not that they are born lustful, it's just that the men of the Xiaoyao sect use special methods to train them. Women are all curious. Although Leng Shan told them not to look, Zhao Rong and the Hu sisters couldn't help but quietly looked over there. When they saw it, the eyes of the three women trembled violently. I saw that in the passionate kiss, a circle of ripples appeared on the bodies of several Mei slaves. As the ripples spread, their beautiful and moon-like appearance quickly grew old, and their delicate bodies were also shriveled and withered to the naked eye. As if decades of years passed by them in an instant. And from their mouths, the true essence and blood energy of these Mei slaves turned into energy, all of which were continuously given to the men of Xiaoyao sect. Those male disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, who were pale and seemed to be empty of energy and blood, seemed to have been beaten with chicken blood. In an instant, their complexions became ruddy, and they became radiant. They were all handsome and suave. Even with their strength, it suddenly soared. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 339 Soul Evil Spirit. This is sacrifice. The undisclosed secret of the Xiaoyao sect is the inhumane martial arts that can only be performed in conjunction with Mei slaves. This move can no longer be described as evil. In just 10 breaths, several male disciples of Xiaoyao sect changed their appearance and became full of energy. And the Mei slaves in their arms have lost their vitality forever, but in their dim eyes, there seems to be a trace of unrepentant affection, and there is a contented smile on the corners of their old mouths. The red powder turned to dry bones in an instant. Zhao Rong and the Hu family sisters burst out uncontrollably with their true essence, and the three pairs of beautiful eyes stared at the male disciples of Xiaoyao sect with hatred, and their delicate bodies trembled slightly. They are all women, and the way the Mei slaves die will naturally resonate with them. After the sacrifice was over, Yu Qing laughed and let go of the shriveled corpse in his arms. The corpse rolled on the ground, fell off the high platform, and disappeared into the evil spring water. The disciples of the Xiaoyao sect, whose strength has soared, seem to have a domineering arrogance that is the only one in the world. When the moves are opened and closed, they are more than twice as powerful as before, but when they looked at the old man, there was still a hint of concealment in Yu Qing's eyes. Anger and hatred. He didn't want to sacrifice Mei slaves at this time, because the most dangerous moment had not yet come. But because of the old man's arrogance, he had to do it, and he was naturally a little unhappy in his heart. The old man didn't seem to notice. He laughed and said, "Yes, the old man said that you are a decisive person, and it will become a big thing in the future. Boy, hold here for a while with your junior brothers. The old man will come when you go." Okay. Yu Qing was full of confidence and nodded quickly, without asking what the old man was going to do. The old man let out a loud whistle, and flew out of the high platform. After he flew up, a purple evil spirit followed closely. Follow like a shadow. What is he doing? Shen Yi's expression sank, and he found that the old man had a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, and was attracting the evil spirit towards them. Fly this way. At the same time, he kept attacking the evil spirit to attract its attention and approach the high platform little by little. This old guy, crazy. Cheng Ying smiled contemptuously. Why did he try so hard to attract an evil spirit? Could it be that he expected this evil spirit to kill us all? Ha ha. A male disciple of Baoqi's sect also laughed loudly. The old man is afraid that he was blinded by eating lard. Doesn't he know that the protective cover that Brother Yang made is designed to fight evil spirits? The voices of several people did not avoid the old man, but even if he heard it, he did not get angry, but sneered in his mouth, still pulling the evil spirit here. Leng Shan's eyes were cold and frosty, and she saw something was wrong, and said with concentration, "Be careful. He must be thinking about something." Dao Yang also nodded, secretly vigilant. After a while, the old man and the evil spirit came to the high platform, and everyone became more alert, ready to take action at any time. A big gift for you. The old man was almost there. With a loud laugh, a palm wind blew away, pushing the evil spirit over there, then with a flick of his body, he disappeared in midair, and when he reappeared, he had returned to the Xiaoyao sect. Senior, you asked us to sacrifice Mei's slave just to delay this moment for you. Yu Qing's face was very ugly, and there was some questioning in his tone. Not bad, the old man nodded calmly. In this moment, you just brought an evil spirit over there. Yu Qing could hardly hold back the anger in his chest. He never knew why the old man was so eager to let them sacrifice the Mei slaves, but now it seems that all of what he has done cannot be compared with the value of the 4 Mei slaves. Do you have an opinion? The old man looked back at Yu Qing coldly, his eyes full of impatience and sternness. Don't dare. Yu Qing felt a chill in his heart, and quickly restrained his anger. Although after the sacrifice, the strength of several of their senior brothers also increased greatly, but they still couldn't be presumptuous in the face of the Immortal Ascension realm. Look at it well, if they don't ask the old man later, the old man will screw his head off and make it a chamber pot for you. The old man smiled confidently. Yu Qing was startled, wondering why he was so confident. At this time, the evil spirit over there has launched an attack on the high platform where Yang Kai and others stood. It slammed into the high platform again and again, but it was always blocked by the defensive cover. The hot real yang vitality consumed its yin and evil energy, but it seemed to be a little different from the evil spirit next to it, and did not retreat immediately. After trying many times, it no longer attacked so recklessly. On the facial features that seemed to be relatively clear, it opened its mouth and suddenly screamed. The voice was sharp and piercing to the eardrums. Following the scream, a purple halo suddenly burst open, shrouding everyone on the high platform. Everyone was indifferently admiring the stupidity of this evil spirit. They never expected it to do such a thing. It was too late when they realized that it was not good. The halo swayed over people's bodies, everyone groaned in unison, and a few people with slightly lower strength even fell to the ground. Others also felt dizzy and nauseous for a while, as if there were ants gnawing in their minds, and the pain was unbearable. Even the Hu family sisters couldn't bear it, their pretty faces turned pale and their brows furrowed. Only Yang Kai was not affected. Compared with others, he had already cultivated his divine sense, which could offset a certain amount of divine soul damage. Moreover, he had a defensive divine soul skill like the palace of in his mind, which could easily resist the attack of evil spirits. Soul skill, Shen Yijian, sounded, it's the evil spirit. When everyone heard it, their faces turned pale, and they looked at the evil spirit in front of them with fear, with panic in their eyes. Soul evil spirits are a very special existence among evil spirits. It looks no different from other evil spirits, but because it is proficient in divine soul skills, there are only 2 paths for warriors in the immortal world to encounter it. Run or die. In this situation, running is impossible, and fighting it is a dead end. In the evil cave, soul evil spirits are relatively rare existences. From the situation in front of them, it can be seen that hundreds of evil spirits gather here, and there are more evil spirits coming from outside, but from the beginning to the end, only a soul evil spirit appeared, which shows its rarity. No one could have imagined that they would encounter a soul evil spirit. It's as if everyone present did not expect to encounter the eruption of the evil spirit spring. For a time, everyone's heart sank to the bottom. The old man deliberately drew the evil spirits over, obviously harboring evil intentions. It was a means of revenge for Yang Kai's refusal to help. Turning his head to look at the old man, Yang Kai's eyes flashed a hint of coldness. Soul evil spirit, he is not afraid. But everyone on the high platform is afraid. The large-scale divine soul skill attack just now has affected them. If such a trick is repeated several times, all the remaining people except Yang Kai will have their divine soul destroyed, either die on the spot, or become an idiot. Hurry up, hurry up. Seeing the evil spirit outside the defense cover open its pitch-black mouth again, Shenyi hurriedly shouted, the secret treasure of the soul. Who has it? Everyone looked at Dao Yang eagerly. Although Ghost King Valley has made sufficient preparations to come to the vicious evil cave this time, the divine soul treasure is as rare as the divine soul skill, and the divine soul artifact must be defended by the divine soul skill, so the grade must be very high. A group of people in Ghost King Valley are not qualified at all. Dao Yang was a disciple of the treasure sect. If he doesn't have the divine soul secret treasure, then it will be miserable this time. Although Yang Kai is not afraid of this evil soul spirit, in the end, he can only keep himself safe. So many people gathered on the high platform, and the large-scale soul attack came over. Neither did he. Fortunately, Dao Yang was indeed rich in heritage, so he hurriedly took out a ring, poured in his true essence, and flicked it with his fingers. There was a buzzing sound, and at this moment, the evil spirit also used the divine soul skill. Just like the purple halo suddenly burst out, shrouded in the crowd. But the ring on Dao Yang's hand also swayed a layer of ripples visible to the naked eye to greet him. Everyone held their breath nervously and stared blankly. When the layer of ripples collided with the purple halo, the ripples disappeared instantly, and the purple halo also dimmed, but it did not disappear, and it still affected everyone. The divine soul treasure that Dao Yang took out was not enough to defend against the attack of this evil spirit. Everyone suddenly looked miserable and lost their minds for a while. However, being blocked by this secret treasure, the feeling of being attacked in my mind now is easier to bear than it was just now. But this is not a long-term solution. The damage to the soul is not a joke. If it accumulates too many times, it will become a serious problem. Sorry, I only have this divine soul artifact. Dao Yang's face turned pale, staring at the evil spirit's movements. Brother Dao, what did you say? If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't even be able to withstand this attack. Shen Yi looked at Dao Yang earnestly. Yes, yes, Cheng Ying nodded again and again, but let's think about what to do next. With this treasure of Dao Yang's divine soul, everyone can support it for about half an hour. Yang Kai didn't say a word, just stared coldly at the old man on the high platform over there. When the old man saw the crisis here, he laughed uncontrollably. When the voice came, everyone couldn't help but be filled with righteous indignation. If it wasn't for this old guy's mischief, they would not know how safe it would be to hide in the defensive cover made by Yang Kai, but now facing this evil spirit, they couldn't help but feel helpless. This old bastard. Zhao Rong had a straight temper and scolded again without any scruples. Little friend, the old man smiled gloomily, while dealing with the evil spirits on the high platform over there, while shouting at Yang Kai, look, your side is in a lot of danger now, and our side is the same, why don't you cooperate with me? How? How to cooperate? Yang Kai asked indifferently. It's very simple, you help us get the same protective cover as yours, the old man will help you take care of that evil spirit, you can't deal with it, just because you haven't reached the Immortal Ascension realm. But the old man is different, the old man does not but the Immortal Ascension boundary, and it is the 5th floor of Immortal Ascension boundary, although it is a bit troublesome to deal with that evil spirit, it can still be killed. How? This kind of cooperation is beneficial to both of us. To be continued. Chapter 340 Seeking Death. When the old man said this, everyone suddenly realized. It turned out that he took great pains to bring the evil spirits over because he wanted Yang Kai to help them. If Yang Kai can really help, he will no longer need to guard the surroundings as hard as he is now. At that time, they can also sit on the high platform like Yang Kai and others, and watch from the wall. As long as you delay until the evil spirit spring disappears, you can naturally escape safely. If it weren't for the old man's scruples about the strength of the people on Yang Kai's side, he would have already taken action to snatch the high platform where they were standing. Why would it be so troublesome? I have to say, his plan is really good. Seeing the situation developing like this, Yu Qing of the Xiaoyao sect couldn't help laughing, and said, senior is a good way, and the junior admires it. Just now, the old man showed complete confidence. Yu Qing was still a little confused, but looking at it now, it was clear that he had already made up his mind. I am afraid that he had already noticed the existence of the evil spirit, so he would let himself sacrifice Mei's slave with his juniors and brothers, so that he has time to lead the evil spirits over. Hey, what if you don't have any means to go out, learn something? The old man smiled grimly. The Ghost King Valley and the Baoqi sect group of people were sinking like water, extremely angry, but there was nothing they could do. Little friend, how are you thinking? The situation prevailed, but the old man was not in a hurry. He just boasted about Heiko and asked Yang Kai and others to beg him. In his opinion, this group of true essence will bow to him sooner or later, unless they want to die. Did not cultivate spiritual consciousness. Relying on that one piece of divine soul artifact alone cannot resist the attack of the evil spirit. It only takes a while at most, their souls will be severely damaged, and then the old man can sit on the ground and raise the price, so he does not rush, just asks lightly. Yang Kai frowned at him and snorted. Did not answer. On the high platform over there, Yu Qing whispered to the old man, Senior, if they can't hold on to begging you later, can you make one more condition? The old man raised his brows. Oh, what conditions? Yu Qing glanced at the Hu sisters without a trace, with an obscene light in his eyes, licked his lips and said, "Let them hand over those twins." The old man gave Yu Qing a meaningful look. He knows the methods of the Xiaoyao sect enslaving and training Mei slaves. Mei slaves are also divided into grades. If twins are trained to become Mei slaves, it will bring more help to the male disciples of Xiaoyao sect, especially the Hu family sisters themselves. With extraordinary strength, Yu Qing was naturally very concerned. This time, Xiaoyao sect chased into the fierce evil cave regardless of the risk, and it was precisely because the Hu family sisters were twins. I'm afraid it's not easy to mention. The old man frowned. Although he can accept Yang Kai and others, he himself needs help from Yang Kai, and makes some excessive demands. It will only be counterproductive. Maybe stealing chickens will not lose rice. Junior can give 4 more Mei slaves to Senior, how about that? Yu Qing whispered. This can be considered. The old man nodded with satisfaction. Well, let's stay here. The old man will help you capture all the women over there. How about you give me 8 more slaves? 8 is too many. That pair of twins is indeed worth 4 Mei slaves, but the other 2 women are 6 Mei slaves, no more. A hidden pain appeared on Yu Qing's face. It seems to have suffered a huge loss. Okay, that's 6, remember, you owe the old man 14 Mei slaves. The old man laughed and spoke very well. Naturally, remember. Yu Qing was also quite satisfied with the outcome of this negotiation, and he flattered him without a trace. Senior is indeed an expert, and he doesn't seem to be very feminine. If he really cared about women's sex, he wouldn't hand over all the 4 women on the opposite side. Needless to say, the twin sisters over there are beautiful, and Leng Shan from the Ghost King Valley is also extraordinary in appearance. Although the other girl who looks more charming is not as good as the other 3, she also has a different flavor. The old man smiled contemptuously, and said proudly, "What is a woman's sex? Only you young people who are smart will care. If the old man wants a woman, what kind of woman can't get it?" Yes, Senior's lesson is yes. Yu Qing nodded again and again, not daring to refute. After a while, the old man couldn't help but be more pleasing to the eye. When he looked at the Hu sisters, he couldn't help showing a smug smile, as if they had been captured back to the Xiaoyao sect, and they were being trained with various medicines and divine soul skills. After negotiating here, both the old man and Yu Qing were very happy, and even the 4 young people who brought the old man with him were also happy. They knew that after the old man got 14 Mei slaves, he would definitely reward each of them with 1. Mei Nu, who can not only warm the bed, but also drain their essence at critical moments to increase their cultivation, who doesn't want it? With a Mei slave, you will no longer have to be lonely. Little friend, not to mention that the old man didn't remind you, if you don't want to cooperate again, some of your friends are afraid that someone is going to die. The old man gave Yang Kai and the others a faint glance, and said with a smile. Don't bother. Yang Kai replied lukewarmly. Hey, I don't know how to lift up. The old man's face was warm and angry, and he sneered, if you don't ask the old man later, the old man will definitely not take action. Yang Kai ignored him and stared at the floating bird for a while. Soul evil spirit in midair. The 3 people from the treasure sect were also holding the 5 dragon bundle seals and were nervously preparing. When the old man was negotiating with Yu Qing, Yang Kai also discussed the proper way to deal with it. Brother Yang, can you resist it? Dao Yang was a little worried, holding the ring-shaped divine soul treasure and said, why don't you take this with you? Yeah, take it just in case. Leng Shan comforted her softly, her brows a little worried. When Yang Kai said that he was going to go out and kill the evil spirit, everyone was startled, thinking that he was crazy, and the Hu family sisters were even more panicked and repeatedly discouraged. Hu Meyer's eyes overflowed with anxious and worried tears. It's all right, I'm measured. If I can't handle it, I will come back. Yang Kai's expression was flat. Then be careful, Shen Yi said solemnly. Yang Kai nodded slightly. At this moment, the evil spirit opened its mouth again, and was about to use the screaming divine soul skill. Go, Yang Kai snorted. The 3 disciples of Bao Kazong hurriedly poured their true yuan into the 5 dragons seal. The 5 dragons appeared in unison, and while they were using their divine soul skills, white rays of light erupted from their mouths, pinning the evil spirits in place. Yang Kai held the Yang liquid long sword, and he rushed out like lightning. Facing the burst of purple halo, it flew up. Dang! Dao Yang also used the divine soul secret treasure to counteract the divine soul attack contained in the purple halo. So fast, Shen Yi couldn't help but scream in surprise, just for a moment. Yang Kai had already come to the soul evil spirit, the long sword in his hand danced so tightly that it kept cutting the soul evil spirit's body. The shrill howls became more intense. The purple halo exploded one after another, and Dao Yang also flicked his divine soul treasure one after another, but he was still unable to resist such a dense attack. His face turned pale, and he couldn't help spilling a mouthful of blood, and his body slumped. Shen Yi's eyes were quick, and he quickly took his secret treasure and held it in front of him, which saved everyone from bad luck. "Young man, can't you find death?" The old man over there also noticed Yang Kai's bold move, and couldn't help but shrink his pupils and shouted sharply. He would not be kind enough to take care of Yang Kai's life and death. It's just that if Yang Kai is dead, no one will open the defensive cover for them. But Yang Kai didn't care about his shouting, he just kept attacking the body of the soul evil spirit. In a short period of time, the body of the evil soul spirit Ziying dimmed a lot. But its strength is obviously much stronger than the general purple evil spirit, even if it is restrained by the true yang vitality. Nor was it defeated. "I can't hold it anymore." Zhao Rong of the treasure artifact sect suddenly shouted softly. The next moment, she and the other two were all pale, and the seal of the 5 dragons on her hand dimmed. The 5 dragons that bound the evil spirits of the soul collapsed directly. Once he regained his freedom, the evil spirits of the soul undoubtedly went berserk. In the distortion of facial features, a purple light shot towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai couldn't avoid it, and was hit by the purple light in his mind. The severe pain spread from the mind, and the palace of could not resist such a targeted attack of the soul. Shaocheng's palace of ***** was originally wrapped around his mind, but at this moment, a gap was also made. Yang Kai's face suddenly turned ashen, and the movement of his hands paused for a moment. At this moment, the evil soul hissed towards Yang Kai with its teeth and claws. With a stab, the clothes were torn open, and there were several long wounds on Yang Kai's belly, blood flowing. "Brother Yang," a group of people exclaimed, looking at him in horror. "Looking for death." The old man snorted coldly, his expression quite annoyed. He had expected Yang Kai-hui to be unable to cooperate with him, but he didn't expect that this young man would be so hard-hearted that he would rather be a jade than a tile, and let his plan fail. With such a specially targeted divine soul skill, with the special nature of the evil spirit, even an expert in the immortal ascension boundary will probably lose their sanity. How can Yang Kai be spared the 5th floor of the true Yuan realm? Deserved. The old man sneered in his heart, without any sympathy, just a little pity. Yang Kai is dead, and he is a little troublesome here. "It's okay," Yang Kai suddenly said, his crumbling body also stabilized, and hurriedly avoided the next attack of the soul evil spirit. "There was a faint coolness in my mind, although the pain was unbearable, but Wenxinlian was working again." "How is that possible?" the old man cried out in a voiceless voice. As a divine movement realm, he could naturally feel the terrifying power contained in the divine soul skill just now. Even he did not dare to be hit directly, but how did that young man do? "Bear it." The Ghost King Valley and the treasure artifact sect couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. All of them looked at Yang Kai in amazement, wondering if he had some kind of high-end soul secret treasure, so he could defend against it. However, even if Yang Kai has the soul secret treasure, he can only protect himself, otherwise he would not have taken it out just now. One more time, Yang Kai yelled at the high platform while entangled with the soul evil spirit. "Oh," Leng Shan responded quickly, hurriedly walked to Zhao Rong, picked up the 5 dragons, and the Hu family sisters stepped forward side by side, pouring the real essence into the 5 dragons together with Leng Shan to be finished. Continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 341. Under the urging of the 3 women, the effect of Wulong Xian was much stronger than before. After all, Leng Shan's strength is not low, and the Hu family sisters' team up is even more powerful, not the 3 treasures can be compared. 5 dragons appeared, and white rays of light erupted from their mouths, illuminating the evil spirit. The evil spirits were once again bound in place. Knowing that the 5 dragons' binding seal can't restrain it for a long time, Yang Kai will show no mercy. Pushing out the palms, the white tiger seal and the divine ox seal flew towards each other, and in the roar of the tiger and the bull, 2 beast souls composed of true yang vitality were biting fiercely. With one hand, he slashed violently with the sword, and with the other hand, he pushed out 3 layers of flames, and desperately greeted the evil spirit. The divine soul attack on it was actually irrelevant. Everyone's face jumped. This kind of fighting method is too violent, giving people the feeling that they are going to burn with the enemy's jade. The body of the evil spirit is rapidly dimmed, but the divine soul ability it displays is also visible to the naked eye and rushed into Yang Kai's mind. one after another, incessantly. Why would a true essence martial artist be helpless when encountering a soul evil spirit, because he couldn't defend against its divine soul skill? Even a master of the immortal ascension boundary needs to avoid these attacks, so the evil spirits have always been a troublesome existence in the vicious evil cave. But if it can ignore its divine soul attack, it will be stronger than ordinary evil spirits. The pain in his mind became more and more severe, and the blue veins on Yang Kai's forehead were exposed, but his hands did not stop at all, and the soul evil spirit's sharp howls continued to consume its body. The old man over there watched for a while. The bright eyes also trembled slightly. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so powerful. This young man, who was only at the 5th floor of the true essence realm, showed more information and combat power than he imagined. If he continued like this, he could really kill the evil spirit, and it didn't take long. Thinking so, the old man also quietly turned his attention to this side. Sure enough, after a fierce battle over there for half a cup of tea, in a howling, the soul evil spirit turned into a little purple fluorescent light, collapsed and disappeared. Seeing Yang Kai so powerful, everyone in the Ghost King Valley and the treasure sect couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and the Hu family sisters covered their mouths in surprise, their eyes trembling. The place where the evil spirits of the soul disappeared, leaving behind a large mass of crystal clear, white and flawless evil spirit origin that looks like cotton, and this mass of evil spirit origin contains threads that are visible to the naked eye. Everyone didn't have time to be happy for Yang Kai, and after seeing the source of this group, they all exclaimed, "Special source." The eyes of the old man, which were already full of light, suddenly shone brightly, and stared at him greedily. The special origin is more precious than the ordinary evil spirit origin, and no one knows what kind of wonders it contains. But when the old man looked at this special origin, he clearly felt that his consciousness was being slightly pulled, as if he smelled a fishy cat. Inspired by instinctive desire. In an instant, the old man understood that this special origin was the origin that could increase the power of divine consciousness. After all, it is something left behind after the death of the soul evil spirit, and it is only natural that it can increase the power of divine consciousness. Immediately, the old man is greedy. If it was a common source, the old man would not be tempted, but things that can increase the power of spiritual consciousness are rare, and it is worth taking the risk to snatch it. Without any hesitation at all, the old man hurriedly shouted to Yu Qing, "Watch." The next moment, he approached Yang Kai like a meteor. "Shameless old guy," Shen Yi shouted angrily. "Yang Kai, be careful," an exclamation shouted. Yang Kai is dizzy and shaky. Although he was helped by Wenshenlian, he had suffered so many attacks from his soul and suffered a lot of damage. After killing the evil spirit, he didn't even look at the origin it left behind. A drop of 10,000 medicine spiritual liquid was put into his mouth. The exclamation came, and Yang Kai instinctively urged the whole body of true essence, grabbed the source of the evil spirit in front of him in his hand, and the cultivation method ran, and disappeared into the palm of his hand. Looking for death, the old man has no scruples at this moment. Since he has torn his face with Yang Kai and the others, he does not need to pretend to be a good person. There is a look of pain and anger on his face, and he makes a fierce move towards Yang Kai. Under the hood. An angry blow from the 5th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Even if Yang Kai resisted it with all his strength, he still couldn't resist it. He only had time to force out a drop of Yang liquid, turning it into a shield to block it. Bump! With a loud bang, Yang Kai was beaten by the old man like a meteor and fell directly into the slowly rising Xiesha spring, disappearing. The old man was stunned in midair, muttering and scolding a few words in his mouth, sighing for a while, then turned around and returned. He still didn't have time to grab that special group of evil spirits. Yang Kai, Hu Meier's face suddenly paled, as if she had lost her soul, and without the slightest hesitation, she jumped out of the high platform and fell to the position where Yang Kai fell. But only after falling a foot, his body was caught. Looking back, she saw her sister shaking her head at her in a panic. "Let go of me," Hu Meier looked at her sister pleadingly and murmured. Hu Jiaoer still shook her head, her eyes gradually turned red. After cultivating the spiritual power of Lianji, the two sisters gradually became the same. How could Hu Jiaoer not feel the sorrow and loss in her sister's heart at this moment? It was precisely because she felt the same way that Hu Jiaoer was also heartbroken, but she couldn't even see her sister jumping down to find her own death. The high platform was silent, and everyone in the Valley of the Ghost Kings and the Treasure Artifact sect was stunned. I never thought that the old man was so despicable and shameless. After a while, Leng Shan suddenly screamed, "Call me." While speaking, when she turned her head, Her beautiful eyes were filled with unparalleled anger and madness, and with a gesture of raising her hand, the Ghost King seal was pushed out. The sharp howling grimace mark fiercely attacked the high platform on the other side. As soon as she made a move, everyone in the Ghost King Valley showed their martial skills one after another, and everyone in the treasure artifact sect also hurriedly sacrificed their secret treasures and attacked the old man and the Xiaoyao sect. While trying not to damage the protective cover of true yang vitality, everyone vented their anger. The high platform over there was already beleaguered on all sides, and the scene was even more precarious when it was attacked by a group of people from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Artifact Sect. Yu Qing's expression changed greatly, and he said in a panic, "Leng Shan. Do you even attack my Xiaoyao sect? Xiaoyao sect and Ghost King Valley are close neighbors. Besides, we didn't take action against that kid, so don't be so indifferent. Is it all right?" Leng Shan's eyes were cold, and she sneered repeatedly, ignoring Yu Qing's shouting, just squandering her true essence. Junior is arrogant. The old man was furious. He found that he still underestimated this group of young people. Under his anger, those people's attacks were all very sharp. He didn't care about one or two, but so many people fought together. In the past, with the evil spirits surrounding him, the old man was in a hurry and he was stretched thin. Especially the few secret treasures that were sacrificed were so powerful that his complexion changed greatly. If you guys stop fighting, even if you burn all the jade and stones, this old man will destroy your defense cover. I also secretly regretted it in my heart. I didn't even get the source of the evil spirit just now. I really shouldn't have killed that kid. The rabbit is in a hurry and bites people, not to mention this group of young people with strong blood. Wait, stop fighting. Dao Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. He looked down, and exclaimed in surprise, "Brother Yang is not dead." Everyone was stunned for a moment, and the whole body of true essence suddenly stabilized. Following Dao Yang's eyes, he looked down, and sure enough, he saw a vague figure in the Zaisha spring below, exuding flickering light. It was indeed Yang Kai. Not only did he not die, but he was still standing quietly in the evil spirit spring. The origin of the evil spirits scattered around seemed to be sucked by an invisible attraction, pouring into Yang Kai's body and disappearing. "Brother Yang!" Dao Yang shouted eagerly. Hee. In the tumbling spring water, there was a burst of low-pitched laughter from Yang Kai, and the laughter was terrifying. Gradually, the laughter grew louder and louder, rolling like thunder. "Brother Yang, what's wrong with you?" Dao Yang's expression changed slightly, and he looked down nervously. Huo ran, a dark color like ink emerged in Yang Kai's body below. Even if he was in the evil spring water, this black color was quite conspicuous. It was like a black hole. When it appeared, it was swallowed up in an instant. All the light makes everyone dark. When I regained my senses, I saw a dark figure below, only a pair of scarlet eyes, exuding a cold light of bloodthirsty and selective people. "Go into the devil!" The old man screamed strangely, thinking that Yang Kai had swallowed so many evil spirits just now, and it was too late to temper, and the evil in the source had swayed his mind. This kind of explanation is also reasonable. So many groups of origins poured into his body in an instant, even the old man could not bear it. Although Yang Kai's cultivation technique and true essence attributes restrained evil spirits, I am afraid he will not be spared. Hearing what he said, the expressions of everyone who had just breathed a sigh of relief on the high platform changed abruptly. Leng Shan's eyes flashed, and she looked down suspiciously, feeling a little unsure. Everyone present, only she knew that Yang Kai could use another kind of evil energy that was different from true Yang Qi. When they were in a different place, she and Zemo also thought that Yang Kai had gone crazy, but they made a big joke. At that time, it was exactly the same as the situation in front of him. Yang Kai was wrapped in pitch black, but this time it was more serious. "Have you gone crazy?" Leng Shan asked herself in her heart, but she couldn't get the point. "Mayor, go up, I'm fine." Yang Kai's voice came from below, cold as iron, but quite calm. Hearing this, Leng Shan couldn't help but look happy, knowing that Yang Kai was really safe. Hu Mayer was also stunned for a while, but Hu Jiaoer quickly pulled her up, and the two sisters quickly hid in the protective cover, looking down in surprise. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 342 Arrogant and Domineering. Standing on the high platform and looking down, the evil spring water covering the ground has been raised to a very high position. These springs are not real water, but they look like water, thick and liquid, and contain all kinds of evil and danger. Evil spirits flock to these springs, constantly devouring the energy in them, but if a warrior falls into it, there will be no good fruit to eat. But now, Yang Kai, who is wrapped in black energy, is not affected by the evil spring water at all, just like a fish swimming in the water, constantly swimming around. Wherever he passed, all the sources of evil spirits scattered outside were sucked into his body by him. Occasionally encountered one or two evil spirits with short eyes, but he was not attacked. Those evil spirits seemed to be unable to detect his existence and turned a blind eye to him. A group of people are stunned. The same is true of the old man on the high platform. His eyes are about to split, with an expression of disbelief on his face. This kid is in an extremely strange state at the moment. The energy emanating from his body is completely different from the previous one. It is full of evil and brutal aura. He is like a big devil who kills people and loses his sense. The evil of that aura makes people tremble. What made the old man even more shocked was that Yang Kai was currently collecting the source of evil spirits from below, and the evil spirits were fighting each other until now, and there were countless sources of evil spirits below. That kid just walked over and collected dozens of balls, which made people jealous and jealous. Moreover, he directly sucked the source of evil spirits into his body, and he didn't seem to worry about what harm the evil contained in these sources would do to him. Hey. Yang Kai happily swam in the Zaisha spring to collect the source, while the cold laughter kept coming out. There were some surprises and smugness in the laughter, but more excitement. The body and mind are all excited, and even the blood of the whole body is boiling, as if holding a naked beauty in his arms, he is going up and down his hands, tasting the wonderful. There were bursts of rhythmic movement in the proud golden body. The source of the evil spirits that was inhaled in the body just now made the golden body very happy, frantically devouring the evil energy in the surrounding evil spirit spring. These energies seemed to be very alloyed. Body's appetite. The body became a huge vortex, sucking all the evil around it into the body. Yang Kai not only did not feel uncomfortable, but looked happy. He didn't know why this was happening, but since the golden body liked this kind of energy, there was no need to go into it, just absorb it. After sucking for a while, Yang Kai suddenly felt a sense of saturation. It's not that the golden body is saturated, the golden body is a bottomless pit, and it won't be saturated no matter how much energy it absorbs, but that his current state has reached the limit. If you don't break through this shackle, the golden body will not be absorbed again, otherwise it will cause a burden on Yang Kai. Aware of this, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little pity. This mad inhalation not only made the golden body recharge, but also stored nearly 100 groups of evil spirit sources in his dantian. Yang Kai didn't have time to refine these sources, so he could only temporarily put them in his dantian. There is no way to store more. Especially the special origin left by the evil soul spirit made Yang Kai very concerned. Compared with other origins, this group is undoubtedly a little different. It has to be refined quickly, in order to absorb more sources, and also take the opportunity to break through the current realm. Thinking of this, Yang Kai's heart suddenly became hot. Turning to look, the group of people on the high platform were still looking at them worriedly, especially the Hu family sisters. The worry and concern in their beautiful eyes could not be hidden. He couldn't help feeling warm. Yang Kai rushed to the high platform and waved at them, "Give me all the purification bottles." Hee. Shen Yi laughed greedily, "I know Brother Yang is righteous." With that said, he quickly collected everyone's spirit purifying bottles and threw them towards Yang Kai. There are only 5 purification bottles. Among them, 3 were brought by the treasure artifact sect, and 2 were brought by the people from the Ghost King Valley. The Hu family sisters only escaped here, and naturally there was no purification bottle. 1 bottle can hold 20 groups of sources, and 5 bottles of pure spirit, that is, 100 groups. With such a huge number, no one can't help but be tempted. Yang Kai continued to shuttle back to the Xiesha spring, wandering unscrupulously among countless evil spirits, constantly using the spirit purification bottle to collect the source, filling 1 bottle and changing another. After a while, all 5 bottles were filled. The old man and everyone from the Xiaoyao sect looked at each other eagerly, and everyone's eyes were filled with greed and envy. They were beaten to death on this high platform, and they didn't even have time to collect the source, but Yang Kai was better, wandering in the spring without any worries, collecting a group of enviable sources. Comparing the two, where is there no envy and jealousy? The old man's bowels of regret are now green, and the expressions on the old face are wonderful, and all kinds of feelings are tumbling in his heart. Knowing that this kid has such great ability, how could he tear up his face with Yang Kai? But it was only at this moment that I saw his mystery and power, and it was useless to regret it. The move to hit Yang Kai just now completely ruined his hope of befriending Yang Kai. Even if I can't let him help me get that magical protective cover, it's still good to let him collect some sources for me now. His action of collecting the source below is simpler than picking a watermelon. Damn, it's really unfavorable for fleeting years, and I let such a good opportunity pass up in vain. In an instant, the old man felt toothache, liver pain, stomach pain, pain all over his body and everywhere. Yang Kai took 5 filled bottles and threw them towards it. He was not in a hurry to go back. Instead, he hovered above the Zaisha spring, turned his head, and gave the old man a gloomy look. The old man's heart suddenly burst, and he didn't know what Yang Kai's eyes meant. While he was struggling, he saw Yang Kai grinning at him. There was a different taste in his scarlet eyes, and he flew over slowly and unrestrainedly. Everyone on the high platform is on guard as if they are facing a big enemy. They are a little stretched to deal with evil spirits now. If Yang Kai takes the opportunity to fall into the trap, it will be over. This is really a leak in the house every time it rains continuously, and the ship is late and has a headwind. Yu Qing secretly blamed the old man for his recklessness just now, laughing with Yang Kai from a distance, and said, "This friend is slow, our Xiaoyao sect and you have no grudges and no grudges, friends, please think twice before you start." Seeing Yu Qing's low-key request for the whole Ghost King Valley, everyone couldn't help but secretly happy, and when they looked at Yang Kai, they didn't think he was evil anymore. At this moment, the back was so heroic and suave. He didn't say anything, didn't do anything, but it made the enemy extremely fearful and frightened. Be a man, be like that. Shen Yi adored his face, tisk tisk. Lang Shan snorted softly and rolled her eyes. Friend, talk to me if you have something to say. Seeing Yang Kai's silence, Yu Qing became more and more unsure of what he wanted to do, so he could only laugh. The old man's face was also cloudy and uncertain, and he remained silent, allowing Yu Qing to pretend to be a grandson, and also had the idea of using his mouth to inquire about Yang Kai's intentions. I want something, Yang Kai said when Yu Qing was restless. Yu Qing was sure in his heart, and quickly replied, what do friends want? Just say it, as long as my Xiaoyao sect has it, I will serve it immediately. Your purification bottle, Yang Kai grinned, and the white fangs were especially terrifying in the black gas envelope. It's easy to talk about it. Yu Qing dared to be negligent, and quickly took out the spirit-purifying bottle that his apprentice brother carried with him. They also carried 2 purification bottles, which Yang Kai also knew. Moreover, these 2 bottles also contained several groups of evil spirit sources. He put it away lightly, turned his head to look at the old man Yang Kai with a sneer and slowly narrowed his eyes, and said, I don't need to say more, right? The old man snorted coldly, his face unhappy. He is a master of the 5th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Although he also knows that Yang Kai is powerful and mysterious, he is not afraid of him. But he still has 4 juniors to take care of, and without the assurance of killing Yang Kai with a single blow, the old man does not dare to act rashly. Yang Kai so blatantly asked him for something, and the old man was naturally a little embarrassed in front of the younger generation. Face to face, the old man didn't want to stimulate Yang Kai's nerves anymore and snorted, holding back his anger, give it to him. But, a young man beside the old man looked hesitant, obviously not wanting to give in easily. I told him, the old man shouted. Yes. The young man glanced at Yang Kai angrily, gritted his teeth, took out 2 spirit purification bottles from his arms, and threw them towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai Zhang took it and looked at him indifferently. I remember you, be careful. The young man was full of vigor, and he said to Yang Kai with a sneer, arguing that he had the support of his elders. Yang Kai's face was cold, and his eyes flashed coldly. Before he could do anything, the old man shook his hand and gave the young man a slap. Snapped. It was extremely crisp and loud, and the young man was thrown around several times on the spot. After he settled down, one cheek suddenly swelled up. You will die if you don't speak. The old man looked at him with a grim expression. Damn, I don't want to irritate this weird kid anymore, you are still rambling, you really push him to do it now, and neither of you want to go out alive. The young man was obviously beaten by a slap. He didn't seem to expect that his master would do something to him. He covered his cheeks in a daze, his eyes were full of humiliation and anger, his face was red and blue, but he didn't dare to say anything. The words were swallowed with a mouthful of blood. Are you satisfied, little friend? The old man glanced at Yang Kai lightly. Ha 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 ha. Yang Kai laughed wildly, unscrupulously, nodded again and again, satisfied. Please come back, the old man said solemnly. Yang Kai stood beside their high platform, always making the old man feel like a thorn on his back, And he was always on guard against whether he would suddenly attack, while he had to deal with evil spirits. Ling, don't mention how hard it is. No hurry. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, his expression calm and composed. The old man's complexion changed slightly, and the weather became uncertain. Yang Kai raised the purification bottle in his hand to him, and slowly began to collect the source of evil spirits floating by their high platform. These origins were left behind by the old men and the Xiaoyao sect after they killed the evil spirits, and there were a lot of them. They should have belonged to them, but no one had time to collect them, so they could only be left floating. New January, ask for a few monthly tickets for support. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at vansh.saran. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for a recommendation vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 343, The Origin of Refining. There are people in the house today, and there are only 2 shifts. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Seeing Yang Kai strolling leisurely in the courtyard, with a calm expression on his face to collect the source of the evil spirits, Yu Qing smiled bitterly and opened his mouth, but he didn't dare to say anything. The old man also looked ugly and had the urge to vomit blood. After a long while, Yang Kai finally collected the source of evil spirits around them, glanced lightly, and chuckled, "Continue, I will collect it later." Saying this, it's really a suspicion that people are not paying for their lives. The 4 purification bottles had not been filled yet, and Yang Kai went to the distance and walked around again before returning. He came to the high platform where everyone was living, threw the 4 purification bottles to the Hu family sisters, and said, "Look at it, I want to digest it first." The Hu sisters both had peach-like faces and smiled sweetly. Although the last 4 purification bottles were all given to Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier, none of the Ghost King Valley and the Treasure Artifact sect had any complaints. Each of their factions has already harvested 2 bottles of the source of evil spirits. Yang Kai's previous debt to Ghost King Valley was not only fully repaid, but also allowed them to have a good harvest. Not to mention Dao Yang and the others from the Treasure Artifact sect. The 4 brothers and sisters will come here just because the master wants the source of evil spirits to see if they can be used to refine the artifact. Originally, I just wanted to kill a few red evil spirits to deal with the errands, but now I have also gained a lot, so how can I be unhappy? What's more, Hu Meier just desperately wanted to jump into the Xie Sha Spring to find Yang Kai, which also made everyone realize that the relationship between Yang Kai and the twins seems to be a little complicated. It wasn't like they met by chance. No wonder Yang Kai took the twins from the high platform over there as soon as he stepped out. Thinking of this, everyone looked at Yang Kai, and then looked at the Hu family sisters, all with ambiguous expressions and strange expressions. Sure enough, he's a hooligan. Leng Shan gritted her teeth secretly, hating her. Originally in a different place. This bastard took advantage of her and Zemo. If it wasn't for an enemy attack at the last minute, maybe he and Zemo would have already become a good thing. At that time, if Zemo was really eaten by him, Leng Shan estimated that she could not escape from his palm. He never thought that even if he ran into the vicious and evil cave, he would still meet a beauty whose relationship with him was unclear. And they are twins. How many women does he know outside to encounter such a small probability of things? Thinking of this, Leng Shan became more and more uneasy, and secretly decided not to deal with Yang Kai again in the future. Although he is a good person, he is also a little too careless. If you walk with him again, if you don't make it right, you don't know how to lose your virginity. She still wanted to marry a good family, so she glanced at the Hu sisters lightly, and Leng Shan's mouth moved. There is no voice, but looking at her mouth shape is the word, nympho. There was joy on the platform. Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the ground, returning the evil energy to the proud golden body, and the true yang vitality in his dantian refilled the meridians. The evil energy contained in the evil spirit spring can be directly swallowed into the golden body of the proud bones, but the source of evil spirits cannot, and must be tempered with true yang vitality. A little bit of investigation into the origin of the dantian. There are as many as 100 groups, and only one of them can be determined to be a special origin. It was the mass left behind by the evil spirits after they died. After thinking about it, Yang Kai decided to leave it to the end. Good things are always enjoyed last. Pulling the other sources in his dantian into the meridians, Yang Kai used his true essence to temper it while comprehending the shackles of his own martial arts. The hazy heaven and earth are bound and blessed in the body, and this layer of restraint cannot be felt until it reaches a certain level. But whenever a martial artist is about to break through, he can clearly grasp it. Smashing this layer of shackles, the strength of the warrior can be improved to a higher level. If it cannot be achieved, then the cultivation base can only stop. The stronger the strength, the harder it is to break the shackles imposed on the body. This is also one of the reasons why the strength of warriors grows slowly in the later stage. Sometimes a martial artist will stay in a realm all year round, and it is because of his qualifications that he cannot break that level. And this kind of restraint was especially obvious at the peak of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Therefore, in today's world, very few people have broken through to the top of the gods, and every warrior who has broken through to the top of the gods is the overlord of the strongest side. At the very least, they are the leaders of the first-class forces. If there is an accident, then Ling Taishu is the only one. After all, the High Heaven Pavilion is only a second-class sect, and it is now on the verge of extinction. Yang Kai felt it attentively, gathered his energy, and kept hitting the shackles that bound him. Time passed slowly. I don't know how long it took. That layer of restraint was suddenly broken, and the whole person felt light for no reason, as if he had escaped from a cage, and he felt a sense of freedom in his body and mind. It seems that this world can no longer stop him from reaching the peak of martial arts. An invisible aura, centered on Yang Kai, spreads outwards, causing a layer of ripples visible to the naked eye. Everyone who was talking and laughing was startled by the sudden movement, and quickly turned to look at Yang Kai. After it was determined that he made this movement because of the breakthrough, all of them had strange expressions on their faces. Dare to break through in this dangerous environment, Yang Kai's courage is really admirable. True Yuan Realm, 6th floor. Even if he succeeded in breaking through, Yang Kai didn't get up immediately, and he still used the technique to incorporate the source of evil spirits that had been completely tempered in the meridians into his golden body. The golden body is no longer saturated, and a vortex-like suction force is generated, swallowing the purified source energy. The realm that has just broken through is quickly stabilized. In the Dantian, there is still a mass of origin. It was the special origin left behind by that evil spirit after its death. Yang Kai's face was shocked, and he was full of energy. He was also looking forward to what benefits such a special source would bring to him. The true essence drives it to travel through the meridians, quenching and burning. Impurities are driven out bit by bit, turned into useless substances and excreted from the body. As expected of a group of special origins, it took Yang Kai an hour to fully refine it. After the tempering is completed, the source flows in the meridians, bringing a strange feeling, which makes people feel at ease physically and mentally. This is the effect that other sources have never had. Suddenly, it follows the meridians straight to the top of the head, and disappeared in an instant. The next moment, Yang Kai noticed the power of his own consciousness. It has grown a lot. This is actually the source of a group of evil spirits that can increase the power of divine consciousness. Not only that, but there seems to be something else that follows. Yang Kai hurriedly opened his eyes. There seemed to be a flash of electricity in his eyes, shining brightly, he thought for a while, and a strange smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai looked towards the high platform where the old man was standing. "Brother Yang, are you okay?" Shen Yi hurriedly asked. "Well, it can't be better." Yang Kai nodded slightly, looking at the old man's eyes, gradually becoming dangerous. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's gaze, the old man couldn't help but look back here. Just a glance, the old man frowned. He found that this strange young man seemed to be a little different from just now. He seemed more confident and arrogant than before. More domineering. Just promoted to a small realm, do you want to beat the old man's attention? The old man sneered in his heart, really overthinking his abilities. Yang Kai is indeed playing his attention. This old guy just hit Yang Kai hard in order to snatch the special source of evil spirits. If it wasn't for Yang Kai's good physique, the true chi in his body would be extremely pure. At the critical moment, a yang liquid shield was condensed, and that move could not be stopped at all. Although he will get back some interest right away, he has always wanted to take revenge for resentment and revenge for resentment. His eyes flashed, and Yang Kai gradually restrained his hostility. He is not completely sure to kill the old man. The realm of others is too high. Even if he cooperates with the means he just obtained, he may not be able to kill him. Still have to plan well. Brother Yang. Dao Yang looked solemn, looked at Yang Kai and said, "We discussed it just now and feel that staying here is not a long-term solution." Yang Kai also felt the same way. He couldn't escape just now, because countless evil spirits gathered from all directions. There was no way to escape, and he could only avoid the high platform in the center. Now the evil spirits around here are gathered. Almost there, the outside is undoubtedly safer, and he paused. What do you think? We want to leave here. Shenyi frowned and said, but we also have concerns. Once we leave this high platform, we may be targeted by evil spirits, and it will be difficult to escape. What do you want me to do? They now regard Yongkai as the backbone, and Yongkai naturally knows that they are pinning their hopes on themselves. Brother Yang, can you maintain such a large range of defense while flying? Shenyi was a little embarrassed. They had the most people in the Ghost King Valley, followed by the 4 people from the Treasure Artifact sect, and finally the Hu family sisters. Yongkai's effort to protect it is really too difficult for a strong person. Moreover, they don't know how much real essence Yongkai has left to squander. I haven't tried it, but it should be possible. Yongkai thought about it carefully. Trying to maintain such a large range of defense shields must consume a lot of true energy, but there is still a lot of storage in the Yang liquid in the Dantian. If so, then we can take a risk. Shenyi nodded slightly. Dong dong. While everyone was discussing, there was a sudden and powerful beating sound not far away. Listening to the sound, it seemed to be the movement of a huge heart. Everyone's expressions changed, and they followed the reputation. After waiting for a while, the thumping sound came again. And this time, everyone could see clearly. When the sound came out, the place where the evil spirit spring's eye was actually tumbling. Puff puff. The evil spring water under the high platform suddenly seemed to be boiling, and huge bubbles appeared one after another. The bubbles emerged, burst open, and burst into groups of evil energy. With the explosion of the bubbles, the evil spring water below turned the river to the sea and rose rapidly. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 344. The Power of Divine Soul Skills. The high platform that everyone stood was about 7 or 8 feet above the ground. After such a long time, the water level of Zaisha Spring had already risen to 3 or 4 feet. But at this moment, the evil demon spring, which is as thick and liquid as water, is climbing at a frantic speed, as if it has swelled. Everyone's face changed greatly. In just 3 breaths, the evil spring water spread to the level of the high platform, and it was still rising wildly. Not good. Dao Yang exclaimed in surprise, staring at all this with a horrified expression. The others also hurriedly shrank to the middle of the high platform, for fear that they would accidentally fall off the high platform and fall into the evil spring water full of evil. The evil spring water erupted in such a wide range, and now they want to leave. I am afraid it is too late. The old man over there was also frightened. Although he knew the existence of the evil spirit spring, it was the first time he encountered it, and he didn't know what was going on in the current situation. Seeing that the evil spring water was about to be wrapped up from all directions, and knowing that this place is not a place to stay for a long time, the old man screamed, his anger rose from his heart, and his wickedness turned to courage, and shouted, "If you don't want to die, just follow me." During the speech, the moves violently erupted, opening a gap from the surrounding of many evil spirits, and a call of true essence burst out, protecting his 4 juniors, rushing towards Yongkai and others. Several people from the Xiaoyao sect also hurriedly followed, with various martial skills and secret treasures guarding their sides, and they were not worried about their lives for a while. Yongkai looked indifferent, narrowed his eyes and looked at the old man who was approaching quickly. A cold glow flashed in his eyes. The purpose of the old man flying here is self-evident. After a while, this whole world will probably be flooded with evil spring water. At that time, the high platform where Yongkai and others are located will become the only safe haven. There are 20 layers of true Yang vitality overlapping the defensive cover, which is enough to resist the erosion of the evil spring water. At a critical juncture of life and death, the old man is going to take a risky move. Flying to the front, the old man was not in a hurry. Just looking at Yongkai Dao, "Little friend, there are many unpleasant things between you and me. But at this time, the old man will not ink with you. How about asking your friends to let a few seats come out?" Yongkai looked at him mockingly. Indifferently said, "Don't you see that our side is full?" The old man's face sank, and he said in a hurry, "That's why I asked you to give me a few seats. The evil spirit spring has changed so much, and I don't know what will happen later. If there is no such thing as this old man, how much would you survive? The chances of these friends of yours are of uneven strength, so it's not enough to go out with a few low-strength ones. If you need to know that it is convenient for others, it is also convenient for yourself." Senior. Yu Qing was in a hurry. He heard what the old man said, and he didn't seem to plan to bring everyone from the Xiaoyao sect with him. Naturally, he was anxious. When the others heard it, they also looked at the old man angrily. He said this obviously to want a few people to go out and die for them. Yang Kai sneered and shook his head lightly. I am quite convenient now. So I don't want to be convenient with others. The junior asked for it by himself. The old man's face showed a hostile expression, and he shouted angrily. The evil spirit spring is rising higher and higher, and he has no time to waste. This old man is not easy, so don't think about it. You are from the Xiaoyao sect. Together with the old man, we will drive them out, occupy this high platform, and you will be able to survive. The old man raised his arms and shouted. Okay, Yu Qing was overjoyed, and without hesitation, he agreed. The expressions of everyone on the high platform were extremely gloomy. The old guy is obviously jumping over the wall in a hurry. The fifth floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary attacked with 7 or 8 true essence boundaries, and they didn't know if they could resist it. Only Yang Kai smiled lightly and looked at the old man with contempt and ridicule. Boom! A fire dragon suddenly burst out from the high platform, and everyone flew over to meet the old man, not knowing who took the lead. The high platform covered by the true Yang Vitality Shield has now become the only place to save lives. No one will want to let it out. The old man is so aggressive and deceiving, naturally some people can't hold back. The next moment, the power of various martial arts and secret treasures shines brightly. A group of people around the old man did not dare to show weakness, and also responded with color. But it was just a wave of confrontation, and everyone on the high platform saw that it was not good. The attacks from his own side were all intercepted by the old man, the master of the Immortal Ascension boundary, with the power of one person. Although it took a lot of trouble for the old man to intercept it, he stopped it after all. On the contrary, it was the attacks from the True Essence Realm warriors behind him, which made everyone on the high platform in a hurry. Everyone's face was ashen for a while, and there was an Immortal Ascension boundary standing in front of them. Even if they wanted to kill the people behind, they couldn't be satisfied. In just a short while, the evil spirit spring water rose a lot again, and it was about to engulf the group of people. The 4 young people beside the old man and Xiaoyao sect and others also exerted their strength to suckle, and they did everything they had learned, and desperately urged the real Yuan to attack. As for the old man himself, his eagle-like eyes were biting on Yang Kai's body, and his intuition told him that this mysterious young man was very strange, and there must be some unknown means. In normal times, he would have carefully tested 1 or 2, so as not to overturn the boat in the gutter, but at this moment of crisis, how could he still have such leisure? With a hand move, a huge palm print was photographed towards Yang Kai, and it was about to kill Yang Kai with a single blow. Yang Kai snorted coldly, his fingers moved forward, and a blood-red shield stood in front of him. Boom! The handprint slapped on the shield condensed by Yang liquid, and the shield shattered instantly, but it also blocked the old man's blow. Before waiting for the old man to make another move, Yang Kai's mind suddenly burst out with energy invisible to the naked eye, mysterious and silent, bypassing the old man's protection and flashing into the crowd behind him. The old man's expression changed, and at that moment, he seemed to sense the power of divine consciousness. Before he could understand what was going on, a purple halo suddenly burst out behind him. The erupting halo took on a fan shape, covering all the 4 younger disciples of the old man and everyone from the Xiaoyao sect. The silent attack spread, and those true essence masters suddenly looked stunned and their faces became painful. Then, another halo burst out. The third way. Ah! Yu Qing covered his head with his hands, and the piercing pain made him unable to move his true essence at all, so he plunged into it. The body fell into the evil spring water, and a piercing sound came. It was obvious to the naked eye that Yu Qing's clothes and flesh and blood were quickly corroded, leaving only a white bone. In addition to Yu Qing, the 4 descendants of the Xiaoyao sect and the old man also suffered the same blow. In the blink of an eye, he was the only one left in the old man's camp, and judging from his appearance, he seemed to have suffered some trauma. Kick, kick, kick. The old man quickly took a few steps back, looked at Yang Kai with a terrified expression, and said in a trembling voice, "Spirit skill." Yang Kai raised the corner of his mouth and smiled brightly. How is that possible? The old man had a ghostly expression on his face, and he couldn't believe what he saw. This is just a 6th-layer True Essence Realm martial artist, how can he display his divine soul skills? Moreover, this divine soul skill was quite familiar, it was clearly performed by the evil spirit just now, but the attack range was slightly changed by this young man. It's the divine soul skill. Yang Kai looked at him provocatively, I got it from the source of the group just now, old fellow, you are dead. Impossible. The old man's expression was a little grim. Although the 3 halos didn't hurt him, his consciousness was also somewhat damaged, and the pain in his mind lingered. Even if you can comprehend the divine soul skill from the source, but you can't use it without cultivating your divine sense. As he said that, his eyes lit up again, and he looked at Yang Kai in disbelief. Could it be that the source of the group just now allowed you to cultivate your spiritual sense? Just take it as it is. Yang Kai chuckled and didn't try to defend himself. Divine consciousness has been cultivated for a long time, and Yang Kai's current divine consciousness is not weak, otherwise he would not be able to perform 3 consecutive divine soul skills. Even an expert who has just entered the immortal ascension boundary cannot perform 3 consecutive divine soul skills. On the high platform, everyone looked at Yang Kai with joy and surprise, but they never expected that at this critical moment, Yang Kai would turn the tide again. They have not been in contact with Yang Kai for a long time, but in this short period of time, Yang Kai has shown unbelievable means one after another, and miracles have been born repeatedly. Everyone knows that if Yang Kai hadn't met Yang Kai this time, he would have died several times. Not to mention this life-saving grace, Yang Kai's strangeness and power alone are enough to make everyone secretly make up their minds to befriend him, and there must be no conflict with him in the future. The old man looked at the bottom of the Xie spring with a painful expression. The 4 juniors he tried so hard to protect all fell just now, and he naturally hated Yang Kai to the extreme. His face was gloomy and uncertain, and after hesitating for a while, the old man suddenly turned around and left, saying, "Boy, you live well, the old man will one day skin you cramps." Even if Yang Kai has mastered the soul skill, the old man is not afraid of him. What the old man is afraid of is the evil spring water rising rapidly below. Unable to seize the high platform quickly, the old man had to run out to see if he could escape his life. "Want to go? Are you able to go?" Yang Kai snorted coldly and rushed out of the high platform, quickly catching up. While his body was flying, a power of divine consciousness flashed in his mind, and this power was somewhat different from the previous one. Different, it was condensed into a point, turned into a purple light, and quickly hit the old man's head. It is also a divine soul skill obtained from the source of the evil spirit, but the one just now was a large area attack, and this one is a single target attack. The two have similarities, only the means used are different. The old man obviously didn't expect Yang Kai to have this hand, and he was caught off guard by the purple light. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 345. Can you create another miracle? Let me tell you, Xiaomo has been back to his hometown in Anhui since August 2011. It is a small county town. Construction is next to the national road, and the nearby is still being demolished. Power outages are normal things. Moreover, Wulian has been on the shelves until now, except that the first month is 4 a day, and the next is basically 3. Even if I went to Zhuhai to attend the annual meeting a few days ago, I still watch 3 times a day. Even if I have a cold and cough now, I try to keep it 3 times a day. Occasionally, the update is late, the update is slow, it may be that I am too tired, oversleep, or it may be a power outage, but even if it is late, I will put the update on, no less than 2 updates. This point, with the book lovers should see it now. Because it's my job, it's the bread and butter of my family and my livelihood. So, friends who say that I have broken the update, please come to QD to see the genuine update time, check it, which day I have broken it, and then say, Xiaomo has broken the update again. Good or not, now that you have evidence, you can speak more confidently, right? There is a lot of nonsense written, but the number of text in this chapter is 3148, so the above nonsense will not be included in the fee. In addition, ask for a few monthly passes, recommended tickets. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The sound of stinging came, the lower body of the old man seemed to fall into the oil pan, and the various evils contained in the evil spring water erupted with unparalleled formidable power, and in just an instant, a large piece of the old man's flesh and blood was dissolved. The old man screamed in a shrill scream, and his body was activated by his true essence, desperately resisting the evil chi that had invaded his body. But no matter how hard he tried, those mysterious thick ink breaths were still spreading rapidly towards him. The old man's liver and gallbladder were broken, and he tried his best to go up, but there seemed to be a huge suction force from the Zaisha spring, as if there were invisible big hands below, pulling his body down fiercely. Again, he seemed to have inadvertently fallen into a swamp. The harder he tried, the faster his body fell. Yang Kai took the opportunity to fly to the top of his head, and his palms were also out, with the momentum of the mountain pressing the top. Fierce move. The three-layer explosion of Yanyang and the Divine Soul skill were used at the same time, and palm prints all over the sky appeared, and there were lines of purple dim light in the middle of the palm prints. It's about to be slaughtered. The old man Kong has the strength of the fifth layer of the Immortal Ascension boundary, but the tiger fell into Pingyang and could not exert it at all. A sharp howl sounded, and it was faintly visible under the thick ink-like spring water. The old man struggled and resisted, but he could not get rid of the shackles of the evil energy in the spring water. The deeper and deeper, he gradually disappeared. After a while, the old man's voice also disappeared, and he died completely. Yang Kai's expression was also a little ugly. He didn't expect the power of this evil spring water to be so powerful that he couldn't even break free when he fell into it. When the evil energy in his proud golden body was used, he could swim in the spring water, but if people fall into it, I am afraid that it will be no different from the fate of Xiaoyao sect. The protective cover of the true yang vitality on the high platform, can it withstand it? Looking at the other side with some concern, Yang Kai quickly pulled back and returned. The power of divine sense has been used so many times, and it is indeed a little tired and weak, but Yang Kai still did not reveal the slightest. Falling back to the high platform, everyone looked at him with bated breath, as if they couldn't believe that a fifth-layer Immortal Ascension boundary master was killed by him like this. Although everyone knows that it is not Yang Kai's own ability, but more relying on the evil of Xiesha Spring, but even so, it is shocking enough. Cough. It looks like we are the only people left here. Shen Yi coughed lightly, pulling everyone's attention back. Yeah, they're all dead. Leng Shan looked at the empty high platform on the other side, feeling a bit dreamlike. This time, Ghost King Valley committed the crime of Xiaoyao sect. She was worried about whether she would be punished by the master when she returned, but she did not expect that none of Yu Qing and others would survive. This is a result she likes to hear. No one from Xiaoyao sect went back alive, so naturally they would not know what happened here. It's up, Dao Yang shouted, staring hard at the outside. The evil spring water outside erupted again at this moment, and the expanding spring water quickly overflowed the high platform, quickly rising several dozen feet, filling the entire evil cave. Turning his head and looking around, except for the things that can be seen on the high platform, all directions are surrounded by spring water. The thick ink spring water blocks all light, and everyone seems to be hiding in a bubble on the bottom of the sea. Through the protective cover, you can sometimes see some evil spirits wandering in the spring. Everyone couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, they didn't leave the high platform rashly just now, otherwise they would have been swallowed up by these springs before they rushed out of the safety zone. Thorn la la. The spring water touched the true yang vitality shield, and there was a burst of explosions. The two kinds of energy collided, and each other was rapidly consuming each other's energy. For a time, everyone's mood became tense, and they watched the movement of the defensive cover for a while. In this case, if the defensive cover is broken, everyone except Yang Kai will die. Dong dong. The sound coming from the evil spirit spring's side became more and more intense and denser. Pulled by this sound, the heartbeats of everyone on the high platform involuntarily accelerated a lot. PFF'd. There seemed to be a sound of something breaking. Zhao Rong of the Treasure Artifact sect screamed, and Hua Rong said, it seems that a layer of defense has been broken. Really? Cheng Ying's face also turned blue. It has only been so long, and a layer of defensive cover has been wiped out. If it is calculated at this speed, it will not take a single stick of incense, and the high platform will be unsafe. Really, I saw it. Zhao Rong was about to cry. Death, sometimes not so terrifying, can end a person's life with a sudden sword blow without them feeling it. What is scary is the feeling of waiting for death, the long, anxious and fearful torment that makes people live like years. What if it's all broken? Cheng Ying asked with a sad face. Crow's mouth, Leng Shan reprimanded. Immediately, everyone turned their heads and looked at Yang Kai eagerly. It seems that he can create another miracle and turn the tide. Yang Kai sniffed and said, I can still condense such a defensive cover. Everyone looked happy, and Shen Yi couldn't help laughing. I said that Brother Yang must have the means, haha, don't worry about it now. Hiding in the protective cover is extremely safe, except for some fears, the other is nothing. Dao Yang frowned slightly, looked at Yang Kai thoughtfully, and asked in a deep voice, Brother Yang, how many layers can you condense? Yang Kai slightly inspected the yang liquid in his dantian, and said lightly, 50 layers is fine. Dao Yang took a deep breath and stared at Yang Kai like a monster. The real essence contained in this layer of defensive cover is already huge, 50 layers. Dao Yang can hardly imagine how there is so much real essence in Yang Kai's body. But immediately, his brows were wrinkled again, and he said worriedly, the key is when these springs will disappear. Even if Brother Yang tries his best, I am afraid it will only last for half an hour. If these springs are still there after half an hour, that. Yang Kai also frowned, he was afraid of this now. Although you don't need to consider your own safety, the Hu family sisters are still here. He couldn't just watch them die. This pair of twin sisters treated Yang Kai well when he was still weak, and Yang Kai was quite nostalgic. He said 50 floors, which is also the most conservative statement. When that time comes, he will fly out with the Hu family sisters at all costs, and wrap them with his own true essence so that they will not be hurt. The reason why he is still staying here is that Yang Kai just wants to do his best. After all, he is very happy to get along with everyone from the Ghost King Valley Treasure Artifact sect. He is only one person and can't take care of so much. Although he is a bit selfish, he can only take care of the people he knows well in a crisis. For a time, everyone on the high platform was a little gloomy and uneasy. Hu Meier looked at Yang Kai quietly, but there was no worry on her face, she just leaned towards him. Hu Jiaoer noticed her little sister's small movements, she just smiled bitterly, and glanced elsewhere. By the way, do you have any news about my master? Worrying is not a thing. Yang Kai simply did not think about the difficulties in front of him, stood with Hu Meier, asked softly, and began to inquire about the news of the sect. Your teacher. Hu Meier looked at him in amazement, the distance was too close, and she quickly turned her eyes away. Ling Taishu. Oh, Hu Meier responded, frowning slightly, and thought for a moment, we don't know. All I know is that one night, a war broke out between the two of you at the High Heaven Pavilion. After fighting for a long time, I heard from my father that sect leader Ling seems to have broken through to the level of immortality, and sect leader Ling is really amazing. What was the result of that battle? Yang Kai asked anxiously. It seems to be a tie. Sect leader Ling is very powerful, and there are 4 elders assisted. All the masters from the Chu family in Zhongdu were repelled, but since then, sect leader Ling and the others have also disappeared. That's good. Yang Kai couldn't help but let go of his heart. Although he knew that there would be no accident with the teacher, he was a little worried after not getting any news for such a long time. But being implicated by your High Heaven Pavilion, our Blood War Gang and Feng Yulo people are unlucky to die. Hu Meier glared at Yang Kai with a look of anger and joy. What's wrong? The evil master came from your High Heaven Pavilion, and the people from the Chu family in Zhongdu were repelled by you, and there seems to be an important person in the Chu family who has been lost, and there is no news of them. Those people are very domineering. Lu was also to blame, and then our 2 factions were forced to go out and participate in the siege and suppression of the evil land of Kenyan to show our innocence, so my sister and I came here in trouble. Hu Meier explained softly. After hearing her say this, Yang Kai understood why the 2 sisters appeared in the Kenyan evil land. They must have been pulled over to fight, and ended up being separated from the others. Those who are not familiar with the place of life, go deeper and deeper, and then meet the scum of the Xiaoyao sect, and are completely forced into the evil and evil cave. Just kidding with you, I don't blame you High Heaven Pavilion, those people are unreasonable. Seeing Yang Kai's silence, Hu Meier thought he was a little angry, and couldn't help but feel at a loss. Well, I know. Yang Kai's face was a little gloomy, and he asked, where is Su Yan? Have you heard about Su Yan recently? No. Hu Meier obviously didn't know that Su Yan and the others had gone thousands of miles away through the void corridor. She shook her head and said, your High Heaven Pavilion is now empty. In a fit of rage, the master of the sect burned down the entire High Heaven Pavilion, where it is now, in ruins. Yang Kai took a deep breath and said solemnly, I see. You, be more at ease. Hu Meier saw Yang Kai's face was ugly, and she didn't know how to comfort him, so she took the initiative to grab his hand and clenched it gently. Yang Kai glanced at her in surprise. Hu Meier lowered her head and said nothing, thinking that she might die in a while, but she held on to it anyway. It's not like she hasn't been presumptuous in front of him, and she used to be bold enough to tempt him, but since she practiced Tongqilian after the branch of magic, perhaps her heart has also been influenced a lot by her sister, and she no longer has the indulgence of the past. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 346. Wuba Official Bar Friends Exchange Group. 148,764,634. Wulian Peak Official YY. 14,069,155. Wuba Bar Affairs Group, I wish everyone a good mood every day. Time has never passed so slowly. Under the pressure of facing death, everyone is nervous and their hearts are racing. Those pairs of eyes are also paying attention to the situation of the true Yang Vitality defense cover all the time. The rupture of each layer of defensive cover seems to make people feel a little chilling. With the passage of time, the 20th layer of defense was completely broken, and Yang Kai condensed a new barrier to cover the crowd early, which made them more and more grateful. In the surrounding evil spirit spring, evil spirits are constantly flying and wandering, and huge bubbles rise from the bottom. The temperature dropped rapidly. The group of people here are all true essence warriors, with true essence body protection. The casual cold can't help them at all. But now, people with slightly lower strength have hoarfrost on their hair, trembling while holding their arms, and even the breath they exhale is a white mist. People with high strength can't resist, and everyone present, except Yang Kai, is indifferent to this cold. No one can ignore it. The surrounding Xiesha spring seems to contain the ice cold that penetrates deep into the soul, which is eroding the warmth of everyone at this moment. Dong dong. The movement on the side of the evil spirit spring continued, never stopped. It was already quite intense at this moment, and every vibration caused the high platform to jump several times. Clap clap clap. The surrounding giant bubbles burst one after another, and the various evil energies bursting out of them were both dangerous and sinister. The true Yang Yuan Qi defensive cover was still bursting layer by layer, and Yang Kai's face gradually became heavier. After a while, there was a sudden muffled sound like a war drum from the evil spirit spring. After the sound, all the movement disappeared. Everyone was startled and looked at each other in dismay. Before they could figure out what was going on, an extremely cold and intense energy suddenly came from there. The ghostly wind blowing through the ghostly purgatory. Let everyone can't help but fight a cold war. Clack clack. The protective cover of true Yang Vitality covering the high platform actually formed a layer of ice slag, which was a sight to behold. Cannot help but horrified. The icy energy and the evil energy are all eroding the true Yang Vitality defense cover, making it disappear abruptly twice as fast. No. Cheng Ying opened her mouth wide, her eyes full of bitterness. Originally, they were worried and had enough hardships to resist, but now such changes have taken place around them, it is clearly not giving them a way to survive. Before he finished speaking, the surrounding evil spirits suddenly surged in one direction, and even the evil spirits who were swimming in the spring did not escape. It seems that there is a huge vortex over there, swallowing everything in the vicious and evil cave. Countless sharp howls came, which were many evil spirits struggling. Even the people on the high platform were also pulled by this suction. Fortunately, they were in the hollow defensive cover and would not be swept in by the evil spring water. Just run the real essence slightly. It cancels out that suction. What happened? Shen Yi frowned and looked over there. Not far away, there was a cold light coming from the location that belonged to the evil spirit spring. This light is not bright, but it can illuminate the thick ink-like spring water. The source of evil spirits. The source of evil spirits contained in the spring's eyes. It was the treasure that the old man wanted before. It's a pity that he died before seeing the source appear. Everything is converging towards the source of this group of evil spirits. It is like a heart, which absorbs energy and gradually recovers while making a thumping sound. Slowly, the light disappeared. It seems to be blocked by the gushing spring water. Snapped. The layers of the true Yang defensive cover quickly burst open. Yang Kai looked at him intently and was about to spend another 20 drops of Yang liquid to condense the defensive cover, but Leng Shan shouted in surprise, "The spring water is retreating." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed, and followed her gaze to the side, and sure enough, they saw some light coming from the side. It was the light in the evil cave. The spring water that filled the whole world is rapidly rushing towards the spring, and naturally the flooded place is vacated. Haha, auspicious people have their own good looks. Shen Yi was very happy. He thought he was really doomed this time, but he didn't expect these springs to be sucked back at the last moment. According to this trend, as long as a while, the springs around the high platform will disappear. Yang Kai frowned, and said in a deep voice, "When it's safe, leave immediately. I'm afraid there will be a big change here." "What do you mean?" Leng Shan was stunned. "There is a big guy taking shape." Yang Kai's face sinks like water, staring at the direction of Kuan-Yin. Others have no spiritual consciousness, and can only feel that there are huge energy fluctuations in the spring, but Yang Kai feels more real than them. The nearby springs, as well as those undead evil spirits, were sucked in, and at this moment they all turned into a kind of evil energy, converging and condensing. Taking the source of the evil spirits that appeared in the spring as the center, it slowly shaped a body. With such a huge amount of energy gathered, this new thing is only feared to the extreme. After a while, the surrounding spring water finally receded. Go! Yongkai snorted, and everyone immediately jumped out of the high platform and flew in the direction of the exit. Finally got a chance to escape. Whether it was from Ghost King Valley or Treasure Artifact Sect, they ran faster than rabbits. They only hated that they had lost 2 legs. Even the secret treasures for auxiliary use are used, and I just want to get away from this place of right and wrong. Yongkai's speed was very fast, and the leader flew in front. Beside him, there were 2 sisters from the Hu family. The 2 sisters did not know what mysteries were, and the real essence seemed to be connected together. Effortlessly followed behind Yongkai. After flying 10 miles in a row, a loud roar suddenly came from behind. The entire ferocious and evil cave that was shaken by this roar trembled, as if the ferocious beast that had been bound for a long time escaped from trouble and saw the sun again. Immediately afterwards, a huge wave of air came from behind. If they were not far away, everyone would be swept away by this wave. Aware of the unknown and powerful terror, everyone changed their color, and their feet became more and more forceful. So hurry up and hurry up, the speed is naturally extremely fast. Over there, the exit is over there. Cheng Ying has always been in charge of surveying the terrain in the front, and is more familiar with the terrain of the fierce evil cave than anyone else. Following the direction he pointed, Yongkai really saw a ray of light shining from the sky a few miles away, and quickly turned around and led the crowd to fly there. Everyone couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, wishing they could immediately jump out of the vicious and evil cave. However, just when everyone was still 2 miles away from the exit, a few masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary suddenly flew over there. Yongkai narrowed his eyes and secretly became vigilant. These Immortal Ascension boundaries have a strong suffocating aura, and they exude a ghostly smell all over their bodies. Don't think about them, they are definitely not good people. It's not surprising that such a big change happened in the fierce evil cave, and it is not surprising that the nearby Immortal Ascension boundary will be attracted, but what makes Yongkai depressed is that they flew over to meet him and others, obviously to investigate the evil spirits. Inside the cave, the distance between the 2 sides is rapidly narrowing, and the few Immortal Ascension boundaries over there did not take Yongkai's group of people to heart, and before they got close, the leading one drank from a distance. The people over there, give this old man a stop. Down. Hearing him say this, everyone's heart sank and their faces were unhappy. When he was running for his life, he was about to escape and ascend to heaven, but he was blocked like this, and anyone would feel unhappy. It's the ghost under the ghost throne. Lang Shan's face changed greatly, and she reminded Yongkai softly, the 4 of them, each of them have the strength of the 7th or 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, they can't beat them. She was afraid that Yongkai would offend these 4 people without knowing how thick the sky is, so she naturally spoke quickly. Moreover, these 4 people are truly evil people. The evil things they have done are innumerable, and they are full of evil. Even in the evil land of Canyon, these 4 people are quite disgusting existences. But the 4 of them are proficient in the art of joint attack. Even if they are only at the 7th or 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, they can compete with the top masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary, so even though they have enemies all over the world, they are still alive and well. What's more, the 4 of them are still the good commanders of the Ghost King of the Underworld. They have bad tempers. If they don't like it, it is possible to kill everyone here with one move. Yongkai naturally knew the depths, and when he heard the man shouting, he also hurriedly stopped his pace. Although he was very anxious, he had nothing to do. The 4 old men flew forward side by side, wearing similar styles of clothes, but different colors, and different colors represented their identities. The monsters correspond to blue, green, yellow, and purple in turn. The blue-robed old man looked at Yongkai with a majestic look on his face, and asked in a deep voice, "Who are you? Do you know what happened here?" Yongkai frowned and said lightly, "We are from the Ghost King Valley, and we are practicing here, and we don't know what happened." "I don't know." The blue-shirted old man snorted coldly, clearly seeing that Yongkai was lying. "Do anything nonsense with him and ask him directly on the road." The old man in the green shirt frowned. "Yes." The old man in the blue shirt nodded, and he came to Yongkai's side. The true Yuan in Yongkai's body reacted instinctively, but quickly suppressed it. In the face of a master of the 7th or 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, no one here would be able to defeat them with their lives, not to mention that there were 4 of them. Acting rashly will only make things worse. The old man in the blue shirt easily lifted Yongkai up, and he didn't seal his cultivation base. You go first, I'll find you when I come out. Yongkai only had time to shout to the crowd before being carried away by the blue-robed old man and disappeared without a trace. Yongkai, the Hu family sisters suddenly turned pale, and they were about to escape from the vicious and evil cave. Why did something change happen here? To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 347. The blue-robed old man carried Yongkai and rushed towards the inside of the fierce evil cave, and the other three people followed closely. The old man in the green shirt turned back and glanced at it with a smile. His eyes were full of interest, and he suddenly flicked it, and two green rays of light flew backwards like spirit snakes coming out of a hole. The Hu family sisters' shouts fell silent, and the delicate body was hit by the green light. Immediately, the two sisters turned green at the same time. This change made them stunned on the spot. They hurriedly checked themselves, but found that they had not suffered any injuries, and there would be no obstacle to the operation of their true essence. However, Leng Shan's complexion changed greatly, and she said in shock, "Shadow of the Tarsus." Everyone in the Ghost King Valley looked at the Hu family sisters again, and there was a sense of sympathy in their eyes. "What do you mean, what is this?" Hu Jiaoer asked in a deep voice. Leng Shan's face was extremely ugly, and she was worried. After hesitating for a while, she opened her mouth to explain. "There are ghosts and ghosts, one of them is wearing a green robe, this person likes women, and you may be stared at by him. It is his unique stunt, once he is hit, he can feel your position all the time, and he can even use this trick to affect your mind, so that you can be captured without any effort and be obedient." The Hu family sisters Warong suddenly lost their color. Moreover, the color on your body is also a sign of this trick. As long as you go outside, anyone who sees this color will know that you have been hit by the shadow of the Tarsus. After a pause, Leng Shan continued. "Now he wants to going inside to check the situation. I have no ability to clone, so I will leave the tarsal shadow chasing technique on you. When the things inside are over, I will definitely come to you. Even if he doesn't go in person, someone will capture you and give it to him to win his favor. You are in big trouble." Shen Yi also looked solemn. "Is there a way to solve it?" Hu Jiaoer asked in a cold voice. "No expert on the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary will be able to crack it, unless you kill him or find someone with higher strength." Leng Shan bit her lip. Hearing her say that, the Hu sisters' hearts sank to the bottom. Yongkai didn't know the situation of the Hu family sisters here, but the two green lights and the obscene light in the eyes of the green-shirt old man were clearly seen by him. The expression in Yongkai's eyes suddenly became much colder. The other three seemed to have become accustomed to this small gesture of the old man in the green shirt, and they didn't even change their expressions, let alone talk about it. A few people just flew in with their heads down. Immortal Ascension boundary masters flew extremely fast. It took Yongkai a long time to rush to the entrance of the cave, but they were brought back after a while. Returning to the two high platforms not far away, all the monsters narrowed their eyes and looked forward with a solemn expression. At this moment, the evil spirit spring water has all receded, and there is a dark cocoon at the location where the evil spirit spring's eye was originally located. On the cocoon, lines like the bloodlines of the human body are intertwined, and there is an inexplicable huge energy flowing in it. The entire cocoon is 4 or 5 feet high, huge and unparalleled, and the whole body exudes a cold and icy feeling. Swimming and floating, it looked startling. Dong dong. There was a strong beating sound from the cocoon, and with the beating, a wave of power that could affect the mind and consciousness rippled out, rolling over the place where the ghost and Yongkai were. The old man in the blue shirt holding Yongkai's expression changed slightly. "What is this?" The old man in the yellow shirt looked extremely heavy, staring at the cocoon with a bewildered expression. These few of them are very powerful, they are not young, and they are quite knowledgeable. Although they can feel the huge pressure from the big cocoon in front of them, they also know that the things inside are definitely not to be messed with, but no one recognizes what it is. Thing. Such a strong evil spirit exists as if it exists, and it is visible to the naked eye. The 4 of them have only ever seen one person in their lives. That is the evil master who was born not long ago. A few months ago, when the 4 of them went to see the evil master with the ghost king of the underworld, they were fortunate enough to witness the evil master once. The evil of the evil master has transcended the level of evil. The ghost king of the underworld said that it is a devil. Is the real devil. In front of the devil, all evils are just petty troubles. Boy, I'll ask you one last time, if you know what happened here. If you dare to say that you don't know, the old man will imprison you here and let you die on your own. If you tell me, the old man will let you go. The old man in green shirt knocked Yang Kai down and looked at him lightly. Yang Kai's face was flat, and he glanced at him with a calm expression, and then frowned. This is what is hidden in the eyes of Evil Spirit Spring. Evil Spirit Spring eyes. The expressions of the four of them all changed, and the voice of the old man in the blue shirt suddenly rose a lot. The words, Evil Spirit Spring Eye, are undoubtedly quite attractive to them. Yes, Yang Kai nodded and did not hide it. He briefly recounted what happened before. The more the four old men listened, the more their hearts became hotter, and their eyes were bright. The original fear of the cocoon was slowly replaced by greed, and all of them looked at the cocoon with radiance. After Yang Kai finished speaking, the breathing of several people was undoubtedly a little unsteady. What should I do? The other three looked nervously and expectantly at the old man in green, waiting for him to make up his mind. The heart of the blue-robed old man was also extremely turbulent. Evil Spirit Springs rarely appeared, but every time they appeared, they would definitely bring good things. It was a treasure that many masters of the Immortal Ascension realm desperately snatch. But this time, the Evil Spirit Spring actually gave birth to such a thing, which is beyond their knowledge and cognition. The old man in green shirt didn't know if he should bet his life here. We are not far from breaking through the 9th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, but we haven't been able to find a suitable energy source. If we miss this time, I don't know when we will wait. The old man in the purple shirt obviously wanted to take a risk, and his expression was also eager to try. Yeah, the old man in the green shirt and the old man in the yellow shirt nodded at the same time, thinking he was right. The three of them all have this kind of intention, and the old man in green shirt is not good at being arbitrary, not to mention, he himself is inclined to take risks, but he is just a little jealous. After being silent for a while, the eyes of the old man in the blue shirt flashed, his expression became firm, and he said solemnly, "Then do it." While speaking, he threw Yang Kai casually, and directly threw him about 100 feet away. Before landing, Yang Kai felt an arrogant force in the body suddenly burst out. This force was full of all kinds of sinister viciousness, and the true Yang vitality counterattacked on its own, but it still failed to offset it. There were a few crisp clicks, several bones were broken, and a mouthful of blood was vomited in the air. When he fell to the ground, Yang Kai didn't even move, and his face was as white as gold. The gloomy laughter of the old man in the blue shirt came. "Hey, the old man's words count, let you live." Yang Kai looked towards that side with incomparable resentment, his eyes were full of hatred and coldness. How could the old man in the blue shirt let him live? If it weren't for the pure and powerful vitality of the true Yang in the body, the secret move just now was enough to defeat Yang Kai's Dantian, completely abolishing his cultivation and becoming an ordinary person. Ordinary people without strength stay here, and there is no other ending except for a dead end. Fortunately, the distance is far enough, and the old man in green shirt does not know that Yang Kai has not been abolished. If you let him know, with the vicious nature of this old guy, I am afraid he will kill him immediately. Not daring to be slighted, Yang Kai quickly supported his body, meditated cross-legged, and at the same time reached out and put a drop of myriad medicine spirit liquid into his mouth to dissolve the effect of the medicine. After a while, there was the sound of fierce fighting. The monster is very powerful, and the four of them work together to be invincible in the Immortal Ascension realm. At this moment, they are fiercely attacking the big cocoon. A roar came from inside the cocoon, and it seemed that something had been freed from its restraints. Immediately, the terrified and surprised cry of the old man in the blue shirt sounded. "It really is a real demon, a demon." With a shout, the battle became more and more intense. It should be that the contents of the cocoon were forcibly punched out by the four people, and they were fighting fiercely. For a time, the entire vicious and evil cave was full of gloomy winds, and the demonic energy was churning. Yang Kai has no distractions and concentrates on healing. But under the traction of that billowing demonic energy, Yang Kai clearly felt that there was something in his body that was beating and throbbing, even with a body of true essence. Slightly stunned, Yang Kai hurriedly investigated, and his expression suddenly became strange after he understood what caused the reaction to be caused by the demonic energy. After pondering for a long time, Yang Kai slowly separated a part of his mind and paid attention to the situation over there. The battle scene was extremely intense. Although Yang Kai couldn't see what was going on over there, he could infer from the voices from the monsters' mouths that they beat the demon spirit in the cocoon before it was fully mature. The four of them joined forces and did not get any advantage, but they were defeated by the opponent. The power of the demon is far beyond their imagination. But even if they detect something wrong, they can't get out for a while, they can only grit their teeth and hold on, each exerting 120% of their strength. As time passed, Yang Kai's injury was recovering quickly. Suddenly, there was a thunderous roar over there. It seemed that the demon had suffered a big loss, and at the same time, the four of them also exclaimed in unison, and two of them stopped abruptly, very loud. Short rush. Died. Yang Kai's eyes lit up, and his heart was very happy. Let's go, the old man in the blue shirt shouted, and he was quite panicked and exhausted. Immediately afterwards, the movement of the two clothes and hunting came, and it was obvious that the two who were still alive fled in a hurry. The demon didn't chase after him, but just stayed where he was and let out an unwilling roar. Yang Kai stood up abruptly, his eyes were full of light, and his mood was ups and downs. The thing in the body was still beating, and it seemed to be urging him more violently than before. After hesitating for a while, Yang Kai took a big step and quickly walked in the direction of the demon. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle starter filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 348 I am the Demon General Mungo. More than a dozen miles away, the Valley of the Kings of Ghosts, Bao Kazong and the Hu family sisters were returning quickly. What are you all doing here? Hu Jiaoer asked with a wry smile as she ran with her sister. Then what are you doing here? Lang Shan asked without answering. Our relationship with him is not the same. Hu Jiaoer replied. As soon as the words came out, they immediately attracted many eyes. Realizing the ambiguity in the words, she quickly said, we have known each other for a long time, the Blood War Gang and High Heaven Pavilion. Neighbors. After listening to her, everyone understood why Yang Kai and them seemed to be quite close before, so there was still such a relationship. If you go back, you will most likely die. Hu Jiaoer's voice became heavy. Lang Shan pouted. That's you, we are people in the Valley of Ghost Kings anyway, and belong to the jurisdiction of the Ghost Kings of the Underworld. Ghosts and ghosts won't necessarily kill us. Shen Yi nodded. That's right, but Brother Dao, it's better that you don't come to this muddy water. Dao Yang smiled lightly. We belong to the Treasure Artifact sect, and we won't die. As long as those four old guys are a little sensible, they will know our worth. Hey. Hu Jiaoer was speechless for a while. Why didn't she know that these people were all making excuses for themselves, but it was because they wanted to help. After all, Yang Kai saved them from the fire and water 3 times before, but now that Yang Kai is in trouble, if they leave without asking, I am afraid that they will not be able to pass the test of their own conscience. But in the face of those 4 big masters, what's the use of these people? The mayfly is just shaking the tree. Just as they were running, there was a loud roar over there. Immediately, the green light on the sisters of the Hu family suddenly dissipated and disappeared. A group of people hurriedly stopped and looked at them in surprise. What's wrong? Hu Jiaoer looked puzzled. Didn't you say that the shadow of the Tarsus will be broken unless the old guy dies? Everyone was stunned, suddenly remembered something, and all looked horrified. No way, how long has it been? Shen Yi couldn't believe it. It's only been less than half an hour, is it already dead? But if this is not the case, why did the tarsal shadows on the Hu sisters suddenly fail to attack themselves? Those 4 people, after joining forces, were invincible in the Immortal Ascension realm. What kind of danger did they encounter to lose their lives in such a short period of time? Brush. 2 figures flew in front of them, and everyone quickly guarded them. Looking up, they saw 2 of the previous ghosts and ghosts approaching quickly. One is the blue-shirted old man who captured Yang Kai, the other is the purple-shirted old man. The old man in yellow and green is no longer among them. Moreover, these 2 people are no longer arrogant and domineering. At this moment, their faces are pale, with red blood flowing from the corners of their mouths, and there are many dark breaths surrounding their bodies. These breaths are like poisonous snakes, entwining their bodies make them look particularly terrifying. Both of them were seriously injured, and the old man in the blue shirt had one arm drooping by his side, obviously broken. As for the old man in the purple shirt, there were 5 blood holes in his abdomen, which looked as if they had been pushed in by someone's fingers. As he ran, the bright red blood flowed out and spread all the way. Without seeing the trace of Yang Kai, everyone's heart sank. The 2 looked panicked, as a whirlwind passed over the heads of everyone, without even looking at them, as if they were greatly frightened. The fleeing and panicked expressions of the 2 made everyone's heart bury a layer of haze. 4 people went, 2 died within half an hour, and 2 escaped with serious injuries. The danger over there is beyond the reach of this group of young people. If they continue to go deeper, I am afraid that there will be no life. And whether Yang Kai is still alive is also unknown. It is very likely that Yang Kai is already dead. Sister. Hu Meier called out softly, looking inside with a resolute expression. Hu Jiaoer nodded with a cold face, without saying a word, and her sister and her body were like a rainbow, and they rushed in like lightning. The Ghost King Valley and the people from the treasure sect looked at each other and followed without hesitation. Yang Kai was condensed with true qi, his pace was slow, and he approached the battlefield cautiously and boldly. Not long after, the corpses of the green-shirted old man and the yellow-shirted old man were printed in his eyes. Seeing their death, Yang Kai couldn't help but shrink his eyes. Although these two people are not top-notch in personal strength, they are only at the 7th or 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary, but Leng Shan said that the four of them are very powerful together. The so-called demons can break their combined technique and kill two people in a short period of time. Their powerful strength is beyond doubt. The death of the old man in the green shirt and the old man in the yellow shirt was extremely tragic. One of them was knocked off half of his body, and he could not rest his eyes. The other was bloody and terrible. Judging from their injuries, it was clear that they were killed by the devil in one move, and they didn't even have time to react. There was a whirring sound not far away, and Yang Kai quickly looked up. I saw a dozen feet away, an extremely burly, naked, wild-looking big man was nailed to the ground by a spear several feet long. Demon. This is the demon that was bred from the cocoon, and it is also a collection of all the evil spirits and the essence of hundreds of evil spirits. Unlike evil spirits, he already has a complete body, with limbs and facial features, and he looks no different from a human being. Only outside of his body, dark auras fluttered like ink, and every breath contained extremely terrifying energy. Aware of Yang Kai's arrival, the demon just glanced at him lightly, and the look in his eyes did not take Yang Kai seriously at all. At the same time, several black auras outside his body rolled directly towards Yang Kai. In the tumult of demonic energy, Yang Kai looked calm, stretched out his hand to block in front, and a layer of true yang vitality condensed the defense in front of him. Puff puff. The demonic energy slammed into the barrier, but pushed Yang Kai back a few steps, but did not break through the defense. The devil looked at Yang Kai in surprise, as if he didn't expect him to have such a hand. He was stunned for a moment, and he grinned at Yang Kai. Immediately, he stretched out a strong and powerful hand, held the spear inserted into his abdomen, and slowly pulled the spear out of his abdomen while roaring. This spear should be the secret treasure of the four of them. Relying on the power of the secret treasure, they nailed the demon to the ground, and the two who were still alive had a chance to escape. The spear was pulled out inch by inch. Not only did the devil not have an uncomfortable expression, but his face was ferocious and excited, and the blood flowed out. It was just the blood that the devil shed. It was not red, but the color of purple yin-yang, which was strange and inexplicable. Before he could completely pull out the spear, Yang Kai had already started. There was a clattering sound of the chains being shaken, and a secret treasure suddenly flew out of Yang Kai's body, exuding hot and pure energy in the air, radiating around. Affected by this energy, the demon's body trembled involuntarily, and the black aura that was squirming and flying outside also shrank into the body. Clap la la. The sound of the chains in the air became clearer and louder, and there seemed to be a kind of magical power hidden in the shadows, which made the devil greatly fear. In an instant, the chain was completely unfolded, less than 3 feet long, and there was a collar on the top, which was simple in shape, somewhat like a dog chain. Lock the magic chain. The secret treasure Yang Kai collected from the bottom of the trapped dragon stream has been nourishing it with true yang yuan temperature in his dantian until now, and it has never had any effect, but this time it took the initiative to respond. If it weren't for the existence of the magic chain, Yang Kai would not have rushed here. The magic chain is a secret treasure left by the patriarch of Lingxiao Pavilion. It can lock the magic energy of the devil at the bottom of the trapped dragon stream, but it may not be able to lock the devil. When the magic chain was completely revealed, the devil who had never taken Yang Kai seriously was finally terrified. His expression suddenly changed, and he said in shock, "Pure yang is the treasure, the devil's nemesis." While speaking, the big hand holding the spear slammed and pulled the spear out directly, disregarding his own injury, exhausted all his strength, and threw the spear at the magic chain. With a sharp air-breaking sound, the spear broke through the obstruction of space almost instantly, and appeared strangely in front of the magic chain. But it was a blow that was enough to destroy the world, but it was a blow. The magic lock chain suddenly became golden light, and the spear penetrated it without any hindrance. The sound of stinging came out, the demon seemed to be doused with hot boiling water, white smoke kept rising from his body, and the pitch-black demonic energy outside his body was quickly pressed into the body by the reel. The screams came out, and the huge body of the demon slammed into a rampant, holding the magic chain in both hands, trying to break it apart, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake it, but instead his hands were rolled with burning white smoke, screaming again and again. The magic chain flickered on and off, flickering indefinitely. The pitch-black demonic energy on the devil's body also appeared from time to time, and was sometimes suppressed by the squatter. The two are clearly fighting to the death. Yang Kai calmed his face and quickly backed away with a look of surprise. He didn't expect this demon to be able to speak. The formation of demons, he has witnessed, is based on the source in the eyes of the evil spirit spring as the center, and it is formed by gathering the spring water and the essence of hundreds of evil spirits. Demons who have acted like this should have no cognition. It can be said that his mind should be blank, only instinct. But he could see at a glance that the magic chain is the nemesis of demonic energy. There is clearly something wrong with this. Yang Kai's expression flickered, and he didn't know how to explain everything in front of him. The battle between the demon and the chain of demons did not last long, only a stick of incense before and after, and the winner and loser were divided between the two. The chain of demons completely suppressed the demonic energy of the demonic spirit, and the demonic spirit no longer resisted and struggled, letting the white mist emerge from his body. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, he grinned and looked at Yang Kai from a distance. There is no panic and fear when he is about to die, but he is very interested and his eyes are full of brilliance. Boy, I am the demon general Meng Jie. If you dare to hurt me, I will take note of you. If there is a chance in the future, I will capture you in person, so that you can't survive, you can't die. Hey, to be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 349, Enchanted. Wuba Official Bar Friends Exchange Group, 148,764,634. Wulian Peak Official YY, 14,069,155. Wuba Bar Affairs Group, I wish everyone a good mood every day. It's New Year's Eve, and it's bustling outside. Asterisk 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 asterisk. When the Hu family sisters rushed over in a panic, they only saw devastated areas. There were traces of the fierce battle left, and the bodies of the old men in green and yellow shirts lay horizontally on the ground. Mei Mu was nervous, and she saw Yang Kai standing not far away. He seemed to be holding a chain in his hand and was standing there, motionless, exuding a cold and frightening energy fluctuation all over his body. Brush. The people from the Ghost King Valley and the Treasure Artifact sect also arrived one after another. After realizing the strangeness on Yang Kai's body, their expressions changed, and they didn't know what happened to him. However, the current situation is much better than what everyone is worried about. At least Yang Kai has no obvious injuries all over his body, and he exudes the breath of life, obviously not dead. After realizing this, everyone exhaled. The arrival of these people, Yang Kai also felt, but he is still reminiscing about the words before the death of the devil. It's just a sentence, but it contains a lot of information. The magician Mongo, this is the name the devil calls himself. From this title, it is not difficult to infer that he is not a newly born demon, but a person with a long history. Otherwise, he would not have such a name and a surname, and he would have quite an identity. Moreover, the demon seemed to be formed only by his distraction. The four great masters of Kai Wang Liang joined forces and fought with him less than a stick of incense. The two were killed, and the two fled with serious injuries. He was only pinned to the ground by a spear's secret treasure, and then he pulled the spear out as if nothing had happened. A ray of distraction is so powerful, if the deity came here, how terrifying would it be? This person's true strength is probably far beyond his own knowledge and cognition. Yang Kai was excited. Fortunately, he is a real demon, and the chain of demons only responds to real demons. If not, Yang Kai will probably have nothing to do with him in a few decades. After the demon general Meng Jie finished saying that, he seemed to know that he didn't have much time, so he collapsed his body without any hesitation. Only a large mass of icy and surging origin was left. The source of this group is the treasure hidden in the eyes of the evil spirit spring. At this moment, Yang Kai has been sucked into the meridian. The magic chain in his hand also seemed to have lost its spirituality in this battle, and the whole body was dull, no different from a piece of waste. However, Yang Kai can still feel a little bit of its hidden vitality. As long as it is properly nourished, it will definitely recover over time. After all, this is the treasure left by the patriarch of Lingxiao Pavilion. Although it has been a long time, it will not be damaged so easily. With a faint sigh, Yang Kai suddenly felt infinite pride. Today, he saw the distracted demeanor of the demon general Meng Jie, which once again aroused his desire to pursue the peak of martial arts. Gritting his teeth, Yang Kai's face was solemn, and his eyes were still firm. Yang Kai, seeing that he didn't speak for a long time, the Hu family sisters didn't know what happened, so they could only call out softly. I'm fine. Yang Kai took a deep breath, put the magic chain back into his body, turned to look at the crowd, and said, I want to find a place to retreat. I know a suitable location, not far from here. Cheng Ying said quickly. Take me there. In a hole in the fierce evil cave, Yang Kai sat down with his knees crossed, and began to refine the energy in the source. This place was discovered by Cheng Ying by accident, and it is indeed extremely hidden. Moreover, after the fierce evil cave experienced this accident, there are basically no evil spirits infested. Everyone in the Ghost King Valley treasure sect knew that Yang Kai must have something to gain. Taking advantage of these free time, everyone also began to refine the source of evil spirits they had harvested in an orderly manner. Each of the Ghost King Valley and the treasure sect has harvested the origin of 2 spirit purification bottles, and that's a total of 40. Each person is divided equally, and the number is not cheap. The Hu family has more sisters, and the 2 of them have 5 bottles. The 2 sisters are very kind-hearted. Originally, they wanted to give each of the Ghost King Valley and the treasure sect a spirit purifying bottle, but they were both declined. They are very satisfied with the harvest this time. Where would they covet the Hu sisters again? That was something Yang Kai gave them. In desperation, Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier stopped being courteous. The 2 sisters used the same Qi Lianji divine art to refine the source of evil spirits several times faster than others. Although they couldn't compare to Yang Kai, they did. It is also beyond the reach of ordinary people. The people above the cave are refining the source of evil spirits, and Yang Kai is doing the same thing. It's just that the origin of Yang Kai's refining is somewhat different from that of others. Even the origin left by the evil spirit cannot be compared with this group. During the refining process, there were bursts of rhythmic movements from the proud golden body, echoing the energy in the source. True Yang Yuan Qi completely returned to his dantian. Yang Kai's whole body was wrapped in black qi, just like the state of the previous demon general Meng Jie. It's just that the 2 still look a little different. Meng Jie can obviously control his power and restrain his demonic energy, but Yang Kai can't. He is wrapped in the whole person, showing a dark cloud. Only when he opens his eyes, that a pair of eyes twinkled brightly. The icy and magical aura spread, and there was a crackling sound from the entire cave. The walls of the cave soon covered with hoarfrost, condensed ice slag, and froze into mysterious ice. The people who were guarding outside quickly realized that something was wrong. The gloomy cold had penetrated the surface and was advancing towards them, and the speed was extremely fast. In a cry of exclamation, everyone fled quickly, staying away from hundreds of meters, and then looked back with lingering fears, only to see the hole in the ground. The whole world was wrapped in ice, the moisture in the air condensed into ice, layer by layer. Cover, expand and spread. It seems that before eternity, there was a piece of frozen soil. After such a long distance, those with lower strength shivered a little, and every time I recalled the coldness that penetrated deep into the soul, it was full of horror. What's the matter? Shen Yi was puzzled. Why do I feel that this chill is so similar to the evil spirit spring's eyes? Before sticking to the high platform, everyone had felt this cold feeling once, but that time was far less clear and scary than this time. Yang Kai will be okay. Hu Meier asked her sister softly. Hu Jiaoer shook her head calmly. This should be the movement he made. As long as the movement is still there, nothing will happen. In fact, she has no idea in her heart, but she can only comfort her sister like this. Lang Shan nodded in approval. A good man doesn't live long, and his calamity will last 1,000 years. I don't think he'll be okay. Tisk tisk. Shen Yi slammed his mouth and looked at her narrowly. Junior sister, why do I feel that your words are so sour? You will die if you don't speak. Lang Shan glared at him. Hee. Shen Yi suddenly laughed dryly. Under the burrow, Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, and he was not affected by the cold at all. This icy coldness seemed to suit his current state. Not only did it not make him feel uncomfortable, but he was delighted. In the past, when using the energy of the proud golden body, Yang Kai felt evil, but now, it is evil and cold. The 2 complement each other, and increase each other's tyranny. The sun rises and the moon hides in the outside world, but the time passes inside the cave. When the last strand of source energy was refined, the energy contained in the source seemed to be a key, unlocking the mystery of the proud golden body that had been dusty for many years. At that moment, the restraint of the proud golden body was completely opened. Violent evil chi swarmed out, and the entire cave was instantly shrouded in darkness. Yang Kai opened his eyes abruptly, and the scarlet in his eyes quickly receded, becoming black and white. At the same time, all kinds of wonders and mysteries in the golden body were also thoroughly understood by Yang Kai and understood in his chest. In the evil spirit package, Yang Kai's eyes shone brightly. Squinting his eyes slightly, Yang Kai stretched out a finger and slowly placed it on his forehead. A dreamy murmur sounded softly. Enchanted. In an instant, his body became a bottomless pit, frantically sucking in the dark evil energy outside. All the evil spirits are quite organized, turning into energy visible to the naked eye one after another, covering Yang Kai's body. In just one breath, all the pitch-black evil energy disappeared, and instead, there were more black lines on Yang Kai's body. These lines are densely packed and arranged in a strange and inexplicable way, occupying 90% of Yang Kai's skin, except for his face. Slowly getting up, Yang Kai's expression is calm, neither joy nor sorrow, his eyes are as cold as ice. But he can clearly feel that the current state is very different from before. No longer wrapped in black energy like before, and even his face can't be seen clearly. If Yang Kai doesn't take off his clothes, he looks no different from normal. But the combat power that he can exert now is much more tyrannical than before. The realm is still that realm, and it has not improved in the slightest. That huge group of evil spirits seems to only have the function of opening the key to the door of the proud golden body. As Yang Kai got up, the whole world seemed to be trembling, and the buzzing sound was incessant, giving people the illusion that the world was about to collapse. Moreover, the unparalleled magical nature also radiated, and all the people outside the cave were not aware of their feelings, their eyes trembled violently, and they were extremely terrified. He clenched his fist lightly, and a crisp sound came out. This fist seems to contain the power of destroying the world. The whole person has never felt so confident, as if even if there is an immortal ascension boundary standing in front of him, Yang Kai can blow it up. With a flick of his hand, a pitch-black evil energy flew out like a spirit snake out of the hole, and directly got into the frozen hole wall in front of him. Under the feeling of Yang Kai's consciousness, it broke through dozens of feet, and then slowly disappear. The power is not bad, Yang Kai grinned, quite ferocious. In addition, Yang Kai felt that the power of qi and blood contained in his body was unprecedentedly strong. It was at least 4 or 5 times stronger than usual. The most notable feature of strong qi and blood is its strong resilience. Strength and speed are also linked to the strength of qi and blood. After being enchanted, all the qi and blood in the body seemed to be activated and magnified. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 350. First of all, Xiaomo would like to thank my Alliance Lord for blocking me from killing him. Before I knew it, he helped me find a wind chime and asked for a chapter push. Last night, when I was watching Ao Shi Zhouzhongtian, I suddenly saw Feng Kai recommend my book at the end of the chapter. Thank you very much. Thanks also to those book friends who recommended Xiaomo's book to their friends. Xiaomo's mood was very ups and downs last night, and now there is only one sentence to say, Wu Lian, I will write well, and will not live up to the expectations of book friends. In addition, the beginning of spring, I wish you all a happy reading. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Above the cave, the Valley of the Kings of Ghosts, the Treasures sect, and the Hu family sisters all looked anxious and worried and waited silently. It has been half a month since Yang Kai retreated, but he hasn't appeared until now. Instead, the underground cave where he retreated has a radius of several dozen feet, all covered and frozen by a thick layer of ice. Brother Yang, why hasn't he come out yet? There won't be any accidents, right? As soon as he finished speaking, he noticed that 3 cold and stern eyes were looking at him, and he couldn't help shrinking his head and sneered. Shen Yi smiled helplessly. Unfortunately, none of us have gone to the Immortal Ascension realm. If someone cultivates spiritual consciousness, they can check what's going on there. Dao Yang shook his head with a stern face. No, even if you have divine consciousness, you can't detect it. This ice cold may freeze even ordinary divine consciousness. Hearing him say this, everyone was astonished, more and more worried. Another long time passed. There was a sudden cracking sound from the ice layer that was frozen for several dozen meters. Immediately, the seemingly immortal black ice burst open like flour, and among the crystal powder that filled the sky, a figure ran through it. Out, fly by. Everyone looked happy and quickly greeted them. You finally came out. If you don't come out again, we're afraid we'll have to call in to see the situation. Seeing Yang Kai fall, Shenyi immediately laughed. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Glancing at everyone, he nodded and said, I made you worry. Since it's out, let's leave here first. Exidong is a little restless now. Leng Shan said eagerly. Dao Yang also nodded slightly. There was such a strong energy fluctuation in the fierce evil cave, and the ghosts under the ghost throne also damaged 2 people in it, and the news of the appearance of demons came out. In the past few days, Yang Kai has been retreating, and many masters of the Immortal Ascension boundary have rushed inside. Explore the situation. If you stay any longer, you will be in trouble again. 30 miles away from the fierce evil cave, a group of people stopped. Shenyi asked curiously, Brother Yang, I see that all the monsters have suffered heavy casualties. How can you be safe and sound, and looking at your expression, it seems that you have gained a lot. Listen to him ask. Everyone turned their attention to it. They were also curious about this. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. A little gain, the 4 old guys fought against the things that came out of the evil spirit spring, and both lost, and I took advantage of it, but it was good luck. This, Shenyi was stunned for a while. He smiled bitterly. It really is good luck, there are still such good things in the world. Dao Yang chuckled lightly. It seems that the ghosts caught you in, but they also gave you a chance. Those old guys, this time they really won't lose money, haha. Why didn't I meet you? Cheng Ying grumbled, a look of envy and jealousy. Leng Shan sneered. Unless Yang Kai, all of us here, whoever gets caught will die. Do you think it's easy to get a bargain? Cheng Ying sneered. Just talking casually. Don't everyone know that it is more difficult to get a bargain in the hands of ghosts than to go to heaven? Although Yang Kai did not elaborate, there must be some unknown dangers, and only he can live a life at the hands of the monster. During this period of time, they have witnessed Yang Kai's power and strangeness countless times, and they know that he cannot be treated as an ordinary true essence martial artist. No matter what, Shen Yi's expression became serious, and he patted Yang Kai's shoulder affectionately. This time, the people of Ghost King Valley owe you a lot of lives. If Brother Yang has anything to do in the future, just say hello. I can't guarantee anything else, all the brothers and sisters here will do their best, go all out, go up the mountain of swords and go down to the sea of fire, and die. Everyone in Ghost King Valley nodded in unison. Dao Yang said with a smile, the 4 of us, brothers and sisters, are the same, although we may not be very good at fighting, but when it comes to the means of refining secret treasures, hee. If Brother Yang wants to refine any secret treasures in the future, just come to the treasure artifact sect, find me. Okay, Yang Kai nodded sternly. It's not far from Ghost King Valley. If Brother Yang is convenient, why don't you go to our sect to play for a few days? Shen Yi warmly invited him. He's better not to go. Leng Shan said lukewarmly. Junior sister, you're too inhumane. Shen Yi's face suddenly became bitter. He wanted to communicate more with Yang Kai, but he didn't want Leng Shan to be so disrespectful. I'm doing it for his own good, what do you know? Leng Shan glared at him. Master knows him, if he goes to the Valley of Ghost Kings, I'm afraid he won't be able to live to see the sun tomorrow. Shen Yi was startled, and then he remembered that Shizen Gili seemed to have a huge grievance with the head of High Heaven Pavilion. He didn't dare to mention it at the moment. He turned his head to look at Dao Yang and said, how about you? Dao Yang smiled and said, Brother Shen doesn't say that we have to walk with you. I'm quite curious about the place where ghosts are pregnant in the Ghost King Valley. I wonder if I can go and see it. I can't ask for it. Shen Yi laughed heartily. Then let's part here, take care of yourselves. Leng Shan looked at Yang Kai and said. Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Let's go, Brother Yang, the 2 girls, there will be a period later. Shen Yi greeted everyone and clasped his fists at Yang Kai and the Hu family sisters. Take care. Yang Kai returned the salute, watching the Ghost King Valley and the treasure artifact sect go away together. The people of the evil sect, it turns out that they are not very bad. Wait until there are only 3 people left. Hu Mayer suddenly said, these people in the Ghost King Valley are very good. Hu Jiaoer nodded in agreement and said earnestly, good or bad is only relative. Yang Kai looked at her with a dumb smile. Hu Jiaoer blushed and gave him a white look. Stinky boy. I haven't asked you to settle the account yet. What account? Yang Kai looked confused. Looking at him angrily, Hu Jiaoer didn't feel embarrassed to mention what happened before. She shook her head and said, it's nothing. Where are you going now? Yang Kai couldn't help being a little dazed, thinking for a while, but he didn't know where to go. Looking at his empty, confused eyes. The Hu family sisters felt pain in their hearts for no reason. The powerful and strange man in front of him no longer had the confidence and high-spiritedness he had in the vicious and evil cave. He was now, it's like a lost child who doesn't know where he is going or where his home is. Affected by his confusion, Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier also felt sour. Leave the evil land of Kenyan first. Hu Jiaoer quickly changed the subject, she couldn't bear to look at his lost soul again. Okay, Yang Kai's eyes quickly regained clarity and determination. Although he didn't know where to go, the only thing he could be sure of was that he had to keep getting stronger. The goal of martial Tao was always so clear, will not be affected by anything. Paused, asked, where are you going? Back to the Blood War gang. If you don't go back. Hu Jiaoer gave a wry smile, we won't be able to go back until this war is over, or we'll fall into disrespect. Their bloody battle gang and Fengyulo were implicated because of the matter of the High Heaven Pavilion, and they were forced by those big forces to participate in this war. If this time go back, it will only cause trouble for the Blood War gang. Then let's find the rest of the gang. Hu Meier suggested, there are 50 people in the gang this time, and they should all be fighting in that area. What do you mean? Hu Jiaoer looked at Yang Kai. Follow you. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. He also wanted to find a crowded place to inquire about the situation of the people in the High Heaven Pavilion, especially the whereabouts of Ling Taishu and Su Yan. Looking at the Hu family sisters, he suddenly smiled, but before that. You have to disguise yourself. What do you mean? Hu Jiaoer frowned. How did you guys get targeted by Xiaoyao sect? Haven't you learned your lesson yet? Hu Jiaoer suddenly woke up and said with a chill on her face, it's not our sister's fault that you are beautiful. If there were not too many lecherous people like you in the world, how could we be so troubled? No one did not provoke anyone, go. There are people who care about everywhere, and they are annoying to death. Even though they said that, Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier had to follow Yang Kai's advice. After all, this is the evil land of dark clouds, and there are more lechers and more unscrupulous than outsiders. After some dressing up, the stunning faces of the two were finally covered up a lot. Without the right tools, they couldn't do it well, but at least they wouldn't make people feel bad when they saw them. The elder sister's face is now dusty, her hair is messy, and she looks extremely sloppy, and the younger sister has pockmarked freckles all over her face, which makes people look unappetizing. After dressing up, the two sisters looked at each other and couldn't bear it. Although the face was slightly concealed, the enchanting and exquisite figure could not be hidden no matter what. The three walked together, cautiously in the evil land of Kenyan, and tried their best to avoid contact with people. Yang Kai's spiritual power has played a huge role at this moment. When the spiritual consciousness is released, the situation in a radius of 30 miles is clear at a glance. He can always predict the enemy's opportunities and hide with the Hu family sisters before the danger comes. Without him, the Hu sisters would not be able to escape from the evil land of the clouds. A month later, the dusty three people traveled thousands of miles away and finally left the evil land of dark clouds. After a month of hiding and fighting, both Yang Kai and the Hu family sisters were exhausted both physically and mentally. But fortunately, this journey was full of surprises, and the most dangerous one was just encountering a 4th-level Immortal Ascension boundary expert, who was also severely injured by Yang Kai's unexpected divine soul skill, and fled in a hurry. In that battle, Yang Kai was also seriously injured, but with the careful care of the two sisters and the effect of the myriad medicine spiritual liquid, he recovered completely in just 2 or 3 days. This month, the Hu family sisters gradually became dependent on Yang Kai, and they trusted him even more, and they would not refute anything Yang Kai said. Even the aggressive Hu Jiaoer didn't dare to treat Yang Kai as the hairy boy from 2 years ago. How many times she and her sister have witnessed the magic of Yang Kai with their own eyes, which is enough to change her perception of Yang Kai. View. Without his protection along the way, Hu Jiaoer didn't know what she and her sister would be like now. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 351 Taifang Mountain. Taifang Mountain, a mountain ridge that stretches from north to south, is neither too big nor too small in this vast land. Originally, this mountain was also regarded as the place of Zhongsho. The trees on the mountain swayed into brilliance, lush, and the fragrance of birds and flowers was fragrant. But at this moment, this entire mountain range has become a battlefield. The southern side of the mountain is where the forces of the evil land of Kenyan gather, and the north of the mountain is where the forces that encircle and suppress the evil land of the clouds gather. The two men and horses looked across the mountain and regarded the entire mountain as a battlefield. In the past few months, Taifeng Mountain was severely damaged, and there were traces of blood and corpses everywhere. I don't know how many warriors fell and died here. This kind of confrontation between the two sides is not uncommon in other places. Taifeng Mountain is just one point on the entire front. Since leaving the evil land of Canyon, the Hu family sisters have been running all the way here, because their bloody gang members were sent here to fight. They were also here at the beginning. They were chased by experts and could not return. They had to avoid the evil land of the dark clouds. Along the way, Yongkai also learned a lot of useful information from their mouths. The war on Taifeng Mountain is not too important, so there are not many masters gathered here. In addition to their bloody battle gang, there are also people from Fengyulo, and other elites from other second-class forces. All are attributed to the scheduling of a first-class family. Xiangjia is the surname of this noble family. Because the people here come from all over the world, most of them are from second- and third-class forces, so the first-class family of the Xiang family has absolute leadership. Even if someone disagrees, they have to obey Xiangjia's orders. After all, the family's background is indeed richer. At the bottom of Taifeng Mountain is a place that is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and many simple dwellings have been built. This is the resting place for the warriors who encircle and suppress the evil land of the Canyon. On this day, a man and 2 women came from outsiders, and they were servants of the dust. Before the 3 of them approached, they were stopped by a few brightly dressed people, shouting to ask the identity of the 3. They saw that the strength of Yongkai and the Hu family sisters was not very high, so they did not take them to heart, and it was routine to stop and inquire. It's just that those pairs of eyes kept staring at the beautiful figures of the Hu family sisters, but when they saw their honor, they immediately lost their appetites, and there was a look of disgust in their eyes. Yongkai looked indifferent and said nothing. On the contrary, Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier quickly wiped the disguise on their faces, revealing their original appearance. After some wiping, although his face was still dark, he finally looked like a beautiful person. The few people blocking the road stared at it for a while, and suddenly said, "Are you Miss Hu from the Bloody Battle Gang?" "Yes," Hu Jiaoer replied lightly. "It turned out to be you." The first person showed joy and said excitedly, "It's great that the 2 girls are not in trouble, please come in quickly." Saying that, he stepped aside and looked humble. "We are just doing a routine business, please don't take it to heart." The 2 girls. Hu Jiaoer frowned, her expression a little lukewarm, and she was about to pass through with her younger sister and Yongkai. Those people looked at Yongkai suspiciously, and the leader asked cautiously, "Dare to ask the 2 girls, this is my friend." "Oh, since it's the girl's friend, then it's all right," the man said with a smile, without questioning, and let go. When the 3 of them entered the room and disappeared, the leader instructed with a solemn expression, "Go and tell the sun, and say that the sister of the Hu family, Hua, has returned safely, hurry up." Oh, one person got the order and flew out immediately. Yongkai followed behind the Hu family sisters, shuttled around this place, and came to the depths after a while. "Over there," Hu Meier suddenly shouted in surprise, pointing in one direction. Looking in the direction she pointed, Yongkai saw a group of people gathered there, and he didn't know what he was talking about. "It's Uncle La." Hu Jiaoer also burst into a smile and walked over in a hurry. A group of people over there noticed that someone was coming, and they all glanced here. The next moment, a half-old man who looked about 50 or 60 years old had red eyes, stood up tremblingly, and stared at the Hu family sisters in a daze, his eyes full of joy. Guan Chili, a master of the 4th floor of the Immortal Ascension Boundary, a strong man of the Bloody Battle Gang, he also participated in the Battle of Mengwuya back then. However, unlike Long Zaishan, Guan Chili is extremely loyal to the Blood War Gang, a member of the Hu family, and has watched the Hu family sisters grow up since childhood, so in the Blood War Gang, the Hu family sisters have a pretty good relationship with him. "The 2 young ladies?" Guan Chili asked hesitantly. "It's us, Uncle La." Hu Jiaoer's face burst into a smile. "You guys really came back safely." Guan Chili burst into tears in an instant. A group of people around him also looked at the Hu sisters in surprise. It took 2 or 3 months for the 2 sisters to disappear. The last time someone saw them was when they were chased and arrested on Taifeng Mountain. They came back here again intact. Since the people here gather together, they must all have a good relationship with each other. Of course, they will be happy to see the Hu family sisters return. There are not many people in this group, only a dozen or so, but Yongkai glanced at it, but all of them were very familiar. Either someone from the Bloody Battle Gang, or a disciple from Fengyulo. Moreover, Yongkai also met Fang Ziqi in it. This extremely patriarchal guy was actually pulled here to fight. The disciples of the two factions came from the same place, and they were both forced to participate in this battle, so it is not surprising that they could gather closely together. It's good to come back, it's good to come back, the helper can rest assured now. Guan Chili quickly sorted out his face and nodded with relief. After he turned his eyes on Yang Kai, he couldn't help frowning, suspiciously. Said, "Have I seen this little brother somewhere?" The Hu family sisters didn't know how to explain. If only a group of people here knew Yang Kai's identity, it would be fine, but there are other forces of warriors around the key. If they know that Yang Kai is from High Heaven Pavilion, things will not end well. Fang Ziqi gave Yang Kai a meaningful look, and quickly stepped forward with a light cough, with a strange smile on his face, clasped his fists and said, "Fang Yulo Fang Ziqi, my friend looks very much like an old friend of mine. Dare to ask your friend's name?" Yang Kai. Yang Kai was amused, but his face was meticulous. It turned out to be Brother Yang. "I'm lucky to meet, my friend not only looks like an old friend of mine, but also has the same name, haha, don't you think so?" Fang Ziqi patted a teacher's brother next to him heavily. Shoulder. "Yes, yes," the younger brother nodded with a helpless expression on his face. As for, "It's so mysterious." The others also instantly understood what Fang Ziqi meant, and all of them looked strange. Guan Kaila is an old man, and after hearing Yang Kai's name, he suddenly realized, no wonder his face is familiar, it turned out to be him. A group of people tacitly understand, but they are not broken. The scene was full of joy, but Yang Kai keenly discovered that there was a trace of worry and anxiety hidden under the smile and relief of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Master of the Bloody Battle Gang. Just as he was talking, Fang Ziqi's expression suddenly turned cold, his eyes flickered, the corner of his mouth raised a careless arc, and he said, "Shangchu is here." While speaking, he stared at the Hu sisters with burning eyes. A group of people suddenly fell silent, Guan Kaili's face sank, and his expression suddenly became displeased. Yang Kai turned his head and saw that not far away, a handsome young man with bright clothes, accompanied by two masters of the Immortal Ascension Boundary, strode towards this side. He was dressed neatly, with a smile like a spring breeze on his face, and he was not bad looking. Judging from his appearance, he was probably only about 26 or 7 years old. Shang Chu, the son of the Shang family. The Shang family is a first-class family. Naturally, Shang Chu's status will not be low. Just like that by Yunfeng Dong Qinghan, he is a leader of the younger generation. In the past month, Yang Kai has also heard Shang Chu's name several times from the mouths of the Hu family sisters, but every time he mentions this person, the two sisters have hurriedly brought him, and do not want to say more. Seeing him now, and seeing his eyes at the moment, Yang Kai finally understands why the Hu family sisters don't like to talk about him. Not only the Hu family sisters, the Blood War Gang, and everyone in the Wind and Rain building seemed to have no good feelings for this person. It was just that Shang Chu still smiled warmly and strode from a distance. When he came to the front and stood still, his eyes flashed with gratification, and he softly shouted, "Jiaoer, Mayor, come back from a long way, it's been hard work all the way." Guan Kaila squinted his eyes, and the two immortals behind Shang Chu immediately stared at him. Hu Jiaoer frowned and said indifferently, "Mr. Shang, Jiaoer Mayor is not something you can call me, so I don't need to tell you again, right?" Shang Chu looked stunned for a moment, as if he had remembered something. He laughed dryly, and clasped his fists and said, "Forgive the two girls, it's been a long time since we met again. I'm so excited next time that I can't say anything. I hope there won't be another time." Hu Jiaoer snorted softly. "Sure, I promise there will be no next time." Shang Chu nodded again and again, sighed again, and said with a frown, "But I have to accompany the two girls first." "Oh," Hu Jiaoer frowned slightly, looking at him lightly. Shang Chu smiled bitterly and said, "In that battle, the two girls were trapped in prison, and they should have gone to the rescue. It's been 2 or 3 months since I left, and every time I think of it, my heart is twisted, I can't sleep at night, and I wish I could put a pair of wings and fly to the two of them to keep them safe." Suddenly, he smiled brightly. "Fortunately, the two auspicious people are finally back today, so you can feel at ease." His smile was extremely sincere, and it was quite like the moonlight being seen in the clouds and mists. It's just that the Hu family sisters looked indifferent. Shang Chu didn't care, clasped his fists and said, "The two of you have come back from a long way, you must be tired, you should take a rest earlier, we will talk about it another day. If you two have any needs, just tell me next, if you can satisfy it, I will definitely do it next time. Help is imperative." After speaking, he smiled and left. The transition chapter. I was in tears when I wrote it. I have a big plan next, and I am thinking about where to start. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update team at Fuyun just to hear from you. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled lower left triangle first release filled upper right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 352 Provocation. Looking at Shang-Chu's back, Yang Kai was stunned. Originally, seeing a group of people here did not like to see him, Yang Kai thought that this person was some kind of dandy. The Shang family is a first-class family, and it is normal for a son from such a big family to be a bit domineering. But now seeing him behave decently and deal with generosity, the whole person is also gentle, and the person is very free and easy, Yang Kai can't help but be amazed. Yang Kai can clearly see this person's love and pity for the Hu family sisters, and he has no intention of concealing it, but Hu Jiaoer treats him so indifferently, he is not annoyed, let alone entangled, it can be regarded as a real man. I don't know why the Hu sisters and everyone here don't like him very much. However, everything has a result, and Yang Kai also knows that the heart is separated from the belly, seeing the outside but not the inside, so I intuitively feel that this Shang-Chu must have an unknown side. After Shang-Chu's back disappeared, Fang Ziqi approached Yang Kai with a chuckle and said, Yang Kai, don't you want to be deceived by that guy? He looks kind, but in fact, he is a good-natured swordsman. Shen, or else he wouldn't be the commander-in-chief here. I know. Yang Kai nodded lightly, he didn't want to underestimate Shang-Chu. Like that by Yunfeng, he is domineering and arrogant, with all the good and evil written on his face, he has no scheming, and will not pose any threat to Yang Kai at all. On the contrary, someone like Shang-Chu, who is smiling on the surface, needs to be careful. He is in command of this place. Hu Jiaoer heard an unusual meaning and looked at Fang Ziqi in surprise, what's going on? He is only a younger generation, how could he be in charge of this place? He is not the head of the Shang family. Is the old man sitting in town? Fang Ziqi was stunned, laughed dryly, and turned his attention to Guan Chili. The two young ladies are exhausted, let's take a rest first, and I'll tell you later in the evening. Guan Chili hesitated and said. Okay, Hu Jiaoer didn't force her to ask. First, she also noticed something unusual. Second, she and her sister had to clean up. This month, hiding with Yang Kai has long been unbearable, dirty. Women are always more clean. Yang Kai, come with me. Fang Ziqi greeted warmly. Yang Kai smiled slightly and left with him. At night, a bonfire was lit outside, and the people from the bloody battle gang in Fengyulo gathered here. There was a crackling sound, and there was silence. After a long time, Hu Jiaoer asked, Uncle La, what's going on here? There are suddenly a lot fewer masters. Where are the senior members of my blood war gang in Fengyulo? Before they left 2 or 3 months ago, there were still many experts in the Immortal Ascension boundary, but now that they came back, they found that there were only less than 10 left here. Immortal Ascension boundary level is not too high. Although the position of this place on the entire front is not too important, it is too playful for such a master to sit in the town. If the person on the opposite side of the mountain calls, everyone here will probably be wiped out. Guan Chili sighed and said, it's like this month ago when I received the order from the 8 great families of the central capital to order all the masters involved in the siege of the Kenyan evil land to gather in the middle. It seems that the 8 great families and the evil lord want to come to the final battle. Quote. Decisive battle, Hu Jiaoer exclaimed. Guan Chili nodded slightly. After all, we are not fighting with the army, we are all just reckless, we have been fighting for so long, everyone wants to end early, probably because of some consensus between the two sides, so here most of the masters have been transferred, and so has your father. Daddy went too, Hu Mayer murmured. Although Hu Man has the strength of the 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary and is a tyrannical person, he is nothing if he looks at the whole world. Wouldn't the 2 Hu sisters be worried? Our Wind and Rain building is also the same. The masters and elders have all left, and the masters on the opposite side of the mountain have also left. Fang Ziqi smiled bitterly, his master was Xiao Ruohan, the owner of the Wind and Rain building. If it wasn't for the help of the gang leader, the old man wouldn't be able to stay. Guan Chili looked sad, raised his eyes and said, the gang leader said that the 2 little sisters will definitely come back to find him one day, so let me stay, one is to take care of these young people, and the other is to wait for the 2 young ladies. Now it seems that the decision of the leader is extremely wise. Quote. Speaking of this, Fang Ziqi was very angry and said bitterly, if it wasn't for the seniors who protected each other many times, the dozen or so people from your bloody battle gang in our Fengyulo would have died long ago. What's the matter? Hu Jiaoer's face sank. It's not like that yet. Fang Ziqi sneered, because our two factions are in the Lingxiao Pavilion, everyone here doesn't like to see us very much. You two are better when you are here, and Shangchu has to show more in front of you. Extra points for yourself, but as soon as you disappear, Shangchu will not pay attention to it at all. If there is anything dangerous, it must be the disciples of our two factions who will go up. With a gloomy expression, Fang Ziqi said, there were more than 100 people when we came. What about now? There are only a dozen or so left. Witnessing the tragic deaths of many junior brothers and sisters with his own eyes, Fang Ziqi's pain can be imagined. After a pause, Fang Ziqi suddenly remembered something and looked at Yang Kai awkwardly. Don't worry about it, I have no other intentions. Quote, I know. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Although Fang Ziqi said this because he was afraid of misunderstanding, Yang Kai also knew that because of the relationship between the High Heaven Pavilion, the Blood War Gang and the Wind and Rain Building were in trouble. In this regard, it is indeed the High Heaven Pavilion that has implicated both of them. However, it is also those outside forces who are not looking for trouble. Just because of the sect where the evil master came from, the High Heaven Pavilion was burned down by a fire, and even the Bloody Battle Gang and Fengyulo could not escape the bad luck. This is too unreasonable. Hu Jiaoer listened to Guan Chili's remarks, and thoughtfully said, since this is the case, then the battle line here is even less important, right? Guan Chili nodded slightly. Indeed, 3 to 5 days as soon as possible, or half a month later, the decisive battle will start, and the battle over there is the one that decides the outcome. So whether it's us or the other side of the mountain, the forces of the two are not very concerned about each other. We only need to wait for the result now, and probably will not fight with the mountain again. Quote. Oh, Hu Jiaoer nodded slightly. That's why the Shang family reassured him to hand over the power here to Shangchu. Fang Ziqi chuckled, probably also want to use this rare opportunity to hone him. Opportunities like this are rare. There are at least 5 or 6 forces gathered here. When all parties gather together, there will always be disputes over some things. If Shangchu can handle things here well, then he will definitely be able to handle Shangjia's affairs well, and you can become the head of Shangjia in the future. Shangjia is cultivating him as his future successor. After learning about these things, the Hu family sisters suddenly felt relieved, but they were still a little worried about Hu Man's safety. The game was roasted, exuding the aroma of meat. Yang Kai chewed it without any scruples, and the Hu family sisters were also unbearably tempted and ate gently. Following Yang Kai this month, life has been hard. After eating and chatting, the atmosphere became harmonious and happy, especially when the surviving people thought that they might return to the sect in a short time. The mood was even happier. Fang Ziqi did not know where to get some wine and drink with Yang Kai. How could Yang Kai be afraid of him, and fought with him on the spot? While they were enjoying themselves, a group of people in the dark approached casually. The leader is a man and a woman, who don't seem to be very old. The man is handsome and the woman is beautiful. Especially the woman, with an enchanting figure, a tight-fitting shirt with an exquisite waist, no sleeves on the top, and 2 snow-white jade arms exposed. Even in the dark, you can see the tenderness of the deceiving frost Sai Shui clearly. White. Both of them walked towards this side with a strange smile, and there were many people behind them. When he was about 10 feet or so, the man suddenly stumbled and almost fell to the ground. Accompanied by his movements, a large handful of sand and soil flew out, covering their faces and hitting the Bloody Battle Gang and the Fengyulo people. Hey! The man also exclaimed exaggeratedly, seemingly hurriedly stabilizing his pace. The people from the Bloody Battle Gang and Fengyulo were laughing and eating and drinking. Who would have thought that such a change would happen? When he realized something was wrong, Guan Chili waved a hand, but he couldn't stop all the sand. In these sands, there is still some true essence. Puff puff. Everyone was beaten, and many people had burning pain on their faces, and even the few jars of wine and the barbecue on the bonfire became dirty. With a loud noise, most of the people from the Blood War Gang and Fengyulo stood up and looked at the people who came. I saw the man pretentiously twisting his waist, with an overly frightened expression on his face, and said, almost fell. The woman even giggled. Senior brother Xierong, why are you so careless? Then Xierong said, junior sister Li Fu doesn't know anything. Senior brother is watching the monkey play, and accidentally lost his mind. Li Fu covered her mouth and chuckled, looking around with an innocent look on her face. She said coquettishly, senior brother can tell jokes. This night, where did the monkey come from? Why didn't junior sister see it? Xierong smiled. Junior sister, your eyes are not good. This monkey can not only play tricks, but also eat meat and drink. You say it's strange. Li Fu was immediately surprised. Really, there are such smart monkeys in the world. Junior sister must have experienced eye addiction. Where is it? Where is it? While talking, she looked towards the campfire with her beautiful eyes, with a contemptuous and disdainful smile on her pretty face. The two of them pointed at Sang and scolded why like this, and the people from the Blood War gang in Fenghulo couldn't understand it, and their faces became gloomy at the moment. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 353 Who Dares to Move? The Bloody Battle Gang and the Fenghulo group have had a very bad life these days. Not only are they often placed in the most dangerous positions in the battle against the Kenyan evil land, but even when they are resting in the camp here, they often meet. Someone came for the sarcasm. There are also 5 or 6 forces gathered here. Except for the Shang family headed by the first-class family, the others are all second- and third-class sects. These forces, in terms of combat strength and personnel, are almost the same as the Bloody Battle Gang Fenghulo, and some are even slightly inferior, but they still dare to fall into trouble everywhere, yell. As if the people from the Bloody Battle Gang in Fenghulo owed them. When Human and Xiao Ruohan were still here, there were still people who were intimidating them. After their group of masters left and all that remained were some younger disciples, the situation would be Yuyan Yulai. Among them, Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy were the worst. These days, the people of Fenghulo and the Blood War Gang have been provoked and scolded by them more than 2 or 3 times, but because of the many deaths and injuries of the disciples, only a dozen survived, so they can only bear it. Fang Ziqi and the others were already on the cusp of the storm, and naturally they didn't want to cause any trouble. The repeated patience and concessions made the people of Li Guang and Fei Hongyuan more and more think that they were easy to bully. Today, seeing them build a bonfire here, drink and eat meat, and live happily, where would they want to let go of such an opportunity? Anyway, there is no war here, how do you spend the long night without looking for some fun? The eyes of more than a dozen people from the Fenghulo Bloody Battle Gang did not affect Xie Rong and Li Fu in the slightest. The two of them still had calm and disdainful smiles on their faces. Sit down. Guan Kai Li's old face was gloomy, he rolled his eyelids, and said to everyone in a deep voice. More than a dozen disciples of the younger generation were so angry that their teeth tickled and their fists clenched, but they had to swallow their anger and slowly sat down. Although they were full of energy, they also knew that they were going to have some kind of conflict with each other, and it was their own group of people who suffered in the end. Let's not talk about whether it can be won in the real fight, even if it can be won, Shangjia will be held accountable afterwards. At that time, the situation of the two sects will be even worse. A dozen people sat down one by one. Fang Ziqi was the last one to sit down, the smile on his face was rather grim, and the flesh on his face was shaking. Even if there is nothing wrong in his heart, he must endure it. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, shaking off a few grains of dust from the barbecue in his hands, and looked at the person who came. Some of this group of people are in the real Yuan realm, and many are in the separation and reunion realm, and their strength is not very high. But under Yang Kai's keen perception, at this moment there are several divine consciousnesses that are shrouded in this land. 2 of them were somewhat vigilant and hostile. It should be Xie Rong and Li Fu's elders who were monitoring the movement here to prevent Guan Chili from hurting others. In addition, there are 2 more powerful senses, which are the senses of the 2 masters around Shangchu. Noticing this, Yang Kai grinned and smiled silently. In the past, after the people of Fenghulo and the Bloody Battle Gang had endured, Xie Rong and others would not continue to provoke them, but today they obviously do not want to let it go. When a group of people sat back again, Xie Rong and Li Fu not only did not leave, but took 2 steps forward. Li Fu covered her mouth with a smile and looked at the Hu sisters and said, "Don't you 2 sisters come on safe? I heard that the 2 escaped from the evil land of the dark cloud, but my sister is very curious. There are evil spirits everywhere in the evil land of the dark cloud. How did you escape back?" Hu Jiaoer frowned slightly, looked at Li Fu with some displeasure, and said lightly, "What do you want to say?" Li Fu giggled and said coquettishly, "Sister said it, just curious about how the 2 younger sisters came back safely. If it is convenient, can you tell my elder sister well, for example, who did you meet along the way? What happened, how many times did the 2 betray their hues to survive at the hands of those demons?" Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier suddenly turned gloomy when they heard what she said. "I'm sorry, my sister said something wrong." Li Fu chuckled lightly. Although she apologized, her expression didn't mean that at all. The eyes of the men behind her, looking at the Hu sisters now, are a bit wrong, as if they were looking at 2 pairs of broken shoes. All of them were full of contempt, as well as greed and desire that could not be hidden. I'm also curious. Xie Rong smiled. Not only are we curious, but everyone here is curious about what means the two of them came back alive from that place. Hu Zhaoer's face was gloomy, her chest kept heaving and heaving. She suddenly smiled sweetly, and said, "What does this have to do with you?" "Naturally, it's our business." Li Fu chuckled, "If the two of you didn't escape that place safely by betraying your looks, then you're colluding with the demons there, or why did they let you go? Those are the eyeliners that the demons planted here. If you are the eyeliners of the Canyon Evil Land, then there must be someone watching." "Not bad." Xie Rong's expression suddenly turned cold, his eyes suddenly turned to Yang Kai, staring at him, and said solemnly, "This friend looks very angry, where did he come from?" Yang Kai was eating, and when he heard his question, he couldn't help but wrinkle his brows, and then he suddenly realized that the other group of people came to him. The previous provocations were all foreshadowing. "It's inconvenient to say." Shaking his head, Yang Kai said indifferently. "Do you dare to say it, or is it inconvenient to say?" Li Fu also asked with a sneer. Xie Rong looked at the Hu sisters with a sullen face. "He was brought here by the two of you. You should know his origin, right?" "I don't know, I met you on the road." Hu Zhaoer turned her head. Where can Yang Kai's origin be said casually? The Fengyulo Bloody Battle Gang suffered this disaster just because it was adjacent to the High Heaven Pavilion. If they were to tell them about Yang Kai's division, there might be a big mess. It is even more unreliable to arrange a family background casually, and maybe it will be dismantled on the spot. Sure enough, there is a problem. Xie Rong shouted, and waved his hand involuntarily. "Grab it." "Who dares?" Fang Ziqi shouted angrily, and stood up, bursting out in a majestic burst of true yuan. When he moved, the others immediately moved, and all of them stared at Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy vigilantly. Naturally, the latter would not show weakness. The scene was instantly tense. "Hey," Xie Rongyan smiled, "if you dare to cover up those from the evil land of Canyon, you are all dead." He laughed quite slyly, as if he had succeeded in his trick. His smile narrowed again, and he said solemnly, "Do it." As soon as the words fell, the two consciousnesses entrenched in this land suddenly turned into sharp attacks, with decisive killing intent, straight into Yang Kai's mind. Noticing that it was not good, Guan Chili's face changed greatly, and he said in shock, "Be careful." Two silent attacks broke into Yang Kai's mind, and before they went deep into it, they lost their way in the Palace of Bewilderment. Yang Kai's complexion sank, and his eyes became cold. He originally thought that this group of people just wanted to provoke trouble, but now it seems that this is obviously not the case. Following the direction of the two incoming divine senses, a purple light flashed away in the night sky. A biting cold feeling suddenly swayed and disappeared without a trace, and everyone present thought they had some kind of illusion. Two muffled sounds came from not far away, and the faces of the two masters of the Immortal Ascension Boundary, who belonged to Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy, were all white, and their eyes were instantly covered with bloodshots, and they almost fell to the ground. At this moment, the two of them were simultaneously attacked by a divine soul skill. This strange divine soul skill was mixed with a lot of evil and cold, almost freezing their sea of consciousness. Fortunately, they noticed something was wrong and immediately counterattacked and defended, otherwise the consequences would be disastrous. After hurriedly slowing down, the two of them looked at each other, and both saw shock and horror in each other's eyes. Outside, Yang Kai has already moved. After counter-attacking the two masters of the Immortal Ascension Boundary with divine soul skills, he came to Xie Rong in an instant like a gust of wind. Before Xie Rong's awkwardness and pride had disappeared, a big hand stuck around his neck, and the hot true yang energy rushed over, causing Xie Rong's neck and neck to hurt immensely. The scream had just been shot, and a closed eye was slammed in the face, in the middle of the eye socket, and Xie Rong was dizzy in an instant, and his eyes could not see. Ah! Li Fu's pretty face changed color, never expecting Yang Kai to survive the attack of two Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Before she could react, Yang Kai's other big hand had already pinched her slender neck. Both hands moved towards the center at the same time, and Xie Rong and Li Fu collided with each other. Under the tremendous strength and speed, the two of them felt half of their bodies numb. The real essence that was running in a hurry also retreated under this collision. Both of them are elites in their respective sects, but at this moment they are as fragile as two children in Yang Kai's hands, and they have no resistance. Touch! Both of them were thrown to the ground like meteorites, and there were two more human-shaped pits on the ground. There was the sound of broken bones, and screams sounded at the same time. Until this time, all the people present came back to their senses. Brush brush. The disciples of Lei Guang and Fei Hong Academy all looked at Yang Kai vigilantly and solemnly, and their respective moves urged. Who dares to move? Yang Kai stepped on Li Fu's Warangyu appearance and stepped on half of her face in the soil. The brutal and savage action made everyone's eyelids jump. In the other hand, the real essence was almost condensed into real essence, like a dagger, touching Xie Rong's chest. Under the dark night, the beating bonfire made Yang Kai's face extremely gloomy and extremely terrifying. The people from Fengyulo and the bloody battle gang were dumbfounded and stood there in disbelief. Who dares to move? Fang Ziqi was the first to wake up and threw a jar of wine on the bonfire in a rage. There was a loud bang, and under the influence of alcohol, the bonfire sprang up several feet into the sky like a fire dragon, making the scene even more intense and tense. To be continued. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Fan.la. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 354 Threatening Me. The bonfire was beating, and there were bursts of explosions. Countless pairs of eyes were focused on Yang Kai. Worry, surprise, shock, humiliation and anger, all kinds of emotions were revealed. Among Lei Guang's people, a young man walked out, looking at Yang Kai with an ugly face, and said solemnly, "This friend, if you have something to say, can you let him go first?" The people from Feihong Academy also responded immediately, and someone shouted, "Let's release senior sister Li Fu." The arrogant daughter of the sky in his own sect, who was looked up and admired by countless brothers and sisters, was actually stepped on the flower-like face with a stinky foot. Which young people in Feihong Academy can stand it? This is blasphemy. This is an insult. Yang Kai squinted his eyes glowing with cold light, and grinned, "Do you have something to say?" "We didn't do anything to you, friend, is it too much for you to do this?" Lei Guang's young man replied humbly. "Interesting." Yang Kai laughed, tilted his head, looked at Guan Kaila, and said, "Senior, what do you think?" All the people present, except Guan Kaila, who is a master of the Immortal Ascension boundary, all of them are not in the Immortal Ascension boundary, so naturally they cannot perceive the danger just now. Those two divine soul skills from Li Guang and Feihong Academy's masters attacked silently. If it wasn't for Yang Kai, who had cultivated his divine sense long ago, and also had divine soul skills for defense, he would probably have died at this moment. In the eyes of others, it was only Xie Rong who shouted to start, and Yang Kai took the lead in attacking, and his approach was quite barbaric and domineering. But the actual situation, only Yang Kai and Guan Kaila know. Guan Kaila was also slightly absent-minded. He didn't understand how Yang Kai could be safe and sound. Hearing Yang Kai's question, he quickly stood up. His expression was not as casual as before, and when he looked at Yang Kai again, he was still a little dignified. Squinting and pondering for a moment, Guan Chili sneered, "It's tolerable, but it's unbearable." "Haha," Senior said. "Well." Yang Kai laughed. The big foot that stepped on Li Fu's face became harder. "You, how dare you do this to me?" Li Fu hissed and screamed, and as soon as the words came out, he immediately nibbled at the sand in his mouth. There was no blood on her pretty face, and her eyes were full of humiliation and unwillingness. Her strength is not very high, and her aptitude is not very good. But in the second-class sect of Feihongyuan, it is not bad. In addition, she is beautiful. Naturally, she has to be windy and rainy. She is also quite arrogant on weekdays, except for Shang Chu. Never put other men of the same age in the eye. When did you encounter such humiliation? Feeling the sand in his mouth, and imagining the position of being trampled under his feet, Li Fu almost didn't pass out. "Shut up." Yang Kai gave her a faint glance. "I'll take care of you." Xie Rong was obviously unwilling to be controlled by others. He opened his mouth and cursed angrily. Without a word of scolding, the open mouth greeted Yang Kai's fist. With a bang, Xie Rong's second half sentence was swallowed directly into his stomach, 5 or 6 of his teeth collapsed, and his mouth was full of blood in an instant. Looking terrified, "Never dare to speak again." "Stop." Until this moment, Li Guang and Feihong Academy's 2 Immortal Ascension boundary masters came in a hurry. After the 2 of them were attacked by Yang Kai's divine soul skill, they immediately realized that the situation was not good, and rushed towards this side. Still didn't arrive in time. Brush. The 2 of them appeared 10 feet in front of Yang Kai at the same time, looking at him coldly and vigilantly. Guan Kaila calmly moved his body and blocked himself in the middle. Yang Kai raised his eyes and looked at the 2 people who came with a calm expression. The strength of these 2 people is not very high, and it is lower than the realm of Guan Chili, and they are only 2 levels of the Immortal Ascension boundary. After all, the real masters have already been transferred away, and the people who stay are only to take care of the younger generation, and they don't need to be too strong. The three looked at each other, the atmosphere was heavy and strange. After a long while, the two men looked at Xie Rong, whose mouth was full of blood, and Li Fu, whose face was sunk in the mud. The younger disciples were bullied, and their faces were dull. What's more, this is what happened when the two of them attacked first, making them more and more incompetent. I learned it, Lei Guang's immortal ascension boundary said in a deep voice. Each other, Yang Kai replied lukewarmly. The Shen Yujing of Feihong Academy coughed dryly, and said hesitantly, young man, let go of people first, it's hard to say whether it looks good or not. That's your business, not me. The man's face sank slightly and said, why is this? Lei Guang's immortal ascension boundary was also full of displeasure, and said with a cold face, young man, what happened just now? The old man and the two will accompany you, why don't you let them go first? You need to know that you should stay on the line, and you will be better in the future. See you. What he said was ambiguous. Others only thought that he was with Xie Rong and Li Fu because of their rudeness, but Yang Kai knew that he meant sneaking up on him. With a grin, Yang Kai was in high spirits. Some things can't be solved if you don't accompany them. How are you going? Lei Guang's expert face suddenly sank. Although he knew that Yang Kai was not easy, he didn't need to be afraid. Now it was only because Xie Rong and Li Fu's life and death were controlled by the other party that he lowered his face, right? For him, this is the limit. I don't want to do anything. Yang Kai sneered again and again. The true yuan in his hand was uncertain, like a poisonous core in a snake's mouth, extremely dangerous. What he wants to figure out most now is why these two people have the intention to kill him. I just came back here with the Hu family sisters today, so it makes no sense to suddenly provoke such murderous intentions and targets. It is impossible to ask directly. Yang Kai vaguely feels that this is a bit strange, maybe it is because someone is jealous of himself. The old man advises you, hurry up and let him go, or you will regret it for the rest of your life. Lei Guang's master is self-reliant, and he is too lazy to deal with Yang Kai like this, and his true yuan is already turbulent. If you don't let people go, you will start immediately. Threat me. Yang Kai frowned, a little sullen on his face. You can think so, Lei Guang's master replied with a cold face. What about you? Yang Kai turned his gaze to the master of Feihong Academy, and the danger in his narrowed eyes flashed. The man hummed softly. He didn't say anything, obviously that's what he meant. Okay. Yang Kai nodded slightly, his expression suddenly grim, and the true yuan in both hands instantly swallowed, and attacked Xie Rong and Li Fu's shoulder at the same time. With two crisp sounds, Xie Rong and Li Fu's faces suddenly turned pale. Screams came from their mouths. The two of them each had an arm broken. Lei Guang and Feihong Academy's masters changed their expressions, looking at Yang Kai in horror and disbelief, never expecting him to be so crazy. Guan Chili is more like watching a lunatic. Weird look. All young people do the same. Yang Kai's expression was stern, and he glanced at the two people with contempt in his eyes. He snorted coldly. The next slap, I will hit them on the chest. How dare you? Lei Guang and Feihong Academy's masters were furious at the same time. If they really wanted to be punched in the chest, how could Xie Rong and Li Fu still live? You can try. Yang Kai smiled contemptuously. The two of them couldn't help but be slightly absent-minded. They didn't see the slightest hesitation and fear from Yang Kai's face, nor did they hear any threats or jokes from his tone. What he said was the truth. Only then did the two understand that the young man in front of them was not afraid of them at all, otherwise they would not have acted so decisively. Moreover, his personality must be soft and not hard, and the threat of the two just now obviously angered him. Tell me, how on earth are you willing to give up? The master of the Immortal Ascension realm of Feihong Academy took a deep breath and asked in a deep voice. You can't give me the answer I want. Yang Kai smiled, his eyes turned slightly, and he looked somewhere in the darkness. In that position, Shang Chu couldn't help pinching his nose. A funny smile appeared on the elegant face. Master. A master of the Immortal Ascension realm behind him couldn't help frowning, is he looking at you? Shang Chu nodded lightly, people know I'm here, how did he know? This young man's intuition is too sharp. Maybe. Shang Chu also had a strange feeling in his heart, but there was no better explanation, so he thought about it. With a free and easy smile, he walked out first. After a while, he was close to the place of the accident and shouted to Chu Yang, what happened? Why did I hear the fight? It seemed that someone who thought he could be in charge appeared, and the tense atmosphere between the two parties suddenly eased a lot. However, the disciples of the Bloody Battle Gang and Feng Yulo couldn't help but feel a little worried, but the disciples of Li Guang and Feihong Academy gloated. They felt that Yang Kai would definitely be held accountable for attacking Xie Rong and Li Fu so blatantly. Master Shang, the three immortal ascension boundaries present hurriedly rushed towards Chu and bowed. Shang Chu just nodded lightly and smiled gently at the Hu sisters. Xie Rong and Li Fu even scrambled to shout, "Help young Master Shang, this man is going to kill us." Before he finished speaking, Yang Kai slapped his hand with 2 slaps. 2 snaps, so loud and piercing in the dark night. Shang Chu's brows couldn't help but wrinkle slightly, and he glanced at Yang Kai from a distance of more than 10 meters. There was a hint of displeasure in his eyes, but it was very hidden. "Shang Xiao, this is what happened." Lei Guang's expert hurried forward, wanting to report what had just happened. Shang Chu raised his hand, his eyes circled around the crowd, and finally settled on Hu Meier, saying, "Meier, tell me, what's the matter?" Hu Meier was concerned about Yang Kai in her heart, and didn't pay attention to the name of Chu, and immediately told what happened just now. "Is that so?" Shang Chu asked after listening to Lei Guang and the people from Feihong Academy. Those people hesitated for a while, not knowing how to answer, and only turned their attention to their elders. Shang Chu sneered, "What?" my son asked, but no one answered. Everyone quickly lowered their heads and said in unison, "Yes." Shang-Chu-Saran said with a smile, "If that's the case, then Xie Rong, you and Miss Lifu are doing something wrong. Although everyone has different clans, since they are here, they are part of the fight against the evil land of Canyon. You should help each other, you provoked others first, and it is natural for this friend to teach him a lesson. His skills are not as good as others, and he can't blame anyone, so why don't you hurry up and apologize to the Fengyulo and the Bloody Battle Gang?" To be continued. If you like for this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. Chapter 355 Apologize. Apologize. Lei Guang and Feihong Academy's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters couldn't help but lose their minds for a while. Those young people were also on the spot in astonishment, looking at Shang Chu with bewilderment. Yang Kai's eyes flashed, and an inexplicable smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Shang Xiao, Xie Rong lost several teeth, and now he leaked the air as soon as he spoke, and shouted in extreme humiliation. He originally expected Shang Chu to stand up for himself and uphold justice, but as soon as he met his sharp eyes, he quickly swallowed the words again. With a warm smile, he cupped his hands to Chu Chong and Yang Kai again and again. "This friend, it is because of Shang Chu's poor management, which has made the Blood War Gang and Feng Yulo feel wronged. Now you are also out of anger, Shang Chu Huyan, come to be a peacemaker, how about a friend who has to forgive someone? I'm sorry, I'm really sorry, Shang Chu can guarantee that something like this will never happen again in the future." He bowed his hands to apologize while laughing. His words were sincere, his expression was sincere, and his attitude was extremely friendly, as if he really made a mistake. Shang Chu lowered his posture like this, and couldn't help but surprise everyone present. The younger generation of the Blood War Gang and Feng Yulo suddenly felt proud, and their hearts were not too happy. They didn't even know the danger that Yang Kai had just encountered, and just thought it was just an ordinary fight. Xie Rong and Li Fu, who sneered at them on weekdays, suffered a lot, but now Shang Chu is partial to them, how can they still be dissatisfied? However, Fang Ziqi and the Hu family sisters glanced at Yang Kai thoughtfully, vaguely feeling that things were a little unusual. At a distance of more than 10 meters, Yang Kai stared at Shang Chu with a burning gaze. It was only now that he really understood what it meant to be extremely deep in the city. What happened here just now was monitored by the 2 masters behind Shang Chu, and he himself could see clearly not far away, but he still pretended to be ignorant and came over to ask. This man is indeed different. The stuff of the honey belly sword. Does my friend have any dissatisfaction? If you have a request, you can just mention it. Shang Chu smiled slightly. I am naturally satisfied with the fairness of the young master. Yang Kai grinned. That's good, that's good. Shang Chu laughed happily with a relieved expression. Major things are reduced to small things. Small things are reduced to the same people. There is no need to target them all day long, you know. Our enemy is Canyon Evil Land. Friends, please let people go first, this is really unsightly. Okay. Yang Kai nodded and threw his feet out. With 2 touches, Xie Rong and Li Fu flew back to their camp like rags and sacks. They were picked up by their elders, and they were thrown out. He also kicked several of their ribs. Shang Chu's eyes couldn't help but narrow. Yang Kai smiled at him, and he was not afraid. Boy! Lei Guang and Feihong Academy's Immortal Ascension Boundary shouted angrily. Apologize. Yang Kai turned his head to look at them, his eyes were as cold as the cold wind, and his tone was unquestionable. The 2 were full of anger. His eyes were about to split, but he turned his gaze to Chu, who twitched slightly, and then nodded without a trace. Seeing Shang Chu's gesture like this, the two of them had to pull their faces down even though they were reluctant in their hearts. Muffled. What happened just now? I'm sorry to the fellows of the Blood War Gang and Fengyulo. This old man will strictly discipline his disciples and will not let them provoke trouble again. Go away, Yang Kai sneered. Let's go. Lei Guang and Fei Hong Academy's masters hugged Xie Rong and Li Fu respectively, and led a group of young disciples who were extremely aggrieved and hurried away. After they left, Shang Chukai gave the Hu sisters a gentle smile and stepped back politely. Beside the bonfire, it was quiet for a while, before the disciples of the Bloody Battle Gang and Fengyulo burst into laughter and looked at Yang Kai with admiration. All of them regarded him as a hero. Although the people here belong to 3 sects, since they came here, there is no difference between the sects. Everyone worked together, and they have long been twisted into a rope. Yang Kai gave them a bad breath so strongly, they were excited and looked up. Only Guan Kaila, frowning slightly, looked rather worried. The sisters of the Hu family stepped forward quietly, and Hu Jiaoer said softly, "What happened just now?" "It's nothing." Yang Kai shook his head gently. What happened just now is tacitly understood by those who know it, and there is no need to open it again. Fang Ziqi came up to him. Although he had doubts in his heart, he didn't ask any further questions. He just said, "Continue drinking." "Come on." Yang Kai chuckled. Shang Chu's house. The experts from Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy had already placed the injured Xie Rong and Li Fu and came here. The door opened, Shang Chu walked in a hurry, sat on the chair, and the 2 guardians behind him stood on either side, standing silently. "I've seen young Master Shang." Lei Guang and the experts from Fei Hong Academy hurriedly saluted, their expressions full of indifference and anger. Shang Chu glanced at them lightly, and asked with a light smile, "Tell me, what happened just now? Why is that kid still alive and kicking?" Lei Guang and Fei Hong Academy's experts looked at each other and said what happened just now. After listening to Shang Chu, his eyes narrowed and he said solemnly, "You mean, not only was your divine soul ability blocked by him, but he was also injured by his divine soul ability?" The 2 of them blushed, and daringly responded. Lei Guang's expert quickly added, "I know this reason is a bit far-fetched, but it is the truth, please check with Xiaoming." "I know, I don't doubt you." Shang Chu nodded slightly, then suddenly turned to look at the 2 masters behind him, and asked, "What do you think?" One person said, "If you think about it this way, the young man must have a good quality divine soul treasure on his body." Another person said, "It may be 2. One for defense and the other for attack, otherwise, with his realm, it is impossible to display the divine soul ability." Shang Chu nodded slightly, "I think so too." He suddenly smiled brightly. "Interesting, he actually has a divine soul treasure on his body, this is not something that ordinary people can have." The eyes of Lei Guang's master turned cold. He asked in a low voice, "Shang Xiao, do you want us to go again? Do you have this ability?" Shang Chu snorted coldly. "As long as we can entangle Guan Chili, we will have full confidence in taking the head of that kid." "No need, I've already stunned the snake." Shang Chu shook his head slowly, his face a little unhappy. "Yes, by the way, how are Xie Rong and Miss Li Fu's injuries?" Shang Chu asked with concern. Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy's Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters showed gratitude, and quickly replied, "That kid is very heavy. But at least there is some room left, and they didn't take their lives. They will recover after a few days." Shang Chu nodded. He gestured to the guardian behind him. One of them threw a bottle at random and threw it to the experts of Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy. Shang Chu said, "This is a healing pill specially made by my Shang family. After returning home, let them take it with warm water. They can recover in about 10 days. "Thank you, young master." The 2 were overjoyed and thanked them continuously. "Go back." With a wave to Chu, the 2 hurriedly retired. "Master." After Lei Guang and the masters of Fei Hong Academy left, Shang Chu hesitated for a moment, and said, "Why are you being so polite to that young man? That kid is indeed a bit complicated, but it's not worth it. You are so patient." Shang Chu smiled lightly, stood up slowly, and said, "The first time I saw him, I knew that this person was very strong. Didn't you realize that he was completely fearless today? Even if the 2 of you showed up, he was still imposing. The expression is indifferent, this guy is obviously not an ordinary person. I can't understand his bottom line, I don't want to touch him for the time being, just wait for a while. But in a few days, as soon as the decisive battle over there is over. We should go back, young master, aren't you determined to win the sisters of the Hu family?" Shang Chu smiled and nodded. Yeah, so we have to settle this matter before going back, otherwise it will be difficult to meet each other in the future. Today's event. It was also because the Hu family sisters looked quite close to Yang Kai, and Shangchu wanted to get rid of Yang Kai, so they asked Li Guang and Fei Hongyuan to provoke them. After killing Yang Kai, they would punish Li Guang and Fei Hongyuan. Of course, the Hu family sisters will be grateful. I don't want things to be as people wish, Yang Kai is actually so tyrannical. Stretching lazily, he said to Chu, let's do it for now, I'm tired, this young master will go to rest first. The two guardians looked at each other and couldn't understand what their son was thinking. Tonight's action is so urgent, but now he looks indifferent, I really don't know what he plans. The next 10 days were peaceful. Although the confrontation with Kenyan evil land is continuing, now whether it is here or there, everyone's mind is attached to the final decisive battle, so it is impossible to fight. After the people of Li Guang and Fei Hongyuan suffered a big loss that night, they didn't dare to provoke trouble again. Even the people of other forces, when they saw the blood war gang and the people in Fengyulo again, they all took a detour. Yang Kai has been in seclusion and cultivation, it is rare to have such a quiet cultivation environment, and he will not be disturbed by foreign affairs, so he will naturally not slack off. After half a month of cultivation, the realm of the 6th floor of the real essence has been consolidated and diligent, and the 7th floor of the real essence is not far away. After half a month, Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier rushed into Yang Kai's retreat. What's wrong? Yang Kai looked at the two sisters and asked. We have to go out. Hu Jiaoer smiled sweetly. Shangchu said that this is the last mission, and we can go home after this mission is completed. When it comes to going home, both sisters are quite excited. I'll go with you, Yang Kai said and was about to stand up. Hu Jiaoer's expression darkened, and she quickly said, you can't go. Kindness, Hu Meier said, your identity is unknown. If you come with us, it will only make others suspicious. Hu Jiaoer nodded slightly. Thanks to Xie Rong, many people now suspect that you are a spy from the evil land of Kenyan. Yang Kai frowned slightly and looked at them thoughtfully. How many people will go out this time? Everything has to go, only a few people will be left to guard this place. You also stay here and wait for us to come back. It can be as short as half a day, and it can be as long as 2 or 3 days. Hu Jiaoer laughed. Wait this time. The task is completed, my sister will take you home. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 356. Taifeng Mountain, on a ridge. Hundreds of warriors were scattered around, vigilantly and cautiously ambushing. According to Shangchu, the spies on the other side of Taifeng Mountain sent back accurate information, and today a group of warriors from the evil land of dark clouds will come to do the final sneak attack. So he wanted to lead people to ambush here, ready to kill the other party's troops. Originally, the people from the Blood War Gang and Fengyulo were still skeptical about this news. After all, the two sides have been in peace for so long. But with the passage of time, after a group of warriors really sneaked in, their doubts were dispelled. There were not many people coming, only about 60 or 70 people, among which the number of Immortal Ascension boundaries was also rare. Under Shangchu's effective arrangement and command, the people who came to the Kenyan evil land were beaten and lost their helmets and armor, and fled in a hurry. Heavy casualties. This battle didn't last long, only about half a day's effort. When the bloody battle gang and the Fengyulo and others returned from victory and gathered together, they were surprised to find that there were many less warriors in the crowd. Taking a closer look, the few people are all from Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy. Everyone realized that something was wrong. Shangchu, Hu Jiaoer went directly to the son of Zhang's family and asked with a calm face, where are Xie Rong and Li Fu? Shangchu was slightly startled, and asked suspiciously, didn't they go with you to hunt down the enemy? No, Hu Jiaoer's face turned cold, I haven't seen them since the battle started. What? Shangchu's expression changed, frowning for a moment. Looking at Hu Jiaoer in shock, she said, so, it's broken, go back. With that said, he hurriedly led a group of people back. Hu Jiaoer stared at his back, her silver teeth gritted, but there was nothing she could do. She could only increase the speed to the extreme with her sister. Crazy retreat. The people of Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy suddenly disappeared, and their whereabouts were already obvious. It's not that Hu Jiaoer didn't worry about the trouble that the two families would find Yang Kai before, but because this time, everyone came to participate. Moreover, the people of those two families are also under her own eyes, and they can monitor their movements at any time, so Hu Jiaoer is not too worried. Who knew they would disappear when the battle started? It was too late to find out. Now it seems, today's mission is probably also a premeditated trap. Fang's heart was anxious. Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier both performed the same chi-connecting branch magic, the speed suddenly doubled, and the two beautiful shadows flew past Shangchu like meteors. Shangchu's eyes couldn't help but squinted slightly, staring at the Hu sisters in surprise, as if he didn't expect their strength to be so powerful. In the camp, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the bed. The true Yang technique was running, as if waiting silently for something. He didn't wait too long. Since the Hu family's sisters left, it took only one day and night before and after, and the consciousness that spread out noticed the abnormal movement. Yudi opened her eyes. Her eyes were shining brightly. With a cold smile on the corner of her mouth, she said softly to herself, "Are you here?" Ever since she knew that Hu Jiaoer and the others were going to go out on a mission, Yang Kai realized that someone would come to deal with him. Among the people here, except for the two masters of Shang family, Yang Kai is not afraid of anyone. It is impossible for the two of the Shang family to take action. They must always follow Shangchu's side to prevent accidents, so Yang Kai understands the current situation. No plans to leave either. Brush. There was a sound of clothes hunting around, and the people who came had no intention of hiding, so they surrounded the place where Yang Kai was located in such a grand manner. After a while, everything was calm, only the vague murderous intent and hostility spread around. "Since you're here, don't hide it," Yang Kai shouted, standing up and thumping his fists around. Boxing shadows flew out from the sky, and the house where he lived collapsed suddenly. Dust was everywhere, and gunpowder smoke filled the air. After the dust had settled, a group of people all around came into view. Xie Rong of Liguang, Li Fu of Feihong Academy, the two looked at Yang Kai with a kind of hatred. They both suffered a big loss under Yang Kai that night and were severely humiliated. Thank you. Rong didn't dare to open his mouth easily until now, lest others see his ugly appearance with broken teeth. There were 30 or 40 people in the two factions. Except for the two Immortal Ascension boundaries that they had seen that night, the others were all disciples of the younger generation. The smug laughter sounded. Xie Rong said, "Boy, let's see if you die this time." Li Fu also sneered again and again, "I will make you pay the price, no one has ever treated me like that." The injuries of these two people were not serious, but after being recuperated with the medicinal pills given by their elders in Shangchu, they have basically recovered completely in the past 2 weeks. Knowing that this time they can come to find Yang Kai's troubles without any worries, the two naturally can't wait to get revenge. "You can't do it, you're too weak." Yang Kai smiled contemptuously, and the deep disdain between his brows was obvious. Xie Rong and Li Fu's faces turned red at the same time, and they couldn't help but think of the scene where Yang Kai had no resistance that night, and their self-confidence was hit. "Young man, you are too arrogant." Lei Guang's master snorted and stepped forward, staring at Yang Kai indifferently. "With the two of you here, do you think you still have good results today?" Yang Kai chuckled lightly, looked at him with his head tilted, and asked casually, "All this, is it all from the ambassador to Chu? Including what happened that night?" Both Immortal Ascension boundaries sneered and did not answer. Yang Kai had already made up his mind, nodded casually, and said, "What good did he give you? Is it worth you to offend me like this?" Lei Guang's master sneered, "What are you? After today, you are a corpse, so what if you offend you?" The cold light in Yang Kai's eyes narrowed, and he grinned, "The price of offending me, you are afraid that you can't afford it." The voice fell, and a purple light suddenly rushed out of his mind. "Divine soul skill, it's all scattered," the master of Feihong Academy shouted angrily. At the same time, he also released his consciousness in an attempt to intercept Yang Kai's attack. He suffered a small loss that night, and he naturally knew the weirdness of this move, so he made a move with all his strength. Who would have thought that the divine soul skill this time seemed a little different from the last time? After the purple light rushed to the side, it suddenly exploded. A circle of ripples visible to the naked eye swept across, and all the young disciples who were swept covered their heads in pain. Howling again and again. The eyes of the two Immortal Ascension boundaries suddenly popped. They didn't expect Yang Kai's divine soul skill to have such a change, and he was caught off guard for a while. Can't stop it at all. With this stunned effort, one after another, purple dim light rushed out. It seemed that stones were thrown from the calm lake, and ripples burst out in circles. In just an instant, 4 or 5 ripples spread. All the young disciples who were swept away by these ripples suddenly stopped speaking, their eyes were full of bloodshots, and red blood overflowed from their ears and nostrils, and fell limply to the ground. In an instant, 7 or 8 people died at the same time. These people are not high in strength, and they do not have any secret treasures to defend against divine soul skills. Where can we stand such devastation? Junior is courting death. Lei Guang and the two masters of Fei Hong Academy were furious, and at the same time flew out and attacked Yang Kai from left and right. In laughter, Yang Kai cast another divine soul skill and attacked both of them at the same time. Pushed out with both palms, the white tiger divine ox seals were all released, but their feet were stepping on the void, their body shape changed for a while, and they flew into the camp of Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy disciples. Like a tiger into a flock. A group of young disciples couldn't deal with Yang Kai's onslaught at all. The weaker one was killed, and their chests collapsed. The stronger ones couldn't resist the might of Yang Kai's one move. Only Xie Rong and Li Fu were the only ones who tried their best to join forces to block Yang Kai, but they were still knocked over a dozen meters away, fell to the ground, and didn't get up for a while. The two immortal ascension beasts had just torn apart the beast souls of the white tiger and the divine ox. In a blink of an eye, they saw Yang Kai slaughtering among the disciples. After a while, another 5 or 6 people were killed. Boy, how dare you? I've already done it if you dare. Yang Kai grinned, twisting the neck of a Li Guang disciple with one hand, and throwing him away. The body rolled 5 or 6 laps before it stopped, and the death was miserable. The hearts of the two immortal ascension boundaries are almost dripping blood. Originally, the two of them led the team to find Yang Kai's troubles. They were full of hearts and could easily capture him. On the contrary, the opponent was unscathed. After hurriedly chasing the past, this stopped the rhythm of Yang Kai's massacre. Stay away, Fei Hong Academy's master shouted angrily. Hearing his shout, everyone who survived all fled a distance of several dozen meters with ugly expressions, and looked at the center of the field with trembling eyes. Don't worry about the casualties of the young disciples. The two immortal ascension boundaries gradually let go of their hands and feet, attacked from left and right, and made fierce moves. The two of them are also quite aggrieved. The biggest advantage of the divine movement realm against the true Yuan realm is the divine soul skill, but in front of Yang Kai, the two of them not only dare not use it, but also have to beware of his divine soul attack. The depression in their hearts can be imagined. No. The battle between the three was extremely fierce. Although Yang Kai was at an absolute disadvantage in the scene and was completely suppressed by the two masters, one true essence boundary could withstand the attacks of the two immortal ascension boundaries, and this alone was terrifying enough. Xie Rong and Li Fu looked at them with pale expressions, and then they suddenly realized that being held by Yang Kai that night was not careless and negligent at all, but that the other party really had this ability. Even if they were to be careful now, they would definitely not be able to escape Yang Kai's attack. What kind of pervert is this, and how can it be so powerful? Xie Rong's mouth was full of bitterness, with an unbelievable expression on his face. Li Fu's face was pale, and she had completely lost the ability to speak. Her beautiful eyes trembled violently, and she felt a little regretful that she had messed with such a person. His power and terror were beyond Li Fu's imagination, and even her original desire for revenge was instantly diluted a lot. Now Li Fu can only hope that the two elders will be able to severely injure or even kill Yang Kai on the spot, otherwise there will be absolutely no peace in the future. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come. This article is provided by the Breaking Dawn Update Grouping 124 to vote for a recommendation vote and a monthly pass. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 357. The heat wave is rolling. Yang Kai's true yang vitality has been swayed to the extreme, and what he has learned is displayed without hesitation, but he is still unable to fight against the two immortal ascension boundaries at the same time. With a slam on the ground, the chest was hit by two immortal ascension boundaries at the same time. Yang Kai's complexion turned pale, and he flew back, hitting a tree with his back, directly smashing the thick tree into 2 pieces. It just fell down. Okay. Xie Rong looked very nervous, and he couldn't help shouting until this moment, as if Yang Kai was injured and he also deserved credit. Lei Guang and Fei Hong Academy's masters flew down, and stood a dozen feet in front of Yang Kai with a gloomy expression, and looked at him intently. Although Yang Kai was injured by them, both of them knew in their hearts that such an injury was nothing to him at all. The pure essence in this young man's body is astonishingly strong, enough to resist and resolve 80% of the attacks. However, both of them were satisfied with the result. Two immortal ascension boundaries joined forces to bully a true essence boundary. If they still can't win, their old face will be really lost. Boy, show me the old man again. Lei Guang's master shouted with a gloomy face. The master of Fei Hong Academy also looked at Yang Kai coldly, and said, "You killed so many disciples of my two factions, and today I will ask you to pay with blood." He. Yang Kai stood up slowly, although he looked a little miserable and helpless, but he still grinned, reaching out to wipe the blood that overflowed from the corner of his mouth, and raised his eyes to look at the two people in front of him. In the Immortal Ascension boundary, his eyes lit up with raging fighting intent. The Immortal Ascension boundary is really extraordinary. Yang Kai's voice was slightly low, and the low was quite calm. The brows of the two people on the opposite side were slightly wrinkled, and some did not understand why until this time, he still seemed to be calm and unafraid. With a cold face, Lei Guang's expert said, "Boy, even though you killed so many disciples from our two factions, the two of you don't want to take your life. Self-abandoning your cultivation base, you can die around you." Yang Kai grinned and said, "If you kill me, Shangchu will have no chips to use, right?" The two Immortal Ascension boundaries blinked at the same time, secretly amazed at how keen Yang Kai felt. Yang Kai killed so many of them, if they could call the shots, would they leave Yang Kai's life? But Shangchu's order is to crippling Yang Kai, but absolutely not to kill. He kept Yang Kai's life, and it was of great use. Both factions want to make good friends with Shang Jia. How can they reverse the order of Chu? He is the next head of the Shang family, and having a good relationship with him will be of great benefit to both Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy. Hearing Yang Kai say this, Lei Guang's expert snorted coldly, "God has the virtue of good life, this matter has nothing to do with young Master Shang." The master of Fei Hong Academy also snorted coldly, "You haven't done it yet. Do you want the old man to abolish you?" Okay. Yang Kai nodded heavily, and his white fangs showed most of them, squinting at the two of them, and said, "You are willing to be Shangchu's dog, that is your own fault. Little beasts don't know how high the sky is." Lei Guang's master was furious. "Is it true that two Immortal Ascension boundaries can eat me?" Yang Kai's expression suddenly became gloomy and cold, and one hand was slowly raised. Accompanied by his movement, the hot vitality surrounding him suddenly disappeared without a trace. The two Immortal Ascension boundaries didn't know what he was going to do, but they also vaguely felt that something was not good. They hurriedly glanced at each other and didn't want to delay at the same time and rushed forward. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed slightly, and the middle finger gently tapped between his brows like a dreamy murmur. The light voice contains a kind of magical power, and it sounds like a drum between heaven and earth. Enchanted. Boom. The whole world seemed to tremble, the earth was humming and the sky was spinning, and an unparalleled evil spirit energy suddenly spread around. This demonic aura is so pure and tyrannical, where it swept, everyone felt a chill from the bottom of their hearts, and the brutality hidden in everyone's heart seemed to be pulled by this aura, and all kinds of evil rolled over in their hearts. The situation is changing, the world is treacherous. At this moment, Yang Kai seems to have some changes. Before the two masters from Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy attacked him, their expressions suddenly changed drastically, they screamed strangely, and flew back at the same time. Kick. After retreating for more than 10 steps, the two talents hurriedly stood firm and looked at Yang Kai with a dignified expression. The young man in front of him looks the same as before, almost exactly the same, but his temperament and the aura he exudes are completely different, and there is a huge difference in the vitality of the front and back. If the previous Yang Kai made them feel difficult, then the current Yang Kai made them feel dangerous. Fatal danger. Both of them are in the Immortal Ascension boundary, and their senses are keen. Although I don't know why a person can make such a big change in an instant, the subconscious is constantly admonishing himself that if he fights with him at this time, he is very likely to die. Beasts have their own instincts and intuitions. There are also masters, and they are more accurate than beasts. As soon as the idea popped up, both of them were startled. Why would a mere warrior at the 6th floor of the True Yuan realm give them such an uneasy feeling? There is also the aura of this evil spirit, even the 6 evil kings of the Kenyan evil land, I am afraid they do not have such a suffocating evil spirit. Before the two could settle down, a series of crackling sounds came out. Looking around, I saw that centered on the place where Yang Kai was, a layer of icy aura that was visible to the naked eye quickly spread outwards, and the ground was instantly frozen wherever this aura passed. In just a few breaths of time, the ground with a radius of several dozen feet turned into frozen soil. The two great Immortal Ascension boundaries retreated again and again, their faces panicked. This kind of ice cold is not ordinary ice cold, it seems to be able to freeze their true essence, how dare they touch it easily? The pupils of the younger generation were trembling violently, watching all this in horror. The second time he entered the devil, the feeling was still so wonderful, Yang Kai shook his neck and arms, and a pea-like sound came out intensively. Except for his face, Yang Kai's whole body is covered with black lines at this moment. These lines are complicated, showing a mysterious law, but others can't see it. Boy, you really are from the evil land of the azure clouds. Lei Guang's immortal ascension boundary seemed to have discovered some secret, and shouted in horror and excitement. Whatever you say. Yang Kai was in high spirits, slowly raised a big hand, then aimed at the position of the two immortal ascension boundaries, and pressed it down sharply. Obviously nothing appeared, but the two of them were pressed like this, but they felt a mountain-like pressure attacking from the sky and pressing on them. Under this pressure, both of them seemed to be shrouded in strength. The movement of Yuan is no longer as fast as before, and the movement has become a lot slower. Whoa, whoa, whoa. The voice of Po Kong resounded, and the two looked forward, suddenly shocked, and saw that Yang Kai flew out a dark energy that was like ink, all the way over. Those attacks were like flesh and blood snakes that suddenly opened their big mouths in midair, shook their heads and swayed their tails, their fangs were exposed, and they were extremely fast. Crack clap. Where these attacks passed, the strong wind plowed the ground into clearly visible ravines one after another, and all of a sudden, debris flew and the scene was chaotic. The ferocious and unparalleled attack contained an ice-cold and sharp energy, which was invincible, almost destructively attacked in front of the two of them. The two of them were already shocked and terrified, their faces became extremely ugly, and they had to dodge in embarrassment. Are you able to hide? Yang Kai laughed in the sky, waving his hands. All the demonic energy that flew out was like maggots in the Tarsus, scattered on both sides, chasing the two away. Not only that, the white tiger divine ox seal was pushed out once again, and two beast souls that were as pitch black as ink appeared. Instead of attacking the two immortal ascension realms, they attacked the young disciples scattered around. These two beast souls seemed to be much stronger than the two just now. The two beast souls leapt, and almost instantly rushed to the front of a dazed Fei Hong Academy disciple. This young disciple only had the strength of the 8th level of the separation and reunion realm, and before he had recovered from the shock, he was directly divided by the beast soul, and he didn't even have time to scream. Let's run, I can't kill you, it's the same to kill all your disciples. Yang Kai shouted ruthlessly. Hearing him shout like this, the young disciples were dumbfounded, and a chill appeared on their spines. Despicable and shameless. Lei Guang and Fei Hong Academy's masters changed their faces and cursed loudly. Seeing that the two beast souls rushed to the side of a young disciple again, the two of them dared not to escape any longer. Don't run. Yang Kai waited for a long time, and in a sneer, clusters of black rays of light flew out from the body, and once again turned into sharp attacks, slamming towards the two. The masters of Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy could no longer dodge, and they were attacked in all directions. They hurriedly activated their true essence, and each took out their secret treasures to protect their bodies, and the next moment they were wrapped in darkness. Rumbling sounds came constantly from the darkness. Everyone's eyes were staring nervously at the direction of the darkness, not knowing what the fate of the two people who were wrapped in it would be. Wow! The darkness suddenly dissipated, and two figures fell from the air one after the other. Not only that, these two people's eyes were red at this moment, all kinds of evil rays of light flashed in their eyes, and their bodies were also enveloped by a faint black air. Those black rays of light are the purest evil spirit energy, which contains the power condensed by Yang Kai, and ordinary people will die if they touch it. Yang Kai can ignore these evils, but others can't. At this moment, these two people have been affected by the evil spirits, and they are pulling the dark side of their hearts. If they can't resolve these demons in time, they will go crazy and lose their minds sooner or later. But how can it be so simple to get rid of these demons? Ling Taishu and other characters could not be hit hard by the influence of the demonic energy, and could not be resolved, let alone the two people from Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy. To a certain extent, Yang Kai's evil spirit is even purer than that of the evil master. You are so ruthless. Lei Guang's master looked at Yang Kai with incomparable resentment and murmured. I said, you can't bear the price of offending me. Yang Kai snorted coldly, his expression cold. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to M to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation. Chapter 358. This is the first battle after Yang Kai's enchantment. Although he has long known that this state is stronger than his normal state, the final result also surprised Yang Kai himself. Without using the power of the arrogant golden body, with the current level, at most a 2-layer battle with a divine travel realm will be tied. Now they are completely suppressed, effortlessly, not even with all their strength. This powerful feeling makes people very happy. Yang Kai is enjoying it, but he will not get lost. Shish! Attacks on the ground, like earthworms, burrowed through the soil and attacked Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy's masters. The two of them were terrified, their faces were ashen, and without thinking about it, they hurried up. Yang Kai sneered, his heart moved at will, and he controlled those pitch-black demon auras like an arm and finger, flying to the sky, one after another devastating force, making the two people more and more embarrassed. With the lessons learned, the two no longer dared to run away too recklessly. They always stopped from time to time and joined forces to crack these attacks, so as not to provoke Yang Kai's ferocity to kill those young disciples who had no resistance. But these attacks are too many, and the two of them were affected by the energy of the demon before, and they couldn't exert their full strength at this moment. At the same time, an extremely rich black demonic energy suddenly burst out from Yang Kai's body. A high dragon roar resounded through the world. Everyone followed the voice and looked towards this side, and they were suddenly dumbfounded. I saw a huge dragon head appearing on top of Yang Kai's head. This dragon head was almost condensed into substance. The two dragon horns were incomparably sharp, exuding a dark and cold light, and the eyes the size of gongs ruthlessly staring at the two immortals in the sky. Being stared at by these eyes, Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy's masters immediately smelled the breath of death. Suddenly, the dragon head swayed, pulling out a large amount of demonic energy from Yang Kai's body, converging into a body, and flying towards the sky with a shake of his head and tail. This is a black dragon, full of evil and violent, and its huge body as long as 20 or 30 feet brings an inexplicable pressure to people. This flood dragon is the dragon-shaped tattoo on Yang Kai's back, which was formed by absorbing the energy of evil spirits. Yang Kai has a dragon tattoo and Su Yan has an ice phoenix tattoo. This tattoo, which should belong to the yin-yang harmony art, is now manifested. Yang Kai just felt a little itchy on his back. Wherever the flood dragon passed, the black demonic energy like a serpent followed closely behind, and the stars set off it in the middle like the moon. Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy's masters were bound in the air, and they were struggling to break free. Before they could get out of trouble, the huge dragon's mouth was already open, and a fang was faintly visible. With one bite, Li Guang's immortal ascension boundary was bitten into two in an instant, and blood spurted wildly. Zhaolong rushed up to a height of 100 zhong in a hurry, turned around and swooped down, his eyes fixed on the master of Fei Hong Academy. Seeing his companion die in front of him with his own eyes, and he was bitten in half by one bite, this immortal wandering realm in Fei Hong Academy was so frightened that he couldn't even move a finger under the enormous pressure. Suddenly, this person seemed to have found the savior, opened his mouth and shouted in one direction, "Old Fang, Mrs. Shu, help!" Yang Kai's expression turned cold, and he turned his head to look over there. He saw two mysterious lights, and quickly approached this side. The two guardians of Shangchu. Both of them have the strength of the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary. Compared with the experts of Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy, their strength is more than a little bit stronger. While the man was running, the distant attack had already hit the Zhaolong, and the Elder Fang shouted angrily, "Where is the demon, dare to hurt people?" Yang Kai snorted coldly, made a mistake with his feet, flew to the front of the Fei Hong Academy master, made a big move, and held the Asura sword in his hand. Zheng. The sound of countless swords rang out, and along with the swinging of the Shira sword, the overwhelming sword light greeted the attacks from Fang Lao and Shu Lao. Boom! A series of violent turbulence erupted in the air, and Yang Kai was pushed back a few steps by the huge airflow, but he finally stopped the opponent's attack. Zhaolong rushed down from the sky, and when Fang Lao and Shu Lao approached less than 50 feet, he bit the head of Fei Hong Academy's master. Click! The expert of Fei Hong Academy immediately became a headless corpse, blood spurting wildly from the neck, like a fountain. Fang Lao and Shu Lao watched all this helplessly, but were unable to rescue them. They were stunned and merciless. One person turned into a cloud of smoke, the other person glowed golden light, and various martial arts attacked Yang Kai. Yang Kai's expression was stern, and he didn't have the lightness of the clouds before. The two were on the 7th floor of the Immortal Ascension boundary, and they were not comparable to the two junk people just now. The shot was no longer hidden, and thousands of blood-red petals suddenly flew, accompanied by a refreshing floral fragrance. Each of the sharp petals turned into sharp attacks. The sword glow raged, the sword chi flew, and the white tiger divine ox seal struck out one after another. The three talents fought less than 10 breaths of time, and Yang Kai was already embarrassed. Even if he dispatched 2 heaven-grade secret treasures, he could not compete with them. Just when he was considering whether to retreat directly, the 2 beautiful shadows had already rushed over anxiously. Hu Jiaoer and Hu Meier. The eyes of the two were full of anxiety. After seeing that Yang Kai was unscathed, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and when he saw Fang Lao and Shu Lao too attacking Yang Kai, they suddenly became angry. Without further ado, the two of them joined forces and attacked one of them. The same Qi Liangji divine art shines brightly at this moment. The realm of both of them is only the fourth layer of the true Yuan realm, but after operating the divine art to the limit, their true essence is incomparably powerful, not much worse than the peak of the true Yuan realm. The combination of the two swords is enough to compete with the average Immortal Ascension Boundary Master. If Fang Lao Laoshu was disregarding the consequences, they could easily take them down, but these two were women Shangchu liked, so how could they dare to be too presumptuous? On the contrary, Yang Kai, with the help of the Hu family sisters, together with Zhaolong, is enough to protect his own safety. Two girls. The old man looked serious and shouted in a deep voice, "This person is a demon." Hu Zhaoer scolded. "I don't know what kind of demon is not a demon, I only know that he is my friend." The two girls retreat quickly, don't recognize people unclearly, and mistake them for themselves. Elder Shu also persuaded them well. "If you want to kill him, kill us too." Hu Meier seemed to be softer than her elder sister, but at the moment she spoke decisively and loudly. "He killed so many people in Feihongyuan and Liguang, and he has fallen into the way of the devil. He is no longer the person you know. Now he has no sense and doesn't know you at all. Hurry up and leave him," Fang Lao said anxiously. Yang Kai grinned at him, and with the sound of the dragon's roar, the black flood dragon fiercely bit him. "You're too big," Fang Lao shouted angrily, his hand turned profound light, and it hit the dragon's head. The huge dragon was beaten back, but he couldn't hurt him in the slightest. But old Fang was also shocked and took a step back. He stared at the 200-foot-long Zhaolong in awe, feeling uncomfortable for a while. "Stop it all!" An angry shout came from afar. Hearing this shout, Fang Lao and Shu Lao hesitated for a while, then glanced at Yang Kai angrily, and hurriedly jumped out of the battle circle. Hu Zhaoer and Hu Meier also quickly came to Yang Kai's side and asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Yang Kai slowly shook his head and looked straight ahead. After killing so many people from Liguang and Feihong Academy, his goal has been achieved. At this moment, there is a flood dragon guarding him. Yang Kai can leave if he wants to, even old Fang and old Shu can't keep him. The current Yang Kai is truly fearless. As far as he could see, Shangchu walked from there with a heavy face, strutting his head up. Even in the situation before him, he showed the self-restraint and calmness that a noble son of a great family should have. When looking at the blood and broken corpses all over the ground, there was a clearly visible heart-wrenching pain in Shangchu's eyes. Brush brush. A large group of people appeared behind Shangchu, and everyone from the bloody battle gang and Fengyulo looked at everything around them in amazement and rushed to Yang Kai's side. Guan Chili's old eyes squinted, and his heart trembled infinitely. After seeing the two corpses of Liguang and Feihongyuan, his eyes couldn't help shaking. In the field, the difference is clear. Except for the people from the Blood War gang and Fengyulo who stood on Yang Kai's side, everyone else was on Shangchu's side. Fang Lao and Shu Lao are even more hidden in their true essence, vigilantly guarding Yang Kai. Shangchu glanced at Yang Kai lightly, and felt the suffocating energy on his body. He couldn't help but raise his brows, quite surprised, and then saw the black flood dragon floating in the air. His face couldn't help changing. Change. He could feel the powerful combat power of this flood dragon, and naturally had some greed and possessive thoughts. But at first glance, this Zhaolong was condensed from pure true essence, and Shangchu had no choice but to dismiss this idea. Looking around, looking at Chu Mian with sadness, he asked in a deep voice, "What happened?" Fang Lao hurriedly said, "Master, when Lao Shu and I rushed back, we saw this kid go crazy and kill Cheng Ming in Feihong Academy. The two of them were incompetent and could not take Cheng Ming from him. Save. Cheng Ming is dead." Only then did Shangchu reveal a real surprise. "Yes." Fang Lao nodded, pointing to a corpse not far away. "Separate the corpse." "What about the Immortal Ascension boundary of Liguang?" Shangchu asked anxiously. "He died before we came." Shangchu couldn't help but be moved. He has overestimated Yang Kai's combat power as much as possible, but he never expected that his overestimation would still underestimate Yang Kai's strength. Two Immortal Ascension boundaries on the second floor were actually killed by him. How powerful is he? "Young master, that young man has gone into trouble, and his 6 relatives do not recognize him. I also ask the young master's permission to let the two of them kill him and avenge the death of the passage." Fang Lao gritted his teeth. Shangchu frowned, seemingly hesitating. Hu Zhaoer said quickly, "Old man, who said he went crazy?" To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my greatest motivation. This text is provided by the Breaking Dawn update group at Shishi Ideographic, Player. Chapter 359 The Prestige of a First-Class Family. I have to go out to buy some New Year's goods today. It's almost New Year's Eve, and my family is busy, so I have to help, and everyone doesn't have to wait at noon. There will be a second update tonight. Hu Jiaoer has always been stronger than her younger sister, and when she meets Fang Lao on weekdays, she will honor him as a senior, but when she saw that he was going to kill Yang Kai, she couldn't help but scolded the old man. Fang Lao was scolded with a livid complexion. Due to the identity of this woman, it was not easy for him to attack on the spot. He just said with a sullen face, "He looks like this, isn't he crazy?" Hu Jiaoer sneered, "If he goes into trouble, we can still stand beside him safely." "Are you blind?" Fang Lao and Shu Lao were stunned at the same time, and after thinking about it, they felt a little unclear. Yang Kai's current state is completely beyond their comprehension. Under the influence of the sky-high suffocating energy, it is impossible for him to be wise. But looking at his eyes, he was clearly calm and steady, and he didn't have the look that he should have after getting into trouble. Besides, you only saw him kill Cheng Ming, have you ever thought about what that old guy did to him? Hu Jiaoer asked loudly. Fang Lao moved his mouth and murmured for a while before saying, "Lao Wen only believes what he sees." Hu Jiaoer sneered again and again. Half a month ago, Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy suffered a big loss from him, and today they left the battle line ahead of schedule and returned to this place. I think you can guess what the purpose is. Yang, even if Kai really killed them, it was for self-protection. These dead people are all self-inflicted, what does it have to do with him? When a family comes to kill you, you have to stick your neck out and let others cut you off. Are you not allowed to resist? Guan Chili also nodded and said, Miss Day is right. Not only did the people from Li Guang and Fei Hongyuan act privately without obeying the orders, but they also returned here ahead of time in an attempt to kill their comrades. Please do justice to your son. Please do justice to your son. Fang Ziqi shouted with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Shang Chu smiled lightly and said, if things are really like this, then Shang's certain nature is bound to punish the people of Li Guang and Fei Hong Academy severely, so as to set an example. After a pause, Shang Chu said again, but this is your guess after all, you came back with me, Shang Mo didn't see how things were going, and you naturally didn't see it either. Let's make them conflict, let's talk about the two sides, what's going on, how? I have no opinion, Yang Kai chuckled, it's good that this friend understands. Shang Chu nodded, turned to look, and said, Fang Lao Lao Shu, bring those who are still alive. Yes, the two immortal ascension boundaries flew out, and after a while, they brought back all those who survived. Many of these people were seriously injured and fell to the ground. Although Xie Rong and Li Fu were not so embarrassed, they couldn't help swaying. Quietly glanced at Yang Kai, the two of them retracted their gazes in panic, and the other young disciples didn't even dare to look at Yang Kai. The battle just now had scared their hearts away. Even the masters of his own family were killed by Yang Kai's hands, how could these young people have the ability to resist? Xie Rong, Li Fu. Shang Chu called out softly. Yes, yes. Xie Rong trembled like a sifter, and deserved to be quite unfavorable, and Li Fu only gave a soft grace. Shang Chu frowned slightly, and suddenly said with a pleasant face, you two should have seen everything in your eyes just now, right? Yes, it is. Then tell the truth. No matter the details, if there is any false concealment, you know the consequences. Shang Chu said with a light smile. Xie Rong and Li Fu looked at each other, neither dared to speak. Hu Jiaoer sneered, being a thief has a guilty conscience. Shang Chu rubbed his forehead and smiled bitterly. Jiaoer, before the matter is finalized, don't say that. Hu Jiaoer coldly snorted. Shang Gongzi, I don't want to remind you again, please don't call me that, okay? Quote. I'm sorry, I'm so quick. Shang Chu didn't feel embarrassed at all, he cupped his hands again and then looked at Xie Rong and Li Fu again and said, if you don't dare to say it, then my son can think that you are at fault first, and you can do it now. I'll kill you. Xie Rong and Li Fu couldn't help shaking their bodies and looked at Shang Chu in amazement. Shang Chu said again, but if you have any grievances, this young master can also uphold justice for you. Hearing this sentence, the faces of Feng Yulo and the bloody battle gang sank. Shang Chu's words sounded fine, but after careful consideration, it was very meaningful. Sure enough, Xie Rong and Li Fu looked at each other, and their panicked emotions gradually stabilized, as if they had found a backer. Li Fu said, Xie Rong, tell me. Xie Rong swallowed, gritted his teeth, and nodded, okay. Taking a deep breath, he didn't dare to look at Yang Kai, his voice was low and mournful. Today our two factions are fighting on Taifeng Mountain, chasing a group of warriors from the Dark Cloud Evil Land. So far, I didn't go to gather with you, young Master Shang, and simply came back. Fart, Hu Jiaoer couldn't help but scolded, I haven't seen you since the battle started. Where are you warriors who are chasing the evil land of Kangyan? It's clear that you have a plan to return directly. We don't have it, young Master Shang, everything I said is true, if you don't believe it, you can go to Xilu to investigate now, there should still be some bodies left there. Shang Chu nodded slightly, I'll go check it out. For now, let's pretend that you are chasing the enemy, but failing to return to Jihehe in time is also the fault of both of you. I'll start from the reissue in this section. Do you have any complaint? No, Xie Rong and Li Fu shook their heads at the same time. The Hu family sisters were so angry that their chests were heaving. Shang Chu seemed to have handled it properly, but she took it so lightly that she was obviously helping the people of Liguang and Feihong Academy. Go ahead, Shang Chu gestured. After we came back here with our elders, we were going to wait for your return to the young masters and then report back, but we didn't want to suddenly feel a suffocating when we were resting. The suffocating aura, Shang Chu raised his brows. Well, we have never felt this kind of evil aura. The elders of the two factions thought that some powerful demon had killed them, so they led us to fight, but they didn't want to follow the aura to the place, and were surprised to find that the demon actually. Is it okay? It's that person. Which one? Shang Chu asked. The one the Hu sisters brought back a few days ago. Xie Rong gritted his teeth and replied in a deep voice. Shang Chu raised his eyes and looked at Yang Kai, who smiled at him. With a flat smile and a calm expression, Gong De Shang Chu couldn't help being stunned for a while. Then what? Shang Chu turned his eyes away and asked. Then that person attacked us like crazy. The elders of the two factions could not stop them. The disciples were killed and injured countless times. In the end, the two elders sacrificed their lives to save us. Xie Rong speaking of this, he was heartbroken, beat his chest, and wailed, please also call the master for our two factions, and avenge the dead brothers, sisters and elders. Li Fu also burst into tears at the right time, wiped the corners of her eyes, and choked up, please make the decision to the sun, this revenge will not be swear by others. Hearing what they said, the people from the bloody battle gang and Fenghulo gritted their teeth for a while, secretly hating them. Shang Chu was silent for a while, then said, get up. If young Master Shang can't uphold justice for us and kill that demon, then we won't be able to kneel. Xie Rong and Li Fu put their heads on the ground. Shang Chu was displeased and said, the matter has not been clarified yet, this is just what you said. If you want to kneel, then kneel here. He raised his eyes and looked at Yang Kai with a smile. This friend, what do you want to say? Shang Mo is not the kind of person who does not distinguish between black and white. If you have something to say, Shang Mo is all ears. The Hu family sisters looked at Yang Kai nervously. Yang Kai shrugged and said indifferently, no. Yang Kai. Hu Jiaoer turned pale and grabbed his arm nervously. Shang Chu was also quite surprised, and looked at him in surprise, as if he didn't expect that he would not defend himself. Looking at his calm expression, Shang Chu faintly felt a little bad. He didn't dare to argue, and he didn't mean to be nervous. Obviously, he was not afraid that something would happen to him. Is this person arrogant or confident? Yang Kai, say a few words, they are slandering you, how can you not say it? Hu Mayer was also anxious. Yang Kai smiled faintly, if you want to add a crime, why bother? The Hu family sisters looked stunned, and then suddenly remembered that even if Yang Kai's defense was useless, his current state is enough for the people here to classify him as an evil demon. Now everyone is at war with the Kangyan evil land. What does the presence of the demon mean here? Everyone can be killed, so even if the people from Liguang and Feihong Academy did it first, Yang Kai would not be able to account for a single word of reason. Arguing is just a waste of saliva. His face gradually sank, and Yang Kai sneered, I am a human being or a demon, and it is not up to outsiders to judge. Shang Chu's eyes couldn't help shrinking, staring at Yang Kai tightly. After a long while, he said, this friend means that Shang is not qualified to judge you. Are you worthy? Yang Kai looked at him indifferently. Presumptuous. Fang Lao shouted angrily, the Shang family is a first-class family, and the sun is the ruler of this place. What kind of thing are you, dare to talk to the sun like this? The first-class family, what a great prestige. Yang Kai laughed. This young master will let you see the majesty of the first-class family today. Shang Chu was also excited by Yang Kai, and snorted coldly, Elder Fang, Elder Shu, take down this demon. Yes, the two immortal ascension boundaries responded. You dare. The Hu family sisters flashed out immediately, and their delicate bodies stood in front of Yang Kai. Shang Chu's complexion sank, a glint flashed in his eyes, and he took a deep breath and said, "You two girls, if you don't want to get hurt, stay away. If you are obsessed with it, this young master can accuse you two of having a personal relationship with evil spirits. Take it too. What a big hat." Guan Chili took a step forward and sneered, "Mr. Shang, is this how you handle things with your family?" Shang Chu's face was gloomy. "This is my way of doing things to Chu. Demons are not punished, people are uneasy. You come to vote for recommended votes, monthly tickets, and your support is my biggest motivation." Chapter 360. I don't know what to title. Cough, it's cute. The title doesn't matter. As a digression, I bought something today, and I have an occasional experience to share with you. Let's just say that women are definitely duplicitous animals. Men compatriots should remember, don't take it too seriously, especially when it comes to buying gifts. Today, I finally realized the true meaning of this sentence. Xiaomo had an epiphany and gained a lot. Shang Chu's words were powerful and inspiring. The fists of Lei Guang and Fei Hong Academy were originally miserable, but when they heard this, their expressions immediately cheered up. Then Xie Rong and Li Fu looked at Yang Kai with pride and hatred, as if they had already seen him at the end of the road. Well said. A loud laugh came from Diao far away. Everyone looked shocked, and Lian Lu turned his head and looked over there. A few hundred feet away, a few horses treading clouds did not touch the ground. The gods are extremely handsome, galloping towards this side like the wind. The cloud-treading colt, the third order 6 beasts, is not strong, but wins in stamina and speed. It has a docile personality and is most suitable for use as a mount. Every cloud-treading colt can travel thousands of watts a day, and a good cloud-treading colt can travel thousands of miles a day. The speed of this kind of galloping speed is faster than that of some immortals, and it does not need to consume real power. Yuan. Therefore, in the great family, the General Ji will tame some cloud-treading horses to travel. However, there are not many such monsters, and each one is worth several 100,000 taels of silver. Except for the first-class forces, other forces simply cannot afford to support them. To a certain extent, treading clouds represents strength and identity. 3 cloud-treading horses came. The leading one looked about the same age as Shang Chu. He was also born with greatness, majesty and power. Behind him, there were 2 masters from the 7th or 8th level of the Immortal Ascension boundary. The distance of 100 feet was only reached in an instant. "I haven't seen you for a few months. You are very brave." The leading young man laughed, and he didn't come down in front of the crowd. He just sat condescendingly on the cloud-treading horse and looked down at everyone. When looking at Yang Kai, he was slightly dignified and surprised. Naturally, he couldn't ignore such vicious demonic aura. The 2 Immortal Ascension boundaries behind him also looked at Yang Kai frequently, and their true essence secretly urged them to prevent accidents. "This guy's name is Nan Sheng." Fang Ziqi knew that Yang Kai was a little ignorant, and quickly approached him and explained to him, "The son of the first-class Nan family is the same as Shang Chu. The Nan family and the Shang family have been married for several generations, so the relationship between the 2 families has always been very good. Be careful with him, he is much more domineering than Shang Chu, and he is also difficult to deal with." Quote. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Shang Chu should be the kind of insidious person who is on the surface and behind the scenes, and this Nan Sheng should be a straight-hearted person. Shang Chu Tiecheng's expression finally softened a lot when he saw this person. He chuckled and clasped his fists and said, "Brother Nan, why are you here? Aren't you on the front line hundreds of miles away?" The Shang family is in charge of the front line on Taifang Mountain, while the Nan family is in charge of another front line hundreds of miles away. They are both first-class families, and they all have this qualification. With a grin, Nan Sheng turned over and got off the Yunju, and said, "Isn't this the decisive battle that has been fought for 2 days? Zongdu 8 said that we can go back and pass by and feel an unusual atmosphere, so I came over to take a look. Look, I didn't expect a good show, why haven't you left yet?" As he spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai up and down. Shang Chu looked slightly embarrassed, and said, "I was on my last mission today. I wanted to tell everyone the good news when I came back, but I didn't want to say something wrong here. I haven't had time to tell." The people from the Bloody Battle Gang in Fungulo looked startled. The final battle has been over for 2 days. If it hadn't been overheard from Nan Sheng's mouth, they would have been kept in the dark. How could the warriors of the evil land of Kenyan come to attack the camp here 2 days after the decisive battle? Which commander would look for trouble like this? But at this moment, there was a problem with Yang Kai, and there was clearly some elusive tricks in it. In an instant, everyone has figured out a lot of key points. Changes. Nansheng nodded slightly, frowned and looked at Yang Kai with a casual finger, and said, is it him? Not bad. Shang Chu grinned at the leader. Evil devil, hee, it's interesting. Nansheng squeezed his chin in one hand, looking at Yang Kai as if he was looking at the goods. Such a young demon has such a strong evil spirit, it seems that the cultivation technique is not good. Simple. It's not easy, Shang Chu said solemnly with a positive expression. Nansheng was slightly stunned. He rarely saw Shang Chu with such a solemn expression, so he couldn't help but wonder, what? 2 masters at the second level of the Immortal Ascension boundary were killed by him. What? Nansheng's color changed suddenly, and the 2 Immortal Ascension boundaries behind him were equally moved. Brother Shang, are you kidding me? Nansheng was stunned for a while before shaking his head and smiling bitterly, with a look of disbelief. He seems to be only at the 6th level of the True Essence realm, how could he be able to kill the Immortal Ascension realm? 2. The corpse is here, how could I joke with you, all the dead here are his masterpieces. Shang Chu smiled bitterly. A Immortal Ascension realm behind Nansheng also stepped forward and whispered, Master, this person cannot be underestimated, his chi and blood are extremely strong, and the black dragon beside him is also very strange. Quote. Even the Immortal Ascension boundary of his own family is so solemn. Nansheng quickly took away his cynical look and asked softly. If I face him, what are the odds of winning? The Shenyujing pursed his lips, not knowing what to say. To be frank, there is no chance of winning. The Immortal Ascension boundary said bravely. Nansheng took a deep breath and finally re-examined Yang Kai. Even against the younger generation of the 8 great families of the Upper Central Capital, there are only a few people who will give him no chance of winning, but now that a young demon can have such accomplishments, doesn't it mean that his aptitude and strength are the same as those of Zhongdu? How many of them are all the same? Narrowing his eyes slightly, Nansheng said solemnly, if you kill such a dangerous person directly, you will have absolutely endless troubles to keep. Shang Chu nodded. I think so too. Then why are you hesitating? Nansheng was puzzled. Shang Chu smiled bitterly. Nansheng looked at his expression, then turned to look at him, and said, these people are obstructing. Hey, poor management. Shang Chu nodded helplessly. Whoever dares to interfere, Jindu will be killed. Nansheng snorted coldly, dare to be in the company of demons at this time, and no one will dare to say anything if you kill them all. The people from the Bloody Battle Gang and Fengyulo all changed color, and looked at Nansheng vigilantly. Originally, the 2 Immortal Ascension boundaries on Shang Chu's side were enough to level them, but now Nansheng brought 2 more masters here. If a fight really broke out, no one here would be able to survive. Brother Shang, do you still want to be soft-hearted at this time? Nansheng tilted his head and looked towards Chu, with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. Shang Chu smiled bitterly, some people I can't bear to kill. As he spoke, he looked at the Hu family sisters with fiery eyes, full of affection, without any concealment. The Shang family and the Nan family have been married for several generations. Shang Chu and Nansheng have also played together since childhood. They are close to each other like brothers. Nansheng knew more about Shang Chu's personality and methods, and now he changed his mind and understood a lot of things. Some things are inconvenient to say to Chu, but Nansheng can. Damn, he still has to help this kid when he is passing by. How many wives in this kid's house are not satisfied? Nansheng felt depressed for a while. However, this pair of twins is somewhat interesting, no wonder it makes him tempted. Thinking like this, Nansheng didn't stay out of the way, and pointed at the Hu sisters and said, you 2 girls, do you want to die or live? Hu Jiao sneered, who would want to die if they can live? That's fine, come out, this matter has nothing to do with you, Brother Shang just needs to kill that kid. Nansheng nodded slightly, and immediately took the lead. The Hu family sisters shook their heads together and stood firmly beside Yang Kai. Nansheng was stunned and scolded for a while. The 2 women Shang Chu liked already had lovers, didn't they? No wonder it was a bit of a mess. I see. This time, Nansheng understood everything. It turned out that the meat scene was hidden here. Straightening his face, Nansheng said, you want to save his life. The Hu family sisters looked displeased and nodded slightly after a long while. That's better. Nansheng laughed loudly, you 2 marry my brother Shang, and I Nansheng will save his life for you. When this statement came out, everyone was shocked. Shang Chu waved his hands again and again. Brother Nan, this is not good, I do have intentions for the 2 girls, but killing the demons is a big deal, how can they be confused? Nansheng said with a straight face, why not? You can make the decisions here, and I can make the decisions about yours. That's all. Turning his face, he looked at the Hu sisters and said, How do the two girls feel? Wishful thinking. Hu Jiaoer spoke quickly and decisively refused. Nan Sheng's face sank, and his eyes were slightly indomitable and contemptuous, and said, "You two seem to be only second-class sect disciples. Handsome and handsome, is it hard to marry him and still wrong you? It's just two women, what are you pretending to be lofty? Sooner or later you will marry someone, the son of a first-class family doesn't marry, who else do you want to marry? It's your luck to go to you." Nan Sheng's words were so ugly, and the Hu sisters were suddenly very angry. "Let's just say, either he dies or the two of you marry me, Brother Shang, and I will save his life. How to choose, think for yourself." Nan Sheng was extremely domineering and gave the Hu sisters no room to maneuver, sneered. He said, "There is only one stick of incense time. If the time comes, even if you beg me, it will be useless. If others dare to interfere with the matter, they will all be killed without mercy." After saying that, he stood aside with his head bowed and looked on with cold eyes. From beginning to end, Shang Chu only said one sentence, and then he didn't move again. When things developed like this, the Hu sisters could react even if they were stupid. "It turns out that your purpose is this." Hu Jiaoer looked at Shang Chu with contempt. "Everything is aimed at Yang Kai, and then waits for an opportunity to threaten us, right?" Shang Chu looked indifferent and said, "Jiaoer, if you think so, then you have misunderstood me." Nan Sheng couldn't help rolling his eyes, thinking that this bastard is still so good at putting on airs, and if it was Lao Su, he would have directly overthrown the king long ago, and he would be a fart. The woman of the second-class sect is on the way, what else can she do? No misunderstanding, you know it yourself. Hu Jiaoer sneered. To be continued. This text is provided by Breaking Dawn Update Group at Wachangkong. If you like this work, you are welcome to filled upper left triangle first release filled lower right triangle to vote for recommendation and monthly tickets. Your support is my biggest motivation.